Chapter 1 of His Grace of Osmonde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 1 The 5th day of April, 1676. Upon the village of Camylott there had rested since the earliest peep of dawn a hush of affectionate and anxious expectancy, the very ploughboys going about their labours without boisterous laughter, the children playing quietly, and the good wives in their kitchens and dairies bustling less than usual and modulating the sharpness of their voices, the most motherly among them in truth finding themselves falling into whispering as they gossiped of the great subject of the hour. "The swallows were but just beginning to stir and twitter in their nests under the eaves when I heard the horses' hoofs a clatter on the high road," said Dame Watt to her neighbour as they stood in close confab in her small front garden. "Lord's mercy, I thought I have lain down expecting it every night for a week. The heart of me leapt up in my throat, and I jounced Gregory with a thump in his back to wake him from his snoring. 'Gregory,' says I, ''tis sure begun. God be kind to her young Grace this day. There goes a messenger clattering over the road. Hearken to his horse's feet.'" Dame Bush, her neighbour, being the good mother of 14 stalwart boys and girls, heaved a lusty sigh, the sound of which was a thing suggesting much experience and fellow feeling even with noble ladies at such times. "There's not a woman's heart in Camylott village," said she, "which doth not beat for her to day, and for his Grace, and the heir or heiress that will come of these hours of hers. God bless all three." "Lord, how the tiny thing hath been loved and waited for," said Dame Watt. "'Tis somewhat to be born a great Duke's child, and how its mother hath been cherished and kept like a young saint in a shrine." "If it's not a great child and a beauteous one, 'twill be a wondrous thing, its parents being both beautiful and happy, and both deep in love," quoth motherly Bush. "Ay, it beginneth well, it beginneth well," said Dame Watt, "a being born to wealth and state. What with chaplains and governors of virtue and learning, there seemeth no way for it to go astray in life, or grow to aught but holy greatness. It should be the finest Duke or Duchess in all England some day, surely." "Heaven ordains a fair life for some new born things, 'twould seem," said Bush, "and a black one for others. And the good can no more be escaped than the bad. There goes my Matthew in his ploughboy smock across the fields. 'Tis a good lad and a handsome. Why was he not a great lord's son?" Neighbour Watt laughed. "Because thou wert an honest woman and not a beauty," quoth she. The small black eyes set deep in Bush's broad red face twinkled somewhat at the rough jest, but not in hearty mirth. She rubbed her hand across her mouth with an awkward gesture. "Ay," she answered, "but 'twas not that I meant. I thought of all this child is born to, love and wealth and learning, and that others are born to naught but ill." "Lawk, let us not even speak of ill on such a day," said her neighbour. "Look at the sky's blueness and the spring bursting forth in every branch and clod, and the very skylarks singing hard as if for joy." "Ay," said John Bush, "and look up village street to the Plough Horse, and see thy Gregory and my Will and their mates pouring down ale to drink a health to it, and to her Grace, and to my Lord Duke, and to the fine Court doctors, and to the nurses, and to the chaplain, and to old Rowe who waits about to be ready to ring a peal on the church bells. They'll find toasts enough, I'll warrant." "That they will," said Dame Watt, but she chuckled good naturedly as if she held no grudge against ale drinking for this one day at least. 'twas true the men found toasts enough, and were willing to drink them as they would have been to drink even such as were less popular. These, in sooth, were near their hearts. And there was reason why they should be, no nobleman being more just and kindly to his tenants than his Grace of Osmonde, and no lady more deservedly beloved and looked up to with admiring awe than his young Duchess, now being tenderly watched over at Camylott Tower by one of Queen Catherine's own physicians and a score of assistants, nurses, and underlings. Even at this moment William Bush was holding forth to the company gathered about the door of the Plough Horse, he having risen from the oaken bench at its threshold to have his pewter tankard filled again. "'Tis not alone Duke he will be," quoth he, "but with titles and estates enough to make a man feel like King Charles himself. 'Tis thus he will be writ down in history, as his Grace his father hath been before him, Duke of Osmonde, Marquess of Roxholm, Earl of Osmonde, Earl of Marlowell, Baron Dorlock of Paulyn, and Baron Mertoun of Charleroi." "Can a man then be six men at once?" said Gregory Watt. "Ay, and each of him be master of a great house and rich estate." "'Tis so with this one. 'Tis said the Court itself waits to hear the news." Stout Tom Comfort broke forth into a laugh. "'Tis not often the Court waits," says he, "to hear news so honest. At Camylott Tower lies one Duchess whom King Charles did not make, thank God, but was made one by her husband." Will Bush set down his tankard with a smack upon the table before the sitting bench. "She had but once appeared at Whitehall when his Grace met her and fell deep in love that hour," he said. "Was't not rumoured," said Tom Comfort, somewhat lowering his voice, "that he cast glances her way as he cast them at every young beauty brought before him, and that his Grace could scarce hold his tongue, King or no King?" "Ay," said Will Bush sharply, "his royal glance fell on her, and he made a jest on what a man's joy would be whose fortune it was to see her violet eyes melt in love. And his Grace went to her mother, the Lady Elspeth, and besought her to let him proffer his vows to the young lady, and she was his Duchess in 10 months' time, and Madame Carwell had come from France, and in a year was made Duchess of Portsmouth." "Heard you not that she too, some 3 weeks past," quoth Comfort, who was as fond of gossip as an old woman. "17 days gone," put in Bush, "and 'twas dead, by Heaven's mercy. Poor brat! They say she loses her looks, and that his Majesty tires of her, and looks already toward other quarters." And so they sat over their ale and gossiped, they being supplied with anecdote by his Grace's gentleman's gentleman, who was fond of Court life, and found the country tiresome, and whose habit it was to spend an occasional evening at the Plough Horse for the pleasure of having even an audience of yokels, liking it the better since, being yokels, they would listen open mouthed and staring by the hour to his swagger and stories of Whitehall and Hampton Court, and the many beauties who surrounded the sacred person of his most gracious Majesty King Charles II. Every yokel in the country had heard rumours of these ladies, but Mr. Mount gave those of Camylott village details which were often true and always picturesque. "What could be expected," he would say, "of a man who had lived in gay exile through his first years, and then of a sudden was made a King, and had all the beauties of England kneeling before him, and he with a squat, black, long toothed Portugee fastened to him for a wife, and Mistress Barbara Palmer at him from his first landing on English soil to be restored, she that was made my Lady Castlemaine." And then he would relate stories of this beauteous fury, and her tempestuous quarrels with the King, and of how 'twas known his ease and pleasure loving nature stood in terror of her violence, and gave way before it, with bribe and promises, through sheer weariness. "'Tis not that he loves her best," said Mr. Mount, snuff taking in graceful Court fashion, "for he hath loved a dozen since, but she is a shrew, and can rave and bluster at him till he would hang her with jewels and give her his crown itself to quieten her furies. 'Tis the pretty orange wench and actor woman, Nell Gwynne, who will please him longest, for she is a good humoured baggage and witty, and gives him rest." 'Twas not alone Charles who was pleased with Nell Gwynne. All England liked her, and the lower orders best of all, because she was merry and kind of heart and her jokes and open handedness pleased them. They were deep in the midst of a story of a poor gentleman in orders whom she had rescued from the debtors' prison, when old Rowe, who had been watching the road leading from the park gates, pricked up his ears and left his seat, trembling with excitement. "'Tis a horse galloping!" he cried, and as they all turned to look he flung his cap in the air. "'Tis the messenger!" he burst forth, and he waves his hat in his hand as if he had gone mad with joy. "Off go I to the church tower as fast as legs will carry me." And off he hobbled, and the messenger galloped onward, flourishing his hat as he rode, and giving it no rest till he drew rein before the ploughhouse door, and all gathered about him to hear his news. "An heir! An heir!" he cried. "'Tis an heir, and as lusty as a young lion. Gerald Walter John Percy Mertoun, next Duke of Osmonde. Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" And at the words all the men shouted and flung up their hats. The landlord with his wife and children ran forth, women rushed out of their cottages and cried for joy, and the bells in the old church's great tower swung and rang such a peal of gladness as sounded as if they had gone wild in their ecstasy of welcome to the new born thing. In all England there was no nobleman's estate adorned by a house more beautiful than was the Tower of Camylott. Through the centuries in which it had stood upon the fair hill which was its site, there had passed no reign in which a king or queen had not been guest there, and no pair of royal eyes had looked from its window quite without envy upon the richly timbered, far reaching park and the broad, lovely land rolling away to the sea. There was no palace with such land spread before it, and there were few kings' houses as stately and beauteous in their proportions as was this one. The fairest room in the fair house had ever been the one known as her Grace's White Chamber. 'Twas a spacious room with white panelled walls and large mullioned windows looking forth over green hill and vale and the purple woodland melting into the blue horizon. The ivy grew thick about the windows, and birds nested therein and twittered tenderly in their little homes. The Duchess greatly loved the sound, as she did the fragrance of flowers with which the air of the White Chamber was ever sweet, and which was wafted up to it by each wandering breeze from the flower beds blooming on the terrace below. In this room, as the bells in the church tower rang their joyous peal, her Grace lay in her great bed, her new born child on her arm, and her lord seated close to her pillow, holding her little hand to his lips, his lashes somewhat moist as he hung over his treasures. "You scarce can believe that he is here," the Duchess whispered with a touching softness. "Indeed, I scarce believe it myself. 'Twas not fair of him to keep us waiting 5 years when we so greatly yearned for his coming. Perhaps he waited, knowing that we expected so much from him. Such beauty and such wisdom and such strength. Let us look at him together, love. The physician will order you away from me soon, but let us see first how handsome he is." She thrust the covering aside, and the two heads, one golden and one brown, pressed closer together, that they might the better behold the infant charms which were such joy to them. "I would not let them bind his little limbs and head as is their way," she said. "From the first hour I spoke with his chief nurse I gave her my command that he should be left free to grow and to kick his pretty legs as soon as he was strong enough. See, John, he stirs them a little now. They say he is of wondrous size, and long and finely made, and indeed he seems so to me, And 'tis not only because I am so proud, is it?" "I know but little of their looks when they are so young, sweet," her lord answered, his voice and eyes as tender as her own; for in sooth he felt himself moved as he had been at no other hour in his life before, though he was a man of a nature as gentle as 'twas strong. "I will own that I had ever thought of them as strange, unbeauteous red things a man almost held in fear, and whose ugliness a woman but loved because she was near angel, but this one," and he drew nearer still, with a grave countenance, "surely it looks not like the rest. 'Tis not so red and crumple visaged. Its tiny face hath a sort of comeliness. It hath a broad brow, and its eyes will sure be large and well set." The Duchess slipped her fair arm about his neck. He was so near to her 'twas easy done, and her smile trembled into sweet tears which were half laughter. "Ah, we love him so!" she cried. "How could we think him like any other? We love him so and are so happy and so proud." And for a moment they remained silent, their cheeks pressed together, the scent of the spring flowers wafting up to them from the terrace, the church bells pealing out through the radiant air. "He was born of love," his mother whispered at last. "He will live amid love, and see only honour and nobleness." "He will grow to be a noble gentleman," said my lord Duke, "and some day he will love a noble lady, and they will be as we have been, beloved." And their faces turned towards each other, as if some law of nature drew them, and their lips met, and their child stirred softly in its first sleep. CHAPTER II of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER II He is the King. The bells pealed at intervals throughout the day in at least 5 villages over which his Grace of Osmonde was lord. At Roxholm they pealed, at Marlow Dane, at Paulin Dorlock, at Mertonhurst, at Camylott, and in each place, when night fell, bonfires were lighted and oxen roasted whole, while there were dancing and fiddling and drinking of ale on each village green. In truth, as Dame Wat had said, he had begun well, Gerald Walter John Percy Mertoun, Marquess of Roxholm, and well it seemed he would go on. He throve in such a way as was a wonder to his physicians and nurses, the first gentlemen finding themselves with no occasion for practising their skill, since he suffered from no infant ailments whatsoever, but fed and slept and grew lustier and fairer every hour. He grew so finely, perhaps because his young mother had defied ancient custom and forbidden his limbs and body to be bound, that at 3 months he was as big and strong as an infant of half a year. 'Twas plain he was built for a tall man with broad shoulders and noble head. But a few months had passed before his baby features modelled themselves into promise of marked beauty, and his brown eyes gazed back at human beings, not with infant vagueness, but with a look which had in it somewhat of question and reply. His retinue of serving women were filled with such ardent pride in him that his chief nurse had much to do to keep the peace among them, each wishing to be first with him, and being jealous of another who made him laugh and crow and stretch forth his arms that she might take him. The commandress in chief of the nurses was no ordinary female. She was the widow of a poor chaplain, her name Mistress Rebecca Halsell, and she gracefully rejoiced to have had the happiness to fall into a place of such honour and responsibility. She was of sober age, and being motherly as well as discreet, kept such faithful watch over him as few children begin life under. The figure of this good woman throughout his childhood stood out from among all others surrounding him with a singular distinctness. She seemed not like a servant, nor was she like any other in the household. As he ripened into years, he realised that in his earliest memories of her there was a recollection of a certain grave respect she had seemed to pay him, and he saw it had been not mere deference, but respect, as though he had been a man in miniature, and one to whom, despite his tender youth, dignity and reason should be qualities of nature, and therefore might be demanded from him in all things. As early as thought began to form itself clearly in him, he singled out Mistress Halsell as a person to reflect upon. When he was too young to know wherefore, he comprehended vaguely that she was of a world to which the rest of his attendants did not belong. 'Twas not that she was of greatly superior education and manners, since all those who waited upon him had been carefully chosen. 'Twas that she seemed to love him more gravely than did the others, and to mean a deeper thing when she called him "my lord Marquess." She was a pock marked woman, she having taken the disease from her late husband the chaplain, who had died of that scourge, and in her earliest bloom could have been but plainly favoured. She had a large boned frame, and but for a good and serious carriage would have seemed awkward. She had, however, the good fortune to be the possessor of a mellow voice, and to have clear grey eyes set well and deep in her head, and full of earnest meaning. "Her I shall always remember," the young Marquess often said when he had grown to be a man and was Duke, and had wife and children of his own. "I loved to sit upon her knee, and lean against her breast, and gaze up into her eyes. 'Twas my child fancy that there was deep within them something like a star, and when I gazed at it I felt a kind of loving awe such as grew within me when I lay and looked up at a star in the sky." His mother's eyes were of so dark a violet that 'twas his fancy of them that they looked like the velvet of a purple pansy. Her complexion was of roses and lilies, and had in truth by nature that sweet bloom which Sir Peter Lely was kind enough to bestow upon every beauty of King Charles's court in his brush made to live on canvas. She was indeed a lovely creature and a happy one, her life with her husband and child so contenting her that, young though she was, she cared as little for Court life as my lord Duke, who, having lived longer in its midst than she, had no taste for its intrigues and the vices which so flourished in its hotbed. Though the noblest Duke in England, and of a family whose whole history was enriched with services to the royal house, his habits and likings were not such as made noblemen favourites at the Court of Charles the Second. He was not given to loose adventure, and had not won the heart of my Lady Castlemaine, since he had made no love to her, which was not a thing to be lightly forgiven to any handsome and stalwart gentleman. Besides this, he had been so moved by the piteous case of the poor Queen during her one hopeless battle for her rights, when this termagant beauty was first thrust upon her as lady of her bedchamber, that on those cruel days during the struggle when poor Katherine had found herself sitting alone, deserted, while her husband and her courtiers gathered in laughing, worshipping groups about her triumphant rival, this one gentleman had sought by his courteous respect to support her in her humiliated desolation, though the King himself had first looked black and then had privately mocked at him. "He hath fallen in love with her," the Castlemaine had said afterwards to a derisive group. "He hath fallen deep in love with her long teeth and her Portuguese farthingale." "She needs love, poor soul, Heaven knows," the Duke returned, when this speech was repeated to him. "A poor girl taken from her own country, married to a King, and then insulted by his Court and his mistresses. Some man should remember her youth and desolateness, and not forget that another man has broke her heart, and lets his women laugh at her misfortunes. 'Twould have been a dangerous speech, perhaps, had a man of the Court of Henry the Eighth made it, even to a friend, but Charles was too lightly vicious and too fond of gay scenes to be savage. His brutality was such as was carelessly wreaked on hearts instead of heads. Hearts he polluted, made toys of, flung in the mire, or broke. Heads he left on the shoulders they belonged to. But he did not love his Grace of Osmonde, and though his rank and character were such that he could not well treat him with indignity, he did not regret that after his Grace's marriage with the Lady Rosalys de Lisle he appeared but seldom at Court. "He is a tiresome fellow, for one can find no fault with him," his Majesty said, fretfully. "Odds fish, fortune is on his side where my house is concerned. His father fought at Edgehill and Marston Moor, and they tell me he died but 2 years after Naseby of a wound he had there. Let him go and bury himself on his great estates, play the benefactor to his tenantry, listen to his chaplain's homilies, and pay stately visits to the manors of his neighbours." His Grace lived much in the country, not being fond of town, but he did not bury himself in his fair spouse. Few men lived more active lives, and found such joy in existence. He entertained at his country seats most brilliantly, since, though he went but seldom to London, he was able to offer London such pleasures and allurements that it was glad to come to him. There were those who were delighted to leave the Court itself to visit Roxholm or Camylott or some other of his domains. Men who loved hunting and out of door life found entertainment on the estates of a man who was the most splendid sportsman of his day, whose moors and forests provided the finest game and his stables the finest horses in England. Women who were beauties found that in his stately rooms they might gather courts about them. Men of letters knew that in his libraries they might delve deep into the richest minds. Those who loved art found treasures in his galleries, and wide comprehension and finished tastes in their master. And over the assemblies, banquets, and brilliant hunt balls there presided the woman with the loveliest eyes, 'twas said in England, Scotland, Ireland, or Wales, the violet eyes King Charles had been stirred by, and which had caused him a bitter scene with my Lady Castlemaine, whose eyes were neither violet nor depths of tender purity. The sweetest eyes in the world all vowed them to be, and there was no man or woman, gentle or simple, who was not rejoiced by their smiling. "In my book of pictures," said the little Marquess to his mother once, "there is an angel. She looks as you do when you come in your white robe to kiss me before you go down to dine with the ladies and gentlemen who are our guests. Your little shining crown is made of glittering stones, and hers is only gold. Angels wear only golden crowns. But you are like her, mother, only more beautiful." The child from his first years was used to the passing and repassing across his horizon of brilliant figures and interesting ones. From the big mullioned window of his nursery he could see the visitors come and go. He watched the beaux and beauties saunter in the park and pleasance, in their brocades, laces, and plumed hats. He saw the scarlet coats ride forth to hunt, and at times fine chariots roll up the avenues with great people in them come to make visits of state. His little life was full of fair pictures and fair stories of them. When the house was filled with brilliant company, he liked nothing so much as to sit on Mistress Halsell's knee, or in his chair by her side, and ask her questions about the guests he caught glimpses of as they passed to and fro. He was a child of strong imagination, and with a great liking for the romantic and poetic. He would have told to him again and again any rumour of adventure connected with those he had beheld. He was greatly pleased by the foreign ladies and gentlemen who were among the guests. He liked to hear of the Court of King Louis XIV, to have pointed out to him those visitors who were personages connected with it. He was attracted by the sound of foreign tongues, and would inquire to which country a gentleman or lady belonged, and would thrust his head out of the window when they sauntered on the terraces below, that he might hear them speak their language. As was natural, he heard much interesting gossip from his attendants when they were not aware that he was observing, they feeling secure in his extreme youth. He could not himself exactly have explained how his conception of the difference between the French and the English courts arose, but at 7 years old he in some way knew that King Louis was a finer gentleman than King Charles, that his court was more elegant, and that the beauties who ruled it were not merry orange wenches, or romping card house building maids of honour, or splendid viragos who raved and stamped and poured forth oaths as fishwives do. How did he know it, and many other things also? He knew it as children always know things their elders do not suspect them of remarking, but which, falling upon their little ears, sink deep into their tiny minds, and lying there like seeds in rich earth, put forth shoots and press upwards until they pierce through the darkness and flower and bear fruit in the light of day. He knew that a certain great Duchess of Portsmouth had been sent over from France by King Louis to gain something from King Charles, who had fallen in love with her. The meaning of falling in love he was yet vague in his understanding of, but he knew that the people hated her because they thought she played tricks and would make trouble for England if she led the King as she tried to do. The common people called her Madame Carwell, that being their pronunciation of the French name she had been born before she had been made a Duchess. He had once heard his nurses, Alison and Grace, gossiping together of a great service of gold the King had given her, and which when it had been on exhibition had made the people so angry that they had said they would like to see it melted and poured down her throat. If he must give it, they had grumbled, he had better have bestowed it upon Madame Ellen. Hearing this, my lord Marquess had left his plaything and gone to the women, where they stood enjoying their gossip and not thinking of him. He stood and looked up at Alison in his grave little way. "Who is Madame Ellen, Alison?" he inquired. "Good Lord!" the woman exclaimed, aside to her companion. "Why do the people like her better than the other?" he persisted. At this moment Mistress Halsell entered the nursery, and her keen eye saw at once that his young lordship had put some question to his attendants which they scarce knew how to answer. "What does my lord Marquess ask, Grace?" she said, and my lord Marquess turned and looked at herself. "I heard them speak of Madame Ellen," he answered. "They said something about some pretty things made of gold, and that the people were angry that they were for her Grace of Portsmouth instead of Madame Ellen. Why do they like her better?" Mistress Halsell took his hand and walked with him to their favourite seat in the big window. "It is because she is the better woman of the two, my lord," she said. "Is the other one bad, then?" he inquired. "And why does his Majesty give her things made of gold?" "To pay her," answered Mistress Rebecca, looking thoughtfully out the window. "For what?" the young Marquess asked. "For that an honest woman should not take pay for." "Then why does he love her? Is he a bad king?" his voice lowering as he said it, and his brown eyed, ruddy little face grown solemn. "A quiet woman in a place like mine cannot judge of kings," she answered, "but to be king is a grave thing." "Grave!" he cried. "I thought it was very splendid. All England belongs to him. He wears a gold crown and people kneel to kiss his hand. My father and mother kneel to him when they go to the court." "That is why it is grave," said Mistress Rebecca, "and all the people look to him for their example. Because he is their head they follow him. He can lead them to good or evil. He can help England to be honest or base. He is the King." The little fellow looked out upon the fair scene spread before him. Many thoughts he could not yet have found words for welled up within him and moved him vaguely. "He is the King," he repeated softly. "He is the King." Mistress Rebecca looked at him with tender, searching eyes. She had through her own thoughts learned how much these small creatures, sometimes dealt with so carelessly, felt when they were too young for phrases, and how much, also, they remembered their whole lives through. "He is the King," she said, "and a King must think of his people. A Duke, too, must think of his, as his Grace, your father, thinks, never dealing lightly with his great name or his great house, or those of whom he is governor." The boy climbed upon her knee and sat there, leaning against her as he loved to do. His eyes rested on the far edge of the farthest purple moor, behind which the sun seemed to be slipping away into some other world he knew not of. The little clouds floating in the high blue sky were rosy where they were not golden. A flock of rooks was flying slowly homeward over the tree tops, cawing lazily as they came. A great and beautiful stillness seemed to rest on all the earth, and his little mind was full of strange ponderings, leading him through labyrinths of dreams he would remember and comprehend the deep meaning of only when he was a man. Somehow all his thoughts were trooping around about a rich and brilliant figure which was a sort of image standing to him for the personality of his most sacred Majesty King Charles II., the King who was not quite a king, though all England looked to him, and he should lead it to good or evil. CHAPter 3 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. CHAPTER 3 Sir Jeoffry Wildairs. It was not common in those days for young gentlemen of quality to love their books too dearly; in truth, men of all ranks and ages were given rather to leaving learning and the effort to acquire it to those who depended upon professions to gain their bread for them. Men of rank and fortune had too many amusements which required no aid from books, which, indeed, were not greatly the fashion. For country gentlemen there was hunting, coursing, cockfights, the exhilarating watching of cudgelling bouts between yokels, besides visiting and much eating and drinking and smoking of tobacco, while jovial, and sometimes not too fastidious, stories were told. When a man went up to town he had other pleasures to fill his time, and whether he was a country gentleman making his yearly visit or a fashionable rake and beau, his entertainment was not usually derived from books, a man who spent much time with them being indeed generally regarded as a milksop. But from the time when he lay stretched upon his nursery floor and gazed at pictures and lettering he had not learned to read, the little Marquis had a fondness for books. He learned to read early, and once having learned, was never so full of pleasure as when he had a volume to pore over. At first he revelled in stories of magicians, giants, afrits, and gnomes, but as soon as his tutors took him in hand, he wakened every day to some new interest. Languages ancient and modern he learned with great rapidity, having a special fondness for them, and at 13 could speak French, High Dutch, and Italian excellently well for his years, besides having a scholarly knowledge of Latin and Greek. His tutor, Mr. Fox, an elderly scholar of honourable birth and many attainments, was as proud of his talents and advancement as his female attendants had been of his strength and beauty in his infancy. This gentleman, whose income had been reduced by misfortune, who had lost his wife and children tragically by one illness, and who had come to undertake his pupil an almost broken hearted man, found in the promise of this young mind a solace he had never hoped to know again. "I have taught young gentlemen before," he remarked privately to Mistress Halsell, "one at least with royal blood in his veins, though he was not called Prince. But my lord Marquess has a fire I have seen in no other. To set him to work upon a new branch of study is like setting a flame to brushwood. 'Tis as though he burned his way to that he would reach. The same fire expressed itself in all he did. He was passionately fond of all boyish sports, and there was no bodily feat he undertook which he did not finally perform better than others of his age performed it. He could leap, run, fence, shoot at a mark. There was no horse he could not ride, and at 10 he stood as tall as a boy of 14, and was stalwart and graceful into the bargain. Of his beauty there could be no question, it being of an order which marked him in any assembly. 'Twas not only that his features were of so fine a moulding that his thick hair curled about his brow in splendid rings, and that he had a large deep eye, tawny brown and fearless as a young lion's, but there was in the carriage of his head, the bearing of his body, the very movement of his limbs, a thing which stamped him. In truth, it was as if Nature, in a lavish mood and having leisure, had built a human creature of her best and launched him furnished forth with her fairest fortunes that she might behold what he would do. The first time he was taken by his parents to London, there was a day upon which, while walking in the garden of Hampton Court, accompanied by his governor, he found himself stopped by a splendid haughty lady whom Mr. Fox saluted with some fearfulness when she addressed him. She asked the boy's name, and in putting her hand on his shoulder, so held him that she might look at him well. "The little Roxholm," she said. "Yes, his mother was the beauty who " 'Twas as if she checked her speech. She made a quick, imperious movement with her head, and added, "He is all rumour said of him," and she turned away with such abruptness that the child asked himself how he had vexed her, and wondered also at her manners, he being used only to grace and courtesy. They were near the end of the terrace which looked upon the river Thames, and she went with her companion and leaned upon the stone balustrades, looking out upon the water with fierce eyes. "The woman who could give him a son like that," she said, "could hold him against all others and demand what she chose. Squat Catherine herself could do it." Little Roxholm heard her. "She is a very handsome lady," he said innocently, "though she has a strange way. Is she of the Court, and do you know her name?" "'Tis her Grace the Duchess of Cleveland," answered Mr. Fox gravely, as they walked away. He was 7 years old at this time, and 'twas during this visit to town that he heard a conversation which made a great impression upon him, opening up as it did new vistas of childish thinking. Having known but one phase of existence, he was not aware that he had lived the life of a young prince in a fairy tale, and that there were other children whose surroundings were as gloomy as his were fair and bright. He was one day comfortably ensconced in the deep embrasure of a window, a book upon his knee, when Mistress Halsell and one of the upper servants came into the room upon which his study opened, and presently his ear was attracted by a thing they were speaking of with some feeling. "As sweetly pretty a young lady as ever one beheld," he heard.
Never saw I a fairer skin or eyes more hyacinth blue, and her hair trailing to the ground like a mantle, and as soft and fine as silk." 'Twas this which made him stop in his reading, the description seeming so like that of a beauty in a story of chivalry in which knights fought for such loveliness. "And now," the voice went on, "after but a few years of marriage all her beauty lost so that none would know her, 4 poor, weak girl infants she hath given birth to, and her husband, Sir Jeoffry, in a fury at the coming of each, raging that it is not an heir. Before the first came he had begun to slight her, and when 'twas born a girl, he well nigh broke her heart. He is a great, bold, handsome man, and she, poor little lady, hopeless in her worship of him. And the next year there was another girl, and each year since, and Sir Jeoffry spends his time in riot and drinking and ill living, and she fades away in her wing of the house, scarce ever seen. Poor, uncared for thing, 'twould be happier if God took her, and her children too," said Mistress Halsell. "3 have been taken," replied her companion, in a low voice. "Neither she nor they have strength. And ah, to see her in these days, her pretty face grown thin and haggard, the blue of her eyes drenched out with weeping. 'Tis told he once said to her, 'When a woman grows thin and yellow, her husband will go in search of better looks, and none has right to blame him.' 'Twas on a day when she had dressed herself in her best to please him, but a few weeks after her third infant came into the world. And so weak was she, poor lady, and so hurt in spirit, that she gave a little sob and swooned." The young Marquess read his book no more. He drew down his handsome childish brow and stared straight before him through the window. He was a boy with a fiery spirit, despite his general amiability of demeanour, and, had he lived among tormentors and tyrants, and been ill treated, would have had an ungovernable temper. The thing he had heard filled him with a kind of rage against this big, handsome man, who treated his lady cruelly and hated her infants. 'Twas all brutal and wicked and unfair, as if one should heartlessly beat a little dog that loved one. The picture brought before him was hideous and made him grow hot. His spirit had never been tamed. He had the blood of fighting men in his veins, and he had read innumerable stories of chivalry. He wished he were big enough to go forth in search of such men as this Sir Jeoffry, and strike them to the earth with his sword. On such evenings as their Graces did not entertain, he was taken by his governor to spend an hour with his father and mother in the drawing room where they sat, and on this evening, when he went to them, each of them observed that he spoke less than usual, and seemed in a new mood. He had always been filled with a passionate adoration of his mother, and was much given to following her with his eyes, but this night his gaze was fixed upon her in such earnest scrutiny that at last her Grace asked him laughingly what he saw in her looks more than ordinary. He had kept very close to her, and had held her hand, and kissed it more than once since he had been in the room. He lifted it to his lips again now, and pressed an impassioned kiss upon its fairness. "You were never treated cruelly," he said. "No one would ever dare to speak so to you that you would sob and swoon. If any dared," and his little hand involuntarily went to his side with a fierce childish gesture which made my lord Duke laugh delightedly. "'Tis in his blood to draw," he said. "Bravo, Roxholm, bravo!" His mother looked at his beautiful little face, and, seeing a thing in his eyes which women who are mothers detect in the eyes of their offspring when others observe little, put a hand on each of his shoulders and went upon one knee so that she could be on a level with his face and see deeper. "What?" she said, with a tender, comprehending warmth. "You have been hearing of some poor lady who is hardly treated, and you cannot endure to think of it, because you are a man, even though you are but 7 years old." And she bent forward and kissed him with a lovely passion, and her violet eyes bedewed. "Yes, love," she said, "you are a man. All Osmondes are when they are born, I think. Indeed, John," with the sweetest laughing look at her lord, who stood worshipping her from his place at the opposite side of the hearth, "I am sure that when you were 7 years old, if you had had a little sword, you would have drawn it to defend a woman against a giant, though he had been big enough to have eaten you at one mouthful. And Gerald is like you," proudly. "Gerald is a man, too." "'Tis not fair," cried little Roxholm passionately. "'Tis not fair that a big gentleman should be so harsh to a poor lady who loves him, that he should make her cry till the blue goes from her eyes and she is beautiful no longer, and that he should hate her infants because they are not boys. And when she tried to please him he made her sob and swoon away. He should be killed for it. He should be killed." His father and mother glanced at each other. "Surely," her Grace said, "he must have heard of the wicked Gloucestershire baronet my Lord Dunstanwolde told us stories of, Sir Jeoffry." "Ay, his name was Sir Jeoffry," cried Roxholm eagerly. "Sir Jeoffry it was they said." "Yes," said my lord Duke, "Sir Jeoffry Wildairs, and a rank, heartless brute he is, to be the father of helpless girl children." CHAPTер
4 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 4 God have mercy on its evil fortunes. In the constantly changing panorama which passes before the mind of a child, it is certain no picture dawns and fades without leaving some trace behind. The exact images may not be recorded, but the effect produced by their passing and become part of the palimpsest of life and character. The panorama which passed before the mental vision of the boy Marquis during the years of his early youth was not only brilliant but full of great changes, being indeed such a panorama as could not fail to produce strong and formative impressions upon a growing mind. The doings of Charles Stuart's dissolute and brilliant court he began life hearing stories of. Before he had reached 10 years of age, King Charles had died and James II. Was ruler of England. In 3 years more his Majesty had been deserted by all and had fled to the protection of Louis of France, leaving his crown behind him to be offered to and accepted by William of Orange and Mary, his well beloved wife. But 4 years later Queen Mary had died of smallpox and left her husband overwhelmed with grief, crying that he had been made the happiest of men and was now the most miserable. Kings are not made and deposed, crowned and buried and mourned, without pomps, ceremonials, and the occurring of events which must move even the common mind to observation and reflection. This young mind was of no common mould, it having come into the world active and by nature ready to receive impressions, and from its earliest consciousness had been watched and cultured in such manner as must have enriched even the poorest understanding. As children of ordinary rank are familiar with games, and hear of simple everyday events that happen to their neighbours, this heir to a dukedom was familiar with the game of courts and rulers, and heard daily discussion of kings and great statesmen, of their rights and wrongs, their triumphs and failures. The changing events made such discussion inevitable, and the boy, being through their wise affection treated almost as the companion of his parents, heard much important conversation which filled him with deep interest and led him into grave thinking which greatly developed his powers of mind. Among the many memories which remained with him throughout his life, and which in his later years he realised, had left a singularly definite image upon his mind, was this small incident of his first hearing of the Gloucestershire baronet whose lady had wept the blue from her eyes in her wretchedness under his brutal neglect and cruelty. The impression doubtless owed much of its vividness to the fact that 'twas made so early as to be the first realising of the existence of a world where misery dealt as a common thing, where men were coarse and cruel, where women were tyrannised over and treated roughly, and where children were unloved and neglected. Into this world he had previously obtained no glimpse, but once having realised its existence, he could not easily forget it. Often as time passed he found himself haunted by thoughts of the poor injured lady and her children, and being a creature of strong imagination, there would rise before him mental pictures of what a household might be whose master was a coarse rioter before whom his wife and children cowered in fear. So it happened in his conversing with Mistress Halsell, he broached the subject of the Gloucestershire baronet, and the good woman, seeing that his speech did not arise from idle curiosity, told him what she knew of this most unhappy family. 'Twas an old family and a good one in the matter of lineage, but through the debaucheries of the last baronets its estates had become impoverished, and its reputation of an ill savour. It had ever been known as a family noted for the great physical strength and beauty of its men and women. For centuries the men of the house of Wildairs had been the biggest and the handsomest in England. They had massive frames, black eyes, thick hair and beards, and feared neither man nor devil, but openly defied both. They were men who lived wildly, ate and drank hugely, pursued women, were great at all deeds of prowess, and bursting with rough health and lawless high spirits. 'Twas a saying of their house that "a Wildairs who could not kill an ox with a blow and eat half of him when he was roasted, was a poor wight indeed." The present baronet, Sir Jeoffry, was of somewhat worse reputation than any Sir Jeoffry before him. He lived a wild life in the country, rarely going up to town, as he was not fond of town manners and town customs, but liked better hunting, coursing, cockfighting, bull baiting, and engaging in intrigues with dairymaids and the poppy cheeked daughters of his cottagers. He had married a sweet creature of 15, whom after their brief honeymoon he had neglected as such men neglect a woman, leaving her to break her heart and lose her bloom and beauty in her helpless mourning for his past passion for her. He was at drawn swords with his next of kin, who despised him and his evil, rough living, and he had set his mind upon leaving sons enough to make sure his title should be borne only by his own offspring. He being of this mind, 'twas not to be wondered at that he had no welcome for the daughters who should have pleased him by being sons. When the first was born he flouted its mother bitterly, the poor young lady, who was but 16 and a delicate creature, falling into a fit of illness through her grief and disappointment. The coming of the second threw him into a rage, the third into a fury, and the birth of a fourth being announced, he stormed like a madman, would not look at it, and went upon a debauch so protracted and disgraceful as to be the scandal of the county and the subject of gossip for many a day. From that hour the innocent Lady Wildairs did not raise her head. Her family had rejected her on account of her marriage with a rake so unfashionable and of reputation so coarse. Wildairs Hall, ill kept and going to ruin through the wasteful living of its spendthrift master, was no place for such guests as were ladies and gentlemen. The only visitors who frequented it were a dozen or so chosen spirits who shared Sir Jeoffry's tastes, hunted, drank, gambled with him, and were as loose livers as himself. My Lady Wildairs grown thin, yellow, and haggard, shrank into her own poor corner of the big house, a bare west wing, where she bore her children in lonely suffering, and saw them die, one after another, two only having the strength to survive. She was her lord's hopeless slave, and at the same time the mere knowledge of her existence was an irritation to him, she being indeed regarded by him as a sultan might regard the least fortunate of his harem. "Damn her!" he cried once to one of his cronies, a certain Lord Eldershaw. "In these days I hate the sight of her, with her skinny throat and face. What's a woman for, after she looks like that? If she were not hanging about my neck I could marry some fine strapping girl who would give me an heir before a year was out." If young Roxholm did not hear this special anecdote, he heard others from various sources, which were productive in him of many puzzled and somewhat anxious thoughts. Why was it, he pondered, that women who had not the happy fortune of his mother seemed at so cruel a disadvantage, that men who were big and handsome, having won them, grew tired of them and cast them aside, with no care for their loneliness and pain? Why had God so made them that they seemed as helpless as poor driven sheep? 'Twas not fair it should be so. He could not feel it honest, though he was beset by grave fears at his own contumacy, since he had been taught that God ordained all things. Had He ordained this, that men should be tyrants and base and cruel, and that women should be feeble victims who had but the power to moan and die and be forgotten? There was my Lord Peterborough, who had fought against Algerine pirates, and at 19 crowned his young brow with glory in action at Tripoli. To the boyish mind he was a figure so brilliant and gallant and to be adored that it seemed impossible to allow that his shining could be tarnished by a fault. Yet 'twas but a year after his marriage with the fair daughter of Fraser of Mearns that he had wearied of his love and gaily sailed for the Algerine coast again. Whether the young Countess had bewailed her lot or not, Roxholm had not chanced to hear, but having had for husband a young gentleman so dazzling and full of fascination, how could she have found herself deserted and feel no heartache and shed no tears? My lord could sail away and fight corsairs, but her poor ladyship must remain behind and do battle only with her heart, gaining no laurels thereby. The sentiment of the times was not one which rated women high or was fraught with consideration for female weakness. Charles Stuart taught men how women should be regarded, and the beauties of his court had aided him in such manner as deepened the impression he had produced. A beauty had her few years of triumph in which she was pursued, intrigued with, worshipped, flattered, had madrigals sung in her honour. Those years over, no one cared to hear of the remainder of her life. If there were dregs left in her cup, she drank them alone. A woman who had no beauty was often a mere drudging or child bearing wife, scapegoat for ill humour and morning headaches, victim, slave, or unnoticed appendage. This the whilom toast Lady Wildairs had become, and there were many like her. The Earl of Dunstanwolde, who was the nobleman who had spoken to the Duke and Duchess of the Gloucestershire baronet, was a distant kinsman and a somewhat frequent visitor both at their Graces' country estates and at their town establishment, Osmonde House. His own estate was near Gloucestershire, and he knew the stories of Wildairs Hall, as did so many others. This gentleman was somewhat past middle age, and was the owner of such qualities of mind and heart as had won for him the friendship of all thinking persons who knew him. A man of kindly refinement and dignity, familiar with arts and letters, and generous in his actions both to his equals and his inferiors. He was of ancient blood, and had large estates in the country and a great house in town. But notwithstanding the honourableness of his position and the ease of his circumstances, he was not a happy gentleman, having made a love match in his youth and lost his passionately worshipped consort at the birth of her first child, who had lived but 2 hours. He had been so happy in his union that, being of a constant nature, he could not console himself for his bereavement, and had remained a widower, content that his estates and titles should pass to a distant cousin who was the next heir. He was a sad faced gentleman, with delicately cut features, and eyes which looked as if they had beheld sorrow, there being deep lines about them, and also about his mouth. This nobleman had for Roxholm a great attraction. His voice, his bearing, and his gentle gravity all seemed to convey a thing which reached the boy's heart. On his own part the childless man had from the first felt for this little kinsman a pathetic affection. Had fate been kind instead of cruel, the son of his own Alice might have so bloomed and grown stalwart and fair. He liked to talk with the child even when he was but a few years old, and as time passed and he shot up into a handsome tall lad, their friendship became a singularly close one. When my lord was at Camylott the country people became accustomed to seeing the two ride through the lanes together. The gamekeepers in the park were familiar with the sight of the elder gentleman and the young Marquess walking side by side down unfrequented woodland paths, engaged in earnest conversation, his lordship's hand oftenest resting on the young shoulder as they went. There was a subject of which these two talked often, and with great interest, it being one for which Roxholm always had felt a love, since the days when he had walked through the picture gallery with his nurse, looking up with a childish delight at the ladies and gentlemen in the family portraits, asking to be told stories of their doings, and requiring that it be explained to him why they wore costumes which seemed strange to him. Mistress Halsell had been able to tell him many stories of them, and also had his father and mother and Mr. Fox, his governor, and these stories had so pleased him that he had pondered upon them until their heroes and heroines seemed his familiar friends, and made of as firm flesh and real blood as the ladies and gentlemen who were his kinswomen and kinsmen to day. It had always been his pleasure to remember that the stories to be told of them were such fine ones. There were crusaders among them who had done splendid deeds. There were men who had fought by the side of their king in battle, and there were those who had done high service for him with brain and spoken word when his power stood in danger of being overthrown. To the boy there seemed indeed to have been no battle either of church or state, or with enemies in open field in which Mertons had not fought. Long before the Conquest, Normandy had known their high-strung spirit and fiery valour. At Senlac, Gilbert de Merton had stood near William of Normandy when he gave his command to his archers that they should shoot into the air, whereby an arrow sought English Harold for its mark, and pierced him through eye and brain, leaving him slain and William conqueror. The same Gilbert William had loved for his fierce bravery and his splendid aim in their hunting the high deer, of whom 'twas said the monarch loved them as if he had been their father, and when the Domesday Book was made, rich lands were given to him that, as the King said, there should be somewhat worthy of his holding to be recorded therein. It had been a Gilbert de Merton who rode with Rufus when he would cross to Normandy to put down insurrection there. These two were alike in their spirit, therefore little Roxholm had ever worshipped both, and when they reached the seashore in a raging storm, and the sailors from fear refused to put forth, and Rufus cried, "Heard ye ever of a king who was drowned?" 'twas Gilbert who sprang forward, swearing he would set sail himself if others would not, and so stirred the cowards with his fierce passionate courage that they obeyed the orders given them and crossed the raging sea's arm in the tempest, Gilbert standing in their midst spurring them with shouts, while the wind so raged that only a man of giant strength could have stood upright, and his voice could scarce be heard above its fury. And 'twas he who was at the front when the insurgents were overpowered. Of this one, of whom 'twas handed down that he was of huge build, and had beard and hair as flaming as Rufus' own, there were legends which made him the idol of Roxholm's heart in his childhood. Again and again it had been his custom to demand that they should be repeated to him, the stories of the stags he had pierced to the heart in one day's hunting in the New Forest, the story of how he was held in worship by his villeins, and of his mercifulness to them in days when nobles had the power of life and death, and to do any cruelty to those in servitude to them. In Edward the Third's time, when the Black Death swept England, there had lived another Gilbert who, having for consort a lovely noble lady, they two had hand in hand devoted themselves to battling the pestilence among their serfs and retainers, and with the aid of a brother of great learning, the first Gerald of the house, had sought out and discovered such remedies as saved scores of lives and modified the sufferings of all. At the end of their labours, when the violence of the plague was assuaged, the lovely Lady Aloys had died of the fatigue she had borne, and her husband had devoted himself to a life of merciful deeds, the history of which was a wondrous thing for an impassioned and romance loving boy to pore over. Upon the romances of these lives the imagination of the infant Roxholm had nourished itself, and the boy Roxholm, being so fed, had builded his young life and its ideals upon them. It was of these ancestors of his house and of their high deeds he found pleasure and profit in talking to his kinsman and friend, and 'twas an incident which took place during one of my Lord Dunstanwolde's visits to Camylott which led to this manner of converse. Roxholm was but 11 years old when, in taking a barred gate on a new horse, the animal leapt imperfectly and, falling upon his rider, broke a leg and 2 ribs for him. The injuries were such as all knew must give the boy sharp anguish of body, when he was placed upon a hurdle and carried home. His father galloped to the Tower to break the news to her Grace and prepare her for his coming. My Lord Dunstanwolde walked by the hurdle's side, and as he did so, watching the boy closely, he was touched to see that though his beautiful young face was white as death, and he lay with closed eyes, he uttered no sound, and his lips wore a brave smile. "Is your pain great, Roxholm?" my lord asked with tender sympathy. Roxholm opened his eyes, and still smiling, blushed faintly. "I think of John Cuthbert de Mertoun," he said in a low voice. "It aids me to hold the torment at bay." He spoke the words with some shyness, as if feeling that one older than himself might smile at the romantic wildness of his fancy. But this my Lord Dunstanwolde did not, understanding him full well, and laying a hand on his, pressed it with warm affection. The story of John Cuthbert was, that a hound suddenly going mad one day while he hunted deep in the forest, it had attacked a poor follower and would have torn his throat had his lord not come to his rescue, pulling the beast from him and drawing its fury upon himself, whereby, in his battle with it, he was horribly bitten, and when the animal lay dead upon the sward, he drew his hunting knife and cut out the mangled flesh with his own hand, and winced not nor swooned, as the chronicle recorded, with open joy in him. 'Twas while Roxholm lay in bed recovering of his injuries that his kinsman referred to this again, asking him what thoughts he had had of this hero, and wherein he had felt them an aid, and the boy's answers and the talks which followed them had been the beginning of many such conversations, his lordship finding the young mind full of vigour and fine imagination. Often, as they conversed in after times, the older man was moved by the courageous fancies and strong, high ideals he found himself confronting. 'Twas all so brave and beautiful, and there was such tragedy in the thought that life might hold clouds to dull the gold of it. 'Tis but human that those of maturer years who have known sorrow should be reminded of it by the very faith and joyfulness of the youth. One of the fine features of the Tower of Camylott was its long gallery, which was of such length and breadth and so finely panelled as to be renowned through all the land. At each end the broad windows looked out upon noble stretches of varying hill and tall and venerable forest, and in wet weather, when the house was full, the ladies and gentlemen would promenade there, chatting or sometimes playing games to amuse themselves. In such weather my Lord Dunstanwolde and his young kinsman sometimes paced whole mornings away together, and 'twas on such an occasion that there first entered into Roxholm's life that which later filled and ruled it, and was its very self. But at this time he was scarcely 14, and 'twas but the first strange chapter of a story he heard, in no way dreaming that 'twas one of which his own deepest pain and highest raptures would be part. Often, as the years passed, my Lord Dunstanwolde looked back upon this December day and remembered how, as they walked to and fro, he had marked for the 100th time how beautiful and picturesque a figure the boy made in his suit of rich coloured brocade, his curling warm brown hair falling on his shoulders in thick natural curls such as no perruquier could imitate, the bloom of health and outdoor life upon his cheek, his handsome, well opened eye sparkling or melting in kindly warmth as he conversed. He was a tall, straight limbed lad, and had by this time attained such height and so bore himself that there were but few inches between his noble kinsman and himself, though the years between them were so many, and my Lord Dunstanwolde was of no mean stature. Outside a heavy rain fell, deluging the earth and drenching such grass as the winter had left, covering with its faded tussocks the sweep of the parklands. The sky was heavy with leaden clouds from which the water fell in sweeping dashes. Having walked for some time, the two stopped before the wide bay window at the east end of the long gallery, and watched the deluge for a space, marking how the drops splashed down the terrace, how the birds flew before it, and how the deer huddled together under the stripped trees as if glad of the small shelter their trunks and bare branches could afford. "Such a day brings back to a man the gloomiest things he knows," said Lord Dunstanwolde after a few moments' silent gazing upon the scene. "I no sooner paused here to look forth at the greyness than there came back to me a hard tale I heard before I left Gloucestershire. 'Twas another tale of the Wildairs, Gerald." "Of Sir Jeoffry?" said Roxholm with interest. It had happened that some time before Lord Dunstanwolde had heard of the impression made upon him by the story of the poor lady and her brutal lord and master. More than once they had spoken together of Wildairs Hall, and those who rioted and those who suffered in it, and Roxholm had learned that, year by year, the Gloucestershire baronet's living had grown wilder and more dissolute, until his mad follies had cut him off from the companionship of all reputable persons, and he spent his days in brutal sports, drink, and rough entertainment with a dozen men as little respected as himself. His money he had squandered and gambled away at dice. His estate fell to greater ruin every year, and no heir had come to him, his poor helpmeet having at length given him 8 daughters, but 2 of whom had lived. His rage at this had increased even beyond its first fury, as he realised that each new blunder of her ladyship was a new jest for the county. So it was that the boy turned towards his kinsman with interest, for in some manner the mishaps of this wretched family always moved him. "Of Sir Jeoffry?" he said. "Of Sir Jeoffry," my Lord Dunstanwolde answered, "but not so much of himself as of his poor lady. At last she is dead." "Dead!" exclaimed Roxholm. "Dead!" and his voice fell, and he stood a moment and watched the driving rain, full of strange thoughts. "'Tis happier for her, surely," he said. "One cannot feel sorrow for her. How did she die, my lord?" "As woefully and as neglected as she lived," his lordship answered. "She had given birth to another female infant, and 'twas plain the poor thing knew her last hour had come. She was alone with the one ignorant woman who was all she had to aid her in her hour of trial. The night before Sir Jeoffry had held a drinking bout with a party of his boon companions, and in the morning, when they were gathered noisily in the courtyard to go forth hunting, the old woman appeared in their midst to acquaint her master of the infant's birth and to bring a message from her mistress, who begged her lord to come to her before he rode forth, saying that she felt strangely ill and wished greatly to see him." His lordship paused a moment, and a shadow passed swiftly across his countenance, brought there by a sad memory. Young Roxholm turned towards him and waited with a speaking look for his next words. "Then, my lord?" he broke forth inquiringly. Lord Dunstanwolde passed a hand over his forehead. "He would not go," he answered. "He would not go. He sent a ribald message to the poor soul, cursing the child she had brought into the world, and then he rode away. The servants say that the old woman had left her mistress alone in her chamber and came down to eat and drink. When she went back to her charge the fire had gone out, the room was cold as the grave, and the poor lady lay stone dead, her head fallen upon her wailing infant's body in such manner that, had not the child been stronger than most new born things, and fought for its life, it would have been smothered in its first hour." The boy Marquess turned suddenly away and took several hurried steps up the long gallery. When he returned his forehead was flushed, his eyes sparkled with an inward fire, and his breath came quickly, but he found no words to utter. "Once," said Lord Dunstanwolde slowly, "I saw a tender creature die after her travail, but she was beloved to worship, and our hearts stood still in our bosoms as we waited. Mine has truly never seemed to beat since then. Her child, who might, perchance, have aided me to live again, and who would have been my hope and joy and pride, died with her. This poor thing, unwanted, hated, and cast aside to live or die, as if it were the young of some wild creature of the woods. This one, they say, has the strength of 10 and will survive. God have mercy on its evil fortunes." Roxholm stood with folded arms, gazing straight before him again into the driving rain. His brow was knit, and he was biting his boyish red lip. "Is there mercy?" he said in a low voice at length. "Is there justice, since a human thing can be so cast into the world and left alone?" Lord Dunstanwolde put his hand upon his shoulder. "All of us ask," he said. "None of us knows." CHAPTER 5. Of His Grace of Osmonde, by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 5. My Lord Marquess plunges into the Thames. A rich young nobleman at the University of Oxford, who, having all the resources of wealth and rank at his disposal, chose in these times to devote himself to scholarly pursuits, made in the minds of his fellow collegians a singular and eccentric figure. but that one, more splendidly endowed by fortune than any other, should so comport himself, and yet no man find it possible to deride or make coarse jokes on him, was indeed unheard of. Yet when the young heir of the house of Osmonde entered the University, this was the position he held and which none disputed. There were gay young rakes and ardent young toadies who, hearing of his coming among them, fell into anticipation, the first of more splendid frolics, the second of richer harvests; and though each party was disappointed in its expectation, neither found opportunity to display its chagrin according to the customary methods. It is indeed a strange thing how a man's physical body may be his fortress or his enemy. All the world has at times beheld those whom an insignificant figure and an ill modelled face handicapped with a severity cruel to the utmost. A great man but 5 feet high, and awkward of bearing, has always added to his efforts at accomplishing great deeds the weight of an obstacle which he must first remove from about his neck, the obstacle his own poor exterior creates. An eloquent man whose voice is cracked and harsh by nature must be fire itself before he can burn away the barrier between himself and his hearers. A prophet with an ignobly featured countenance and a small vague eye must needs be a god of wisdom to persuade his disciples that high nobleness can dwell in a temple so mean and poor. The physical body of the young Marquess of Roxholm was a fortress well nigh impregnable. 'Tis not well to take liberties with a creature who takes none himself, and can strike a blow which would fell an ox, if need be. Besides this, there was in this young man's look and temper a something which, while it forbade idle familiarities, won to itself the pleasurable admiration and affection of all beholders. His eye was full of fire and meaning, of laughter and friendliness. His mouth curved into the finest sweet smile in the world, also it could curl into a look of scorn which could scathe as finely. He had a keen wit, and could be ironic and biting when he chose, but 'twas not his habit to use his power malevolently. Even those who envied his great fortune, and whose spite would have maligned him had he been of different nature, were in a measure restrained from their bitterness by a certain powerful composure which all felt who looked on him and heard him speak. 'Twas this composure and commandingness of bearing which were more marked in him than all else. 'Twas not mere coolness, but a great power over himself and all his weaknesses, which years of self study had begotten him, the truth being indeed that he himself had earlier realised in a measure a thing one of the gravest instructors at the University had once said: "Were all the strength of his great body and his fervid mind, all the power of his wealth and rank, all the influence of his beauty and passion turned to evil and dishonourable courses instead of to more noble things, good God! what a devil he might be, devil enough to ruin half England. What weak woman could resist him? What vicious man help following where he led? 'Tis not so easy for a man who will be Duke one day to keep straight courses," Roxholm had once said to Mr. Fox, "as 'tis for a man who must live a narrower life and work for his daily bread. And a man who is 6 feet 3 in height has 6 feet and 3 inches of evil to do battle with, if he has not 6 feet 3 of strength and honesty to fight for him. 'Tis Gerald Mertoun I may live in dread of, if Gerald Mertoun is not my help and stay." This he said half laughing, half sober, after his first visit to the French Court, which he made with his parents, and saw many strange though brilliant things, giving him cause for reflection. Tender as his years were at the time, he was so big and finely built a fellow for his age, and so beautiful to look upon, that there were ladies who even tried their bright eyes upon him as if he had been a man instead of a youth, and he encountered many youngsters of his years who had already done much more than dally on the brink of life, some indeed having plunged deep into waters not over clean. Some of these last regarded him at least as one who neglected his opportunities, but his great laugh at their callow jests and their advice to him was so frank and indifferent a thing that they found it singularly baffling. 'Twas indeed as if a man of ripe years and wisdom had laughed at them with good nature, because he knew that they could not understand the thing experience had taught him. "Why should I be pleased because a beauty older than my mother laughs and teases me?" he said. "I am but a boy, and she knows it full well, and would only play with me to see if I am a fool who can be made a toy. I am too big," stretching his great arms, "to sit at ladies' feet and have my curls stroked as if I were a lap dog. A fellow such as I should be exercising his body and putting somewhat in his brain. Why should I overdrink and overfeed myself, and give my strength to follies? 'Tis not my taste. On my life, I would rather get up at daybreak with a clean tongue and a clear head, and go out to leap and ride and fence and toss the bar with well strung muscles. Some day I shall meet a beauty whom I would be ready for." And he laughed his big, musical, boyish laugh again, and his tawny eye sparkled. At the University there were temptations enough to lead youth to folly, even when it was not such youth as his, and therefore a shining mark. The seed Charles Stuart had sown had flourished and grown rank and strong, so that the great seat of learning was rich with dissolute young fools and madcaps and their hangers on. But even the most foolish swaggerer of them could not call milksop a man who could outstride, outleap, outfence, outhunt him, who could drive the four horses of his coach to London and back at such a pace and in such a manner as made purple faced old stage coach drivers shake their heads with glee, and who, in a wrestling match, could break a man's back at a throw if he chose to be unmerciful. Besides this, he was popular for a score of reasons, being no sanctimonious preacher of his doctrines, but as joyous a liver as any among them, and as open handed and high of spirit. "'Tis not for me to say how other men should live," was his simple and straightforward creed. "I live as I like best and find best pays me. 'Tis for others to seek out and follow what best pays themselves." Many a story was told of him which his fellows liked, youth always being elated by any deed of prowess and daring in youth. One of these stories, which was indeed no great one, but picturesque and pretty, took their fancy greatly, and was much related and laughed gaily over, and indeed beloved. He was a strong and wondrous swimmer, having learned the art in his childhood on the sea coast, being taught by his Grace his father. When at Oxford it was his custom to rise before the rest of the world, and in any weather or season plunge into the river and swim and dive and play in the water like a young river god. He had chosen a favourite swimming spot, and would undress under cover of the trees and then dash out to his pastime, and it so chanced that going there one hot afternoon he fell upon an adventure. A party of jolly personages of the middle class, who had come up from town on pleasure and rollicking interest, were taking a jaunt upon the river in a wherry. 'Twas a wedding party, and both males and females, having dined at a tavern, were well filled with ale and in the mood for disporting themselves. The groom and his men friends, being in frolicsome humour, and knowing nothing whatever of oarsmanship, were playing great pranks to make the women scream at their daring. The bride, a pretty young thing in cherry ribbons, clung to the boat's side in amaze at the heroic swagger of her new lord, but her cheeks, which had matched her ribbons, grew paler at each rock and dip of the boat, and her fear forced little shrieks from her. Her companions shrieked too, but laughingly and in such manner as but spurred the men to greater follies. The sport was at its highest and noisiest when they neared the spot all Oxford knew by this time by the name of my Lord Marquess' diving hole. At this point the river was broad and deep, and not far below it the water washed over a weir near which was a post bearing a board marked "Danger." To those who knew the waters and had some skill with their oars there was no peril, but to a crew of drink filled junketers it was an ill omened place. The wedding party was too wild and young and rollicking to observe the sign board. The men rocked the boat, shouted and sang; the women squealed and laughed and shouted with them. The little bride burst forth weeping, shrieking wildly the next moment as the wherry was overset, and the whole party struggled in the water, the hat with its cherry ribbons floating on the top. Some distance above there were people walking. Shrieks filled the air and roused all within sight to running and shouting. Poor gasping, choking, deadly faced heads bobbed up for a moment on the river's surface and went under struggling. "Help! Help!" shouted the running people. "God save them all! Good Lord! Good Lord!" And in the midst of it out sprung from among the trees and bushes the great white body of a man who dashed into the stream and swam like a dolphin. If he had been clothed the drowning creatures would have had somewhat to drag upon. If he had not been as strong as a giant and cool enough to control them, the poor strangling fools would have so hampered him in their frenzy that they might have dragged him under water with them. But there was a power in him and a freedom from all sense of peril which dominated them all. "Keep your senses and you are safe," he shouted, swimming and pushing the overturned boat within reach of the men who struggled together. His voice rang like a clarion, and held in it such encouragement that the poor little bride, who came up gasping near him at that moment, almost took him for a god as he shot to her rescue. "Your hand on my shoulder! Be brave, my girl, be brave!" he cried out with such good cheer as would have put heart in any woman, and aided her to gather her poor frightened wits and obey him like a child, while even in the midst of her terror, as her little red hands clung to him, she marked, half unconsciously, the beauty and vigour of him, his strong white neck like a column, the great corded muscles of his white arms as he clove the water through. He bore her to the shore and left her safe there, and plunged in again, crying to her over his shoulder, "I will bring back the others." And she stood dripping, gazing after him, sobbing and wringing her hands, but filled with wild admiration and amaze. He shouted orders to the sobered men to hold steady to the wherry, and dive to bring back one woman after another to firm land. A boat found in the osiers was put forth above, and in time all were brought to shore, though the bridegroom, who had not come near enough to the wherry, was dragged in looking like a dead man. The bride flung herself upon his body, shrieking and kissing him. The people who had run up crowded about in senseless excitement, and would have kept all air away. But there was one among them who had his wits clear and ordered them off, plainly remembering, not for a moment, that his brocades and laces lay hid among the trees, and he stood among them as Apollo stands in marble. "Bring brandy," he commanded to the nearest. "Stand back, strip his clothes from him, and empty the water from his stomach. Here," to a matron who had come up panting, "take his wife away." The good woman he addressed dropped a hurried curtsey and hustled off the woman under her wing. She led them into the sun and wrung the water from their garments, while they sobbed and choked and wept. "Hush thee, wench," she said to the stricken bride. "Hush thee, little fool. My lord Marquess will put life into him, and set him on his feet before thy petticoats are dry. Lord, Lord, what a young man! When built Heaven such another? And he a Duke's son." "A Marquess!" cried one of the bride's friends. "A Duke's son!" sobbed the bride. "Ay, a Duke's son," the good woman cried, exulting further. "And were he a King's, the nation might be proud of him. 'Tis his young lordship the Marquess of Roxholm." CHAPTER VI. CHAPTER VI of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Is in the public domain. CHAPTER VI. No, she has not yet come to court. 'Tis but a small adventure for a youth who is a strong swimmer to save a party of cits from drowning in a river, but 'twas a story much repeated, having a picturesqueness and colour, because its chief figure Nature had fitted out with all the appointments which might be expected to adorn a hero. "'Tis a pretty story, too," said a laughing great lady when 'twas talked of in town. "My lord Marquess dashing in and out of the river, bearing in his big white arms soused little citizen beauties and their half drowned sweethearts, and towering in their midst giving orders like a tall young god in marble come to life. The handsomest Marquess in Great Britain and in France likewise, they tell me." "The handsomest man," quoth the old dowager Lady Storms, who had a country seat in Oxfordshire and knew more of the tale than anyone else, "the handsomest man, say I, for it chanced that I drove by the river at that moment and saw him." And then, freedom of speech being the fashion in those days, and she an old woman, she painted such a picture of his fine looks, his broad shoulders, and the markings of his muscles under his polished skin, as, being repeated and spread abroad, as gossip will spread itself, fixed him in the minds of admirers of manly beauty, and built him a reputation in the world of fashion before he had entered it or even left his books. When he did leave them and quitted the University, it was with honour to himself and family, and also with joy to his governor and chaplain, Mr. Fox, who had attended him. At his coming of age there were feastings and bonfires in 5 villages again, and Rowe rang the bells at Camylott church with an exultant ardour which came near to being his final end, and though 70 years of age, he would give up his post to no younger man, and actually blubbered aloud when 'twas delicately suggested that his middle aged son should take his place to save him fatigue. "Nay, nay," he cried, "I rang their Graces' wedding peal, I rang my lord Marquess into the world, and will give him up to none until I am a dead man." At the Tower there was high feasting, the apartments being filled with guests from foreign courts as well as from the English one, and as the young hero of the day moved among them, and among the tenantry rejoicing with waving flags and rural games in the park, as he danced with lovely ladies in the ballroom, and as he made his maiden speech to the people, who went wild with joy over him, all agreed that a noble house having such an heir need not fear for its future renown, however glorious its history might have been in the past. After he had been presented at Court, there seemed nothing this young man might not have asked for with the prospect of getting a place near the King, a regiment to lead to glory, the hand of the fairest beauty of the greatest fortune and rank. But it seemed that he wanted nothing, for he made no request for any favour which might have brought him place or power or love. The great events at that time disturbing the nation he observed with an interest grave and thoughtful beyond his years. Men who were deep in the problems of statesmanship were amazed to discover the seriousness of his views and the amount of reflection he had given to public questions. Beauties who paraded themselves before him to attract his heart and eye, even sweetly tender ones who blushed when he approached them and sighed when he made his obeisance and retired, all were treated with a like courtesy and grace of manner, but he gave none more reason to sigh and blush, to ogle and languish, than another, the honest truth being that he did not fall in love, despite his youth and the warmth of his nature, not having yet beheld the beauty who could blot out all others for him and reign alone. "I will not play with love." He said to his mother once as they talked intimately to each other. "I have thought of it. That which should come to a man and be himself, not a part of his being but the very life of him. If it comes not, a man must go unsatisfied to his grave. If it comes, you know," he said, and turned and kissed her hand impulsively. "It came to my father and to you." "Pray Heaven it may come to you, dear one," she said. "You would know bliss then." "Yes," he answered, "I should know rapture that would make life heaven. I do not know what it is I wait for, but when I see it in some woman's eyes I shall know, and so will she." His mother kissed his ringed hair, smiling softly. "Till then you wait and think of other things." "There are so many things for a man to do," he said, "if he would not sit idle. But when that time comes it will be first and greatest of all." At this period all the world talked of the wondrous and splendid Churchill, who having fought brilliantly for the Stuarts and been made by them first Lord Churchill of Eyemouth and next Baron Churchill of Sandridge, having, after receiving these advancements, the cold astuteness to see the royal fortunes waver perilously, deserted James II. With stately readiness and transferred his services to William of Orange. He was rewarded with an earldom and such favour as made him the most shining figure both at the Court of England and in the foreign countries which had learned to regard his almost supernatural powers with somewhat approaching awe. This man inspired Roxholm with a singular feeling. He in fact exercised over him the fascination he exercised over so many others. But in the case of the young Marquess, wonder and admiration were mixed with other emotions. There were stories so brilliant to be heard of him on all sides, stories of other actions so marvellously ruthless and of things so wondrously mean. Upon a bargain so shameless he had built so wondrous a career, a faithfulness of service so magnificent he had closed with a treachery so base. All greatness and all littleness, all heroism and all crimes, seemed to combine themselves in this one strange being. Having shamelessly sold his youth to a king's mistress, he devoted his splendid maturity to a tender, faithful passion for a beauteous virago, whose displeasure was the sole thing on earth which moved him to pain or fear. In truth, 'twas not his genius, his bravery, his victories, which held Roxholm's thought upon him most constantly, 'twas two other things, the first being the marvel of his control over himself, the power with which he held in subjection his passions, his emotions, almost, it seemed, his very thoughts themselves; the power with which he had trained John Churchill to be John Churchill's servant, in peril, in temptation from any weakness to do which he did not choose to succumb, in circumstances which, arising without warning, might have caused another man to start, to falter, to change colour, but which he encountered with indomitable calm. "'Tis that I wish to learn," said the young nobleman in his secret thoughts as he watched him at Court, in the world outside it, among soldiers, statesmen, women, in the society of those greater than himself, or those smaller, of those he would win and of those he would repel. "'Tis that I would learn, to be stronger than my very self, so that naught can betray me, no passion I am tormented by, no anger I would conceal, no lure I would resist. 'Tis a man's self who oftenest entraps him. The traitor once subject, life lies at one's feet." The second thing which stirred the young observer's interest was the great man's great love. The most parsimonious and mercantile of beings, he had married a poor beauty when fair creatures with fortunes smiled upon him on every side; the most indomitable of spirits, the warrior of whom armies stood in awe, he was the willing subject of a woman and tempestuous spirit the world knew as well as it knew her beauty and her dominating charm. For some reason he could scarcely have analysed, it gave Roxholm a strange pleasure to hear anecdotes of the passionate love letters scrawled on the field, on the eve of battle, the hour after a great encounter and triumph, to know that better than victory to that great conqueror, without the quiver of a muscle or a moment's qualm, were the few lines in a woman's hand which told him he was forgiven for some fancied wrong or missed in some tender hour. "My Lady Sarah is a handsome creature, and ever was one," 'twas said, "but there are those who are greater beauties, and who have less brimstone in the air about them, and less lightning in their eyes." But 'twas she who was his own, Roxholm said to himself in pondering it over. And when their eyes met each knew, and when she is fierce and torments him, 'tis as if the fire in his own blood spoke, as if his own voice reproached him, and he remembers their dear hours together, and forgives, and woos her back to him. If she were not his own, if he were not hers, neither could endure it. They would strike each other dead. 'Tis sure nature makes one man for one woman for one man, as it was in the garden where our first parents loved. Few creatures find their mates, alas! but when they do, 'tis Eden over again, in spite of all things, and all else is mean and incomplete. He did not know that, as he had observed and been attracted by the hero, so the hero had been attracted by himself, though 'twas in a lesser degree, since one man was cold and mature, and the other young and warm. My Lord Churchill had been the most beautiful youth of his time, distinguished for the elegance of his bearing and the perfection of his countenance and form. When at 15 the services of his father in the royal cause had procured for him the place of page in the household of the Duke of York, he had borne away the palm from all others of his age. When at 16 his martial instincts had led to the Prince's obtaining for him a commission in a regiment of the Guards, his first appearance in his scarlet and gold lace had produced such commotion among the Court beauties as promised to lead to results almost disastrous, since he attracted attention in places too high to reach with safety. But even then his ambitions were stronger than his temptations, and he fled the latter to go to fight the Moors. On his return, more beautiful than ever, the lustre of success in arms added to his ripened charms, the handsomest and wickedest woman in England cast her eyes upon him, and he became the rival of royalty itself. All England knew the story of the founding of his latter fortunes, but if he himself blushed for it, none but John Churchill knew. Outwardly he was the being whose name was the synonym for success, the lover of the brilliant Castlemaine, the hero of the auxiliary forces sent to Louis, the handsome Englishman of the siege of Nimeguen, for whom Turenne predicted the greatest future a man could dream of. When Roxholm first had the honour of being presented to this gentleman, 'twas at a time when, after a brief period during which the hero's fortunes had been under a cloud, the tide had turned for him and the sun of royal favour shone forth again. Perhaps during certain perilous dark days in the Tower, my Lord Marlborough had passed through hours which had caused him to look back upon the past with some regret and doubting, and when among those who crowded about him when fortune smiled once more, friends, sycophants, place hunters, and new admirers, he beheld a figure whose youth and physical gifts brought back old memories to him. 'Tis possible they awakened in him curious reflections. "You," he said to Roxholm one day at St. James, "begin the game all the cards in your hand." "The game, my lord?" said the youthful Marquess, bowing. "The game of life," returned the Earl of Marlborough, for so William of Orange had made him 9 years before, and his eagle eye rested on the young man with a keen, strange look. "You need not plan and strive for rank and fortune. You were born to them to those things which will aid a man to gain what he desires, if he is not a flippant idler and has brain enough to create ambitions for him. Most men must spend their youth in building the bridge which is to carry their dreams across to the shore which is their goal. Your bridge was built before you were born. You left Oxford with high honours, they tell me. You are not long of age. You come of a heroic race. What do you think to do, my lord?" Roxholm met his scrutinising gaze with that steadiness which ever marked his own. He knew that he reddened a little, but he did not look away. "I am young to know, my Lord Marlborough," he returned, "but I think to live to live." His lordship slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded his head. "Ay," he said, "you will live." "There have been soldiers of our house," said Roxholm. "I may fight, if need be, perhaps," bowing, "following your lordship to some greater triumph, if I have that fortune. There may be services to the country at home I may be deemed worthy to devote my powers to when I have lived longer, but," reddening and bowing again, "before men of achievement and renown, I am yet a boy." "England wants such boys," complimented his lordship gracefully. "The Partition Treaty and the needs of the Great Alliance call for the breeding of them. You will marry?" "My house is an old one," replied Roxholm, "and if I live I shall be its chief." My lord cast a glance about the apartment. It was a gala day, and there were many lovely creatures near, laughing, conversing, coquetting, bearing themselves with dignity, airiness, or sweet grace. There were beauties who were brown, and beauties who were fair. There were gay charmers and grave ones, those who were tall and commanding, and those who were small and nymph like. "There is none here to match you," he said with an imperturbable gravity. 'Twas plain he was not trifling, but thinking some serious and unusual thoughts. "A man of your build has needs out of the common. No pretty idle young thing will do. She should have beauty, and that which is more. 'Tis a strange kinship, marriage. No, she has not yet come to Court." "I will wait until she does," Roxholm answered, and his youthful face was as grave as the hero's own, though if triflers had heard their words, they would have taken their talk for idle persiflage and jest. CHAPTER VII of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER VII 'Tis Clo Wildairs, man, all the country knows the vixen. A month later he went to Warwickshire at my Lord Dunstanwolde's invitation. In that part of the county which borders upon Gloucestershire was his lordship's seat, which was known as Dunstan's Wolde. 'Twas an ancient and beautiful estate, and his lordship spent his quiet and secluded life upon it, much beloved by his tenantry and respected by his neighbours. Since his young wife's death his manner of living had become more secluded year after year. His library, his memories, and the administration of his estates filled his days with quiet occupation. "Perhaps I am a selfish fellow to ask a young gentleman who is a favourite at Court to come and bury himself with me," he said to Roxholm the night of his arrival. "But you and I have spent many a good quiet hour together, Gerald," laying an affectionate hand upon his broad shoulder, "and if you were my son you would come, I know." Think of me as your son," said Roxholm with his fine smile. "A man is the richer for the love of two fathers." "Oxford has not changed you, Roxholm," said the Earl, "nor have the Court ladies' flatteries spoiled your kindly manners. We shall be happy together, for a while at least." They were indeed happy, spending their days much as they had spent them at Camylott, riding together, taking long sauntering walks, reading old books and new ones, and in these days conversing on maturer subjects. There was indeed much to talk of at this closing of a reign which had been full of struggles with problems affecting not only England, but all the European powers. What the Peace of Ryswick had effected, what the death of Charles of Spain would bring, whether Louis would play fairly, how long King William's broken frame would last, what the power of the Marlboroughs would be when the Princess Anne came to the throne, all these things they discussed together, and in their arguments my Lord Dunstanwolde was often roused to the wonder other right minds had felt in coming in contact with the activity and daring of this younger one. "'Tis not possible to hide a handsome young nobleman under a bushel," the Earl said after but a few days had passed. "The neighbours will have you to dine, and dance and hunt with them, whether it is your will or not. A strapping young fellow must do his duty by the world." Roxholm performed his duty with propriety and spirit when it was not to be evaded gracefully. He dined with country gentlemen, and listened to their songs and stories until most of them drank themselves under the table, as was the spirited fashion of the time. He answered the questionings of their wives on subjects pertaining to Court fashions and behaviour, and, perhaps somewhat gravely, danced attendance on the daughters, who most of them, it is true, were used to less courtly manners and voted him in private far too grave and majestic for such a beauty. "He hath a way of bowing that would give one a fright, were his eyes not so handsome and his smile so sweet," said one lovely ardent hoyden. "Lord, just to watch him standing near with that noble grave look on his face, and not giving one a thought, makes one's heart go pit a pat. A man hath no right to such a beauty, and to be so, and to be a Duke's son, too. It is a burning shame. 'Tis wicked that one man should have so much to give to one woman." 'Twas but a week before Roxholm left his kinsman's house that they spent a day together hunting with the noted pack over the borders of Gloucestershire. The sport was in a neighbourhood where the gentry were hunting mad, and chased foxes as many days of the week as fortune and weather favoured them. "'Tis a rough country," said my Lord Dunstanwolde, as they rode forth, "and some of those who hunt are wild livers and no credit to their rank. But there is fine old blood among them, and some of the hardest riders and boldest leapers England knows." Suddenly he seemed to remember something, and turned with an exclamation. "Upon my soul," he said, "till this moment I had forgot. I am too sober an old fogey to hunt with them when I have no young blood nearer to spur me. Sir Jeoffry Wildairs will be with them, if he has not yet broke his neck." The country they hunted over proved indeed rough, and the sport exciting. Roxholm had never seen wilder riding and more daring leaps, and it had also happened that he had not yet gone a hunting with so boisterous and rollicking a body of gentlemen. Their knowledge of dogs, foxes, and horseflesh was plainly absolute, but they had no Court manners, being of that clan of country gentry of which London saw but little. Nearly all the sportsmen were big men and fine ones, with daredevil bearing, loud voices, and a tendency to loose and profane language. They roared friendly oaths at each other, had brandy flasks on their persons, on which they pulled freely, and their spirits being heightened thereby, exchanged jokes and allusions not too seemly. Before the fox was found, Roxholm had marked this, and observed also that half a dozen more of the best mounted men were the roughest on the field, being no young scapegraces and frolickers, but men past 40, who wore the aspect of reprobate livers and hard drinkers, and who were plainly boon companions and more intimate with each other than with those not of their party. They seemed to form a band of themselves, which those not of it had an air of avoiding, and 'twas to be seen that their company was looked at askance, and that in the bearing of each member of the group there was a defiance of the general opinion. Roxholm sat on his horse, somewhat apart from this group, watching it, his kinsman and a certain Lord Twemlow, who was their host for the day, conversing near him. My Lord Twemlow, who took no note of them, but by the involuntary casting on them of an occasional glance, when some wild outburst attracted his attention, wore a grave and almost affronted look. "'Tis the Wildairs cronies," Roxholm heard him say to his Lordship of Dunstanwolde. "I hunt but seldom, purely through disgust of their unseemliness." "Wildairs?" exclaimed my Lord Dunstanwolde. "Ay," answered Twemlow, turning his horse slightly and averting his eyes, "and there cometh my reputable kinsman, Sir Jeoffry, even as we speak." Roxholm turned to look with some stir of feeling in his breast, since this was the man who had so early roused in him an emotion of anger and rebellion. Across the field came pounding a great black horse, a fine big boned brute; on him rode a tall, heavy man who must once have been of the handsomest, since even yet, in spite of years, bloated face, and careless attire, he retained a sort of dissolute beauty. He was of huge frame, and had black eyes, a red mouth, and wore his own thick and curling, though grizzled, black hair. He rode with a daredevil grace, and his cronies greeted him with a shout. "He has the look of it," thought Roxholm, remembering the old stories, but the next instant he gave a start. Across the field beyond, another rider followed galloping, and at this moment came over the high hedge like a swallow, making the leap, gave forth a laughing shout. Roxholm sat and stared at the creature. 'Twas indeed a youthful figure, brilliant and curious to behold in this field of slovenly clad sportsmen. 'Twas a boy of 12 or thereabouts, riding a splendid young devil of a hunter, with a skin like black satin and a lovely, dangerous eye. The lad was in scarlet, and no youngster of the Court was more finely clad or fitted, and not one had Roxholm ever set eyes upon whose youthful body and limbs were as splendid in line and symmetry. In truth, the beauty and fire of him were things to make a man lose his breath. He rode as if he had been born upon his horse's back, and had never sat elsewhere from his first hour. His flowing black hair was almost too rich and long for a boy. He had a haughty mouth for a child, though it was a crimson bow and pouting. His complexion matched it, and his black eyes, which were extraordinary big and flashing, had the devil in them. "Pardon!" the young Marquess cried between his teeth. What does such a young one in such company? Never had he beheld a thing which moved him with such strange suddenness of emotion. He could not have explained the reason of his feeling, which was an actual excitement, and caused him to turn in his saddle to watch the boy's every movement as he galloped forward to join the reprobate group. As they had greeted Sir Jeoffry with a shout of welcome, so they greeted the young newcomer, but in his reception there was more enthusiasm and laughter, as if there was some special cause for gaiety in the mere sight of him. When he drew up in their midst, their voices broke forth into a tumult of noisy, frolicsome greeting, to which the lad gave back impudent, laughing answer. In a moment's time he was the centre figure of interest among them, and seemed to dominate them all, as if he had been some young potentate instead of a mere handsome lad of 12. If they were a band of barbarians, and he their boy chief, they could pay him no more court nor joy in him more. Roxholm reflected. Is it his beauty, or what means it? He could not withdraw his eyes from the boy, who sat his fretting hunter among them, sometimes scarcely able to restrain the animal's fiery temper, or keep him from lashing out his heels orbiting at the beasts nearest to him. Now he trotted from one man to the other, as the group scattered somewhat; now he sat half turned back, his hand on his steed's hind quarters, flinging words and laughter to the outside man. "Thou'lt have to use scissors again on thy periwig, ecod!" one man cried, banteringly. "Damme, yes!" the youngster rapped out, and he caught a rich lock of his hair and drew it forward to look at it, frowning. "What's a man to do when his hair grows like a girl's?" The answer was greeted with a shout of laughter, and the boy burst forth with a laugh likewise, showing 2 rows of ivory teeth. Somehow there was an imperial deviltry about him, an impudent wild spirit which had plainly made him conqueror, favourite, and plaything of the whole disreputable crew. Men were not fastidious talkers in those times, the cleanest mouthed of them giving themselves plenty of license when they were in spirits. Roxholm had heard broad talk enough at the University, where the young gentlemen indulged in conversation no more restrained than was that of their elders and betters. He had heard the jokes and profanity of both camp and court since he had left Oxford, and had learned that squeamishness was far from being the fashion, but never had he heard such oath sprinkled talk or such open obscenity of joking as fell upon his ears this morning in but a brief space. Hearing it in spite of himself, his blood grew hot and his horse began to paw the earth, he in his irritation having unknowingly fretted its mouth. And then one of the company, an elderly sportsman with a watery eye, began a story. "Good God!" Roxholm broke forth to the man nearest to him, one not of the party, but evidently one who found it diverting. "Good God! Can they not restrain themselves before a child? Let them be decent for his mere youth's sake. The lad is not 13." The man started and stared at him a moment with open mouth, and then burst into a loud guffaw of laughter. "The lad!" he cried, roaring and slapping his thigh in his mirth. "'Tis no lad. Didst take it for one? Lord, 'tis Jeof Wildair's youngest wench. 'Tis Clo, man. All the country knows the vixen." And at that very instant the hounds sprang forth, giving tongue, and the field sprang forward with them, and all was wild excitement, cries of "Tally ho!" ringing, horses plunging, red coats seeming to fly through the air, and my lord Marquess went with the field, his cheek hot, his heart suddenly thumping in his breast with a sense of he knew not what, as his eye, following a slender scarlet coated figure, saw it lift its horse for a huge leap over a 5-barred gate, take it like a bird, and lead the whole scurrying, galloping multitude. "Yes," said my Lord Dunstanwolde, as they rode homeward slowly in the evening grey, "'tis the girl infant who was found struggling and shrieking beneath the dead body of her mother, and till to day I never saw her. Good heavens, the beauty of the creature, the childish deviltry and fire!" Each turned and looked into the eyes of the other, with a question in his thought, and each man's was the same, though one had lived beyond 60 years and one but 24. A female creature of such beauty, of such temper, bred in such manner, among the companions, by such parents, what fate could be before her? Roxholm averted his eyes. "Tossed to the wolves," he said, "tossed to the pack, to harry and to slaver over. God's mercy." As they rode he heard the story, Lord Twemlow having related such incidents as he naturally knew to my Lord Dunstanwolde. 'Twas a bitter history to Twemlow, whose kinsman the late Lady Wildairs had been, and who was a discreetly sober and God fearing gentleman, to whom irregular habits and the reckless squandering of fortune were loathly things. And this was the substance of the relation, which was so far out of the common as to be almost monstrous. His daughter at the birth of this ninth girl infant had so inflamed Sir Jeoffry that he had refused even to behold it, and had left it to its fate as if it had been an ill made blind puppy. But two of her ladyship's other children had survived their infancy, and of these two their father knew nothing whatever, but that they had been called Barbara and Anne, that they showed no promise of beauty, and lived their bare little lives in the Hall's otherwise deserted west wing, having as their sole companion and instructress a certain Mistress Margery Wimpole, a timorous, poor relation, who had taken the position in the wretched household to save herself from starvation, and because she was fitted for no other, her education being so poor and her understanding so limited, that no reputable or careful family would have accepted her as governess or companion. Her two poor little charges learned the few things she could teach them, and their meek spiritedness gave her but little trouble. Their dead mother's suffering and their father's rough contempt on the rare occasions when he had chanced to behold them had chastened them to humbleness from their babyhood. There was none who wanted them, none who served or noticed them, and there was no circumstance which could not restrain them, no person who was not their ruler if 'twas his will. "But the ninth one was not like them," said my lord. "The blood of the fierce devils who were the chiefs of her houses centuries ago woke in her veins at her birth. 'Tis strange indeed, Gerald, how such things break forth, or slumber, in a race. Should you trace Wildairs, as you trace Mertoun, through the past, her nature would be made clear enough. They have been splendid devils, some of them, devils who fought shrieking with ferocious laughter in the face of certain horrible death, devils whose spirit no torture of rack or flame could conquer, beings who could endure in silence horrors almost supernatural, who could bear more, revel more, suffer more, defy more than any other human thing." "And this child is one of them," said Roxholm. He said but little as they rode onward, and he listened. There was within him a certain distaste for what seemed to him the unnatural tumult of his feelings. A girl child of 12 rollicking in boy's clothes was not a pleasing picture, but in one sense a tragic one, and certainly not such as should set a man's heart beating and his cheek to flame when he heard stories of her fantastic life and character. On this occasion he did not understand himself. If he had been a sanctimonious youngster, he would have reproved his own seeming levity, but he was not so, and frankly felt himself restless and ill at ease. The name given to her had been Clorinda, and from her babyhood she had been as tempestuous as her sisters were mild. None could manage her. Her baby training left wholly to neglected and loose living servants, she had spent her first years in kitchens, garrets, and stables. The stables and the stable boys, the kennels and their keepers, were loved better than aught else. She learned to lisp the language of the grooms and helpers, and she cursed and swore as they did. She heard their songs and stories, and was as familiar with profanity and obscene language as other children are with nursery rhymes. Until she was 5 years old, Sir Jeoffry never set eyes upon her. Then a strange chance threw her in his way and sealed her fate. Straying through the house, having escaped from her woman, the child had reached the big hall and sat upon the floor playing with the powder flask she had found. 'Twas Sir Jeoffry's, and he, coming upon her, not knowing her for his own offspring, not that such a knowledge would have calmed his passion, he sprang upon her with curses and soundly trounced her. Either of her sisters, Anne or Barbara, would have been convulsed with terror, but this one was only roused to a fury as much greater for her size than Sir Jeoffry was bigger than herself. She flew at him and poured forth oaths. She shrieked at him and beat his legs with his own crop, which she caught up from the floor where it lay within reach. She tore at him with tooth and nail,
and with such strength and infant fearlessness as arrested him in his frenzy and caused him to burst forth laughing as if he had gone mad. From that hour she was a doomed creature," my lord ended. "What else can a man call the poor beauteous helpless thing? She is his companion and playmate, and the toy and jest of his comrades. It is the scandal of the county. At 12 she is as near a woman as other girls of 14. At 15" and he stopped speaking. "'Twould have been safer for her to have died beneath her dead mother's body," said Roxholm, almost fiercely. "Yes, safer," said his lordship. "Yet what a woman what a woman!" And here he broke off speech again. CHAPTER VIII. Of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER VIII. In which my Lady Betty Tantillion writes of a scandal. Scarce 2 years later, King William, riding in the park at Hampton Court, was thrown from his horse, the animal stumbling over a mole hill and his collar bone broken. A mole hill seems but a small heap of earth to send a king to moulder beneath a heap of earth himself, but the fall proved fatal to a system which had long been weakening, and a few days later his Majesty died, commending my Lord Marlborough to the Princess Anne as the guide and counsellor on whose wisdom and power she might most safely rely. 3 days after the accession, his lordship was made Captain General of the English army, and entrusted with power over all warlike matters both at home and abroad. 'Twas a moment of tremendous import, the alliance shaken by King William's death, Holland panic stricken lest England should withdraw her protection, King Louis boasting that henceforth there were no Pyrenees, Whigs and Tories uncertain whether or not to sheathe weapons in England, small sovereigns and great ones ready to spring at each other's throats on the Continent. Boldness was demanded, and such executive ability as only a brilliantly daring mind could supply. Without hesitation all power was given into the hands of the man who seemed able to command the fates themselves. My Lord Marlborough could soothe the fretted vanity of a petty German prince; he could confront with composure the stupid rancour of those who could not comprehend him; in the most wooden of heavy Dutchmen he could awaken a slow understanding; the most testy royal temper he knew how to appease, and, through all, wear an air of dignity and grace, sometimes even of sweetness. "What matter the means if a man gains his end?" he said. "He can afford to appear worsted and poor spirited, if through all he sees that which he aims at placing itself within his reach." "The King of Prussia," said Dunstanwolde, as they talked of the hero once, "has given more trouble than any of the allies. He is ever ready to contest a point or to imagine some slight to his dignity and rank. It has been almost impossible to manage him." "How think you my Lord Marlborough won him over?" "By doing that which no other man, diplomat or soldier, would have had the wit to see the implied flattery of, or the composure to perform without loss of dignity. At a state banquet his testy Majesty dropped his napkin and required another. No attendant was immediately at hand. My Lord Marlborough, the most talked of man in Europe, and some say at this juncture as powerful as half a dozen kings, rose and handed his Majesty the piece of linen as simply as if it were but becoming that he should serve as lacquey a royalty so important, and with such repose of natural dignity that 'twas he who seemed majestic, and not the man he waited on. Since then all goes with comparative smoothness. If a Queen's favoured counsellor and greatest general so serves him,
the little potentate feels his importance properly valued. But if one who knows his lordship had looked straight in his eyes," said Roxholm, "he could have seen the irony within them, held like a spark of light. I have seen it. When my Lord Marlborough went to the Hague to take command of the Dutch and English forces, and to draw the German power within the Confederacy, he took with him more than one young officer notable for his rank and brilliant place in the world, it having become at this period the fashion to go to the wars in the hope that a young Marlborough might lurk beneath any smart brocade and pair of fine shoulders. Among others, his lordship was attended on his triumphal way by the already much remarked young Marquess of Roxholm, and it was realised that this fortunate young man went not quite as the others did, but as one on whom the chief had fixed his attention, and for whom he had a liking. In truth, he had marked in him certain powers and qualities which were both agreeable to his tastes and promised usefulness. He had not employed his own powers and charms, physical and mental, from his 15th year upward, without having learned the actual weight and measure of their potency, as a man knows the weight and size of a thing he can put into the scale and measure with a yardstick. He remembered well hours when the fact that he was a beauteous shape and height, and gazed at others with a superb appealing eye, had made that difference which lies between failure and success. He had never forgot one of the occasions upon which the power of keeping silence under provocation or temptation, the ability to control each feature and compel it to calm sweetness, had served him as well as a regiment of soldiers might have served him. Each such experience he had retained mentally for the future reference. Roxholm possessed this power to restrain himself, and to keep silent, reflecting and judging meanwhile, and was taller than he, of greater grace, and unconscious state of bearing. His beauty of countenance had but increased as he grew to manhood. "I was the handsomest lad at Court in the year '65," his Grace of Marlborough said once. He had been made Duke by this time. "The year you were born I was the handsomest man in the army, they used to say, but I was no such beauty and giant as you, Marquess. The gods were en veine when they planned you." "When I was younger," said Roxholm, "it angered me to hear my looks praised so much. I was boy enough to feel I must be unmanly, but now 'tis but as it should be, that a man should have straight limbs and a great body and a clean cut countenance. It should be nature, not a thing to be remarked. It should be mere nature, and the other an unnatural thing. 'Tis cruel that either man or woman should be weak or uncomely. All should be as perfect parts of the great universe as are the mountains and the sun." "'Tis not so yet," remarked my Lord Marlborough, with his inscrutable smile. "'Tis not so yet." "Not yet," said Roxholm, "but let each creature live to make it so. Men that they may be clean and joyous and strong, women that they may be mates for them. They should be as strong as we, and have as great courage." His lordship smiled again. They were at the Hague at this time and in his quarters, where he was pleased occasionally to receive the young officer with a gracious familiarity. For reasons of his own, he wished to know him well and understand the strengths and weaknesses of his character. Therefore he led him into talk and was pleased to find that he frequently said things worth hearing, though they were often new and somewhat daring things to be said by one of his age at this period, when 'twas not the custom for a man to think for himself, but either to follow the licentious follies of his fellows, or accept without question such statements as his chaplain made concerning a somewhat unreasoning deity, his inflexible laws and man's duty towards him. That a handsome youth, for example, should, in a serious voice and with a thoughtful face, announced that beauty should be but nature, and ugliness regarded as a disease, instead of humbly submitting to as the will of God, was indeed a startling heresy, and might have been regarded as impious, even though so gravely said. Therefore it was my Lord Marlborough smiled. "I spoke to you of marriage once before," he remarked. "You bring it back to me. Do you care for women?" bluntly. Roxholm met his eye with his own straight, cool gaze. "Yes, my lord," he answered with some grimness, and said no more. "The one you wait for has not come to Court, as I said that day," his Grace went on, and now he was grave again, and had even fallen into a speculative tone. "But it struck me once that I have heard of her, though she is no fit companion for you yet, and Heaven knows, if she ever will be, the path before her is too full of traps for safety." Roxholm did not speak. Whether fond of women or not, he was not given to talking of them, and a certain reserve would have prevented his entering upon any discussion of the future Lady Roxholm, whomsoever she might in the future prove to be. He stood in an easy attitude, watching with some vague curiosity the expression of his chief's countenance. But suddenly he found himself checking a slight start, and this was occasioned by his lordship's next words. "In the future I shall take pains to hear what befalls her," the Duke said. "In 2 or 3 years' time we shall hear somewhat. She will marry a duke, be a king's mistress, or go to ruin in some less splendid and more tragic way. No woman is born into the world with such beauty as they say is hers, and such wild fire in her veins, without setting the world or herself in flames. A new Helen of Troy she may be, and yet she is but the 9th daughter of a drunken Gloucestershire baronet." 'Twas here that Roxholm found himself checking his start, but he had not checked it soon enough to escape the observance of the quickest sighted man in Europe. "What?" he said. "You have heard of her?" "I have seen her, your Grace," Roxholm answered, "on the hunting field in Gloucestershire." "Is she so splendid a young creature as they say? Was she in boy's attire, as we hear her rascal father lets her ride with him?" "I thought her a boy, and had never seen one like her," said Roxholm, and he was amazed to feel himself disturbed, as if he spoke not of a child, but of a beauty of ripe years. "Is she of such height and strength and wondrous development as rumour tells us?" his Grace continued, still observing him as if with interest. "At 12 years old 'tis told she is tall enough for 18, and can fence and leap hedges and break horses, and that she plays the tyrant over men 4 times her age." "I saw her but once, your Grace," replied Roxholm. "She was tall and strong and handsome." "Go and see her again, my lord Marquess," said the Captain General, turning to his papers, "but do not wait too long. Such beauties must be caught early." When he went back to his quarters my lord Marquess strolled through the quaint streets of the town slowly, and looking upon the ground as he walked. For some reason he felt vaguely depressed, and, searching within himself for a reason, recognised that the slight cloud resting upon his spirits recalled to him a feeling of his early childhood, no other than the sense of restless unhappiness he had felt years ago when he had first overheard the story of the wretched Lady of Wildairs and her neglected children. "Yes," he said, "'tis almost the same feeling, though then I was a child and now I am a man. When I saw the girl at the hunt, and rode home afterwards with Dunstanwolde, listening to her story, there was gloom in the air. There is that in it to make a man's spirit heavy. I must not think of her." But Fate herself was against him. For one thing, my Lord Marlborough had brought back to him, with a few words, with strange vividness, the picture of the brilliant young figure in its hunting scarlet, its gallop across the field with head held high, its flying leap over the hedge, and the gay insolence and music of its laugh. "A child could not have made a man so remember her," he said impatiently. "She was half woman then, half lovely, youthful devil. There is an ill savour about it all." When he entered his rooms he found guests waiting him. A pleasure loving young ensign whom he had known at Oxford, and two of the lad's cronies. They were a trio of young scapegraces, delighted with any prospect of adventure, and regarding their material duties chiefly as opportunities to shine in laced coats and cocked hats, and swagger with a warlike air and a military ogle when they passed a pretty woman in the street. It was the pretty woman these young English soldiers had come to do battle with, and hoped to take captive with flying colours and flourish of trumpets. They were in the midst of great laughter when Roxholm entered, and young Tantillion, the ensign, sprang up to meet him in the midst of a gay roar. The lad had been one of his worshippers at the University, and loved him fondly, coming to him with all sorts of confidences to pour forth his love difficulties, to grumble at his military duties when they interfered with his pleasures, to borrow money from him to pay his gaming debts. "He has been with my Lord Marlborough," he cried. "I know he has by his sober countenance. We are ready to cheer thee up, Roxholm, with the jolliest story. 'Tis of the new beauty, who is but 12 years old and has set half the world talking." "Mistress Clorinda Wildairs of Wildairs Hall in Gloucestershire," put in Bob Langford, one of the cronies, a black eyed lad of 20. "Perhaps your lordship has heard of her, since she is so much gossiped of. Mistress Clorinda Wildairs, who has been brought up half boy by her father and his cronies, and is already the strappingest beauty in England." "He is too great a gentleman to have heard of such an ill mannered young hoyden," said Tantillion, "but we will tell him. 'Twas my sister Betty's letter, writ from Warwickshire, set us on," and he pulled forth a scrawled girlish looking epistle from his pocket and spread it on the table. "Shalt hear it, Roxholm? Bet is a minx, and 'tis plain she is green with jealousy of the other girl, but 'tis the best joke I have heard for many a day." And forthwith Roxholm must sit down and hear the letter read and listen to their comments thereupon, and their shouts of boyish laughter. Little Lady Betty Tantillion, who was an embryo coquette of 13, and had been to visit her relations in Warwickshire, and during her stay among them had found the chief topic of conversation a certain mad creature over the borders of Gloucestershire, a Mistress Clorinda Wildairs, who was the scandal of the county and plainly the delight of all the tongue waggers. "And oh, Tom, she is a great thing, almost as tall as a woman, though she is but 12 years of age," wrote her young ladyship, whose spelling, by the way, was by no means as correct as her sense of the proprieties. "Her father, Sir Jeoffry, allows her to ride in boy's clothes, which is indecent for a young lady even at her time of life. Brother Tom, how would you like to see your sister Betty astride a hunter in breeches? Lady Maddon, she is the slender, graceful beauty who is called the Willow Wand by the gentlemen who are her servants. She said that this girl is a coarse thing, and has so little modesty that she is proud to show her legs, thinking men will admire them, but she is mistaken, for gentlemen like a modest woman who is slight and delicate. She, Mistress Clo as they call her, has big, bold, black eyes and holds her chin in the air, and her mouth looks as red as if ashamed of her bold ways. And she is not even handsome, Tom, for all their talk, for I have seen her myself, and think nothing of her looks. Her breeding is said to be shameful, and her language a disgrace to her sex. The gentlemen are always telling tales of her ways, and they laugh and make such a noise when they talk about her over their wine. At our Aunt Flixton's one day my cousin Gil and me stood behind a tree to hear what was being said by some men who were telling stories of her, which was no wrong because we wished to learn a lesson so that we might not behave like her. Some of their words we did not understand, but some we did, and 'twas of a chaplain they called him a fat chopped hypocrite who went to counsel her to be more decent, and she no doubt was impudent and tried to please him, for he forgot his cloth and put his arms suddenly about her and kissed her, and the men roared shameful, for the one who told it said she knocked him down on his knees and held him there with one hand on his shoulder, while she boxed his face from side to side till his nose bled in streams, and cried she, oh, Tom, damn thy fat head, each time she struck him. If that is the way to convert women, this is my way to convert men. And he could scarce crawl away weeping, his blood and tears streaming down his face, which shows she hath not a reverence even for the cloth itself. Dear brother Thomas, if you should meet her in England when you come back from the wars, and she is woman, I do pray you will not be like the other gentlemen and be so silly as to praise her, for such creatures should not be encouraged." Throughout the reading of the letter uproarious shouts of laughter had burst forth at almost every sentence, and when he had finished the epistle little Tantillion fell forward, his face on his arms on the table, his mirth almost choking him, while the others leaned back and roared. 'Twas only Roxholm who was not overcome, the story not seeming so comical to him as to the others, and yet there were points at which he himself could not help but laugh. "Damn thy fat head!" shrieked Tom Tantillion. "If that is the way to convert women, this is mine to convert men. Oh, Lord, I think I see the parson." "With his fat slapped face and his streaming eyes and bloody nose," shouted Langford. "Serve him damn right," said Tantillion, sobering and wiping his own eyes. "To put their heads into such hornets' nests would make a lot of them behave more decent." And then he picked up the letter again and made brotherly comments upon it. "'Tis just like a minx of a girl to think a man cannot see through her spite," he said. "Bet is dying to be a woman and have the fellows ogling her. She's a pretty chit and will be the languishing kind, like the die away Maddon who is so modest. She is thin enough to be made modest by it. No breeches for her, but farthingales and modesty pieces, high enough to graze her chin. Some of their words we did not understand," reading from the letter, and he looked at the company with a large comprehensive wink. "Her breeding is disgraceful and her language a disgrace to her sex. Well, I'll be hanged if she isn't like a girl after a man's own heart, if she's handsome enough to dress like a lad, and has the spirit to ride and leap like one, and can slap a chaplain's face for him when he plays the impudent goat. Aren't you of my opinion, Roxholm, for all you don't laugh as loud as the rest of us? Aren't you of my mind?" "Yes," said Roxholm, who for a few moments had been gazing at the wall with a somewhat fierce expression. "Hello!" exclaimed Tantillion, not knowing the meaning of it. "What are you thinking of?" Roxholm recovered himself, but his smile was rather a grim one. "I think of the chaplain," he said, "and how I should like to have dealt with him myself after young Mistress Wildairs let him go." CHAPTER IX. Of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER IX. Sir John Oxon lays a wager at Cribb's Coffee House. This is to be no story of wars and battles, of victories and historic events, such great engines being but touched upon respectfully as their times and results formed part of the atmosphere of the life of a gentleman of rank who moved in the world affected by them, and among such personages as were most involved in the stirring incidents of their day. That which is to be told
is but the story of a man's life and the love which was the greatest power in it, the thing which brought to him the fiercest struggles, the keenest torture, and the most perfect joy. During the next 2 years Gerald Mertoun saw some pretty service and much change of scene, making the grand tour, as it were, under circumstances more exciting and of more moment to the world at large than is usually the case when a gentleman makes it. He so acquitted himself on several occasions that England heard of him and prophesied that if my Lord Marlborough's head were taken off in action, there was a younger hero who might fill his place. At the news of each battle, whether it ended in victory or not, old Rowe rang the bells at Camylott, rejoicing even if the enemy was not routed with great slaughter, my Lord Marquess was still alive to fight another day. At Blenheim he so bore himself that the Duke talked long and gravely with him in private, laying before him all the triumphs a career of arms would bring to him. 20 years hence, Roxholm," he said, watching him with as keen glance as he ever did, "you might take my place. Had England such questions to settle as she has to day. In 20 years I shall be 74. You were hammered from the metal nature cast me in, and you could take any man's place if 'twas your will. I could have taken any man's place I had chosen to take, by God, and so can you. If a man's brain and body are built in a certain way, he can be a soldier, bishop, physician, financier, statesman, king, and he will have like power in whatsoever he chooses to be, or fate chooses that he shall be. As statesman, king, or soldier, the world will think him greatest because such things glitter in the eye and make more sound, but the strong man will be strong if fortune makes him a huckster, and none can hide him. If Louis the 15th is as great a schemer as the 14th Louis has been, ye may lead armies if you choose, but you will not choose, I think. You do not love it, Roxholm, you do not love it." "No," answered Roxholm, "I do not love it. I can fight. Any man can fight who has not white blood, and ours has been a fighting house. But mowing men down by thousands, cutting their throats, burning towns and desolating villages filled with maddened men and shrieking women and children, does not set my blood in a flame as it does the blood of a man who is born for victorious slaughter. I loathe so the slaughter that I hate the victory. No, there are other things I can do better for England, and be happier in doing them." "I have known that," said the Captain General, "even when I have seen you sweep by, followed by your men, at your most splendid moment. I have known it most when we have sat together and talked, as 'tis not my way to talk to much older men." They had so talked together and upon matters much more important than the world knew. His Grace of Marlborough's years had been given to other things than letters. He could win a great victory with far greater ease than he could pen the despatch announcing it when 'twas gained. "Of all things," he once said to his Duchess, "I do not love writing." He possessed the faculty of using all men and things that came into his way, and there were times when he found of value the services of a young nobleman whose education and abilities were of the highest, and who felt deeply honoured by his unusual confidence, and was also silent and discreet both through taste and by nature. Older men were oftenest privately envious and ambitious, and a man who has desires for place and power is not to be trusted by one who has gained the highest and is attacked by jealousy on all sides. This man was rich, of high rank, and desired nothing his Grace wished to retain. Besides this, his nature was large and so ruled by high honour that 'twas not in him to scheme or parley with schemers. So it befell that despite his youth he enjoyed the privilege of being treated as if his years had been as ripe as his intellect.
He knew and learnt many things. Less was hid from him than any other man in the army, had the truth been known. When 'twas a burning necessity for the great man to cross England to persuade her Majesty to change her ministers, Roxholm knew the processes by which the end was reached. He had knowledge of all the feverish fits through which political England passed, in greater measure than he himself was conscious of. His reflections upon the affairs of Portugal and their management, his belief in the importance of the Emperor's reconciliation with the Protestants of Hungary, and of many a serious matter, were taken into consideration and pondered over when he knew it not. In hastening across the Channel to the English Court, in journeying to Berlin to encounter great personages, in hearing of and beholding intrigue, triumphs, disappointments, pomps, and vanities, he studied in the best possible school the art and science of statesmanship, and won for himself a place in men's minds and memories. When, after Blenheim, he returned to England with a slight wound, his appearance at Court was regarded as an event of public interest and commented upon with flowery rhetoric in the journals. The ladies vowed he had actually grown taller than before, that his deep eyes had a power no woman could resist, and that there was indeed no gentleman in England to compare with him either for intellect, beauty, or breeding. Her Majesty showed him a particular favour, and it was rumoured that she had remarked that, had one of her many dead infants lived and grown to such a manhood, she would have been a happy woman. Duchess Sarah melted to him as none had ever seen her melt to man before. She had heard many stories of him from her lord, and was prepared to be gracious, but when she beheld him, she was won by another reason, for he brought back to her the day when she had been haughty, penniless Sarah Jennings, and the man who had seemed to her almost godlike in his youth and beauty had knelt at her feet. 'Twas most natural that at this time there should be much speculation as to the beauty who might be chosen as his partner in life by a young nobleman of such fortune, a young hero held in such esteem by his country as well as by the world of fashion. Conversation was all the more rife upon the subject because his lordship paid no special court to any and seemed a heart-free man. Many suitable young ladies were indeed picked out for him, some by their own friends and families, some, who had not convenient relatives to act for them, by themselves, and each was delicately or with matter-of-fact openness presented to his notice. There were brilliant court beauties, lovely country virgins of rank and fortune, charming female wits, and fair and bold marauders who would carry on a siege with skill and daring, but the party attacked seemed not so much obdurate as unconscious, and neither succumbed nor ran away. When the lovely Lady Helen Loftus fell into a decline and perished a victim to it at the very opening of her 18th year, there was a whisper among certain gossiping elderly matrons which hinted that only after her acquaintance with the splendid young Marquess had she begun to look frail and large-eyed, and gradually fallen into decay. "Never shall I forget," said old Lady Storms, "seeing the pretty thing look after him when he bowed and left her after they had danced a minuet together. Her look set me to watching her, and she gazed on him through every dance with her large heaven blue eyes, and when at last she saw him turn and come towards her again, her breast went up and down and her breath fluttered, and she turned from white to red and from red to white with joy. 'Tis not his fault, poor young man, that women will set their hearts on him, 'tis but nature. I should do it myself if I were not 75 and a hook-nosed, pock-marked creature. Upon my life, it is not quite a fair thing that a man with all things which all women must want should be sent forth among us.
Usually when a man hath good looks he hath bad manners, or poor wit, or mean birth, or a black soul like the new man beauty, Sir John Oxon, whom a woman must hate before she hath loved him 3 months. But this one, good Lord, and with the best will in life, he cannot take all of us." The new man beauty, Sir John Oxon, was indeed much talked of at this time, having lived a mad rake's life at the University, and there gained a reputation which had made him the fashionable leader of the wickedest youths of their time. He had fallen heir to his fortune and title just as he left Cambridge, and was prepared to launch himself into town life. He had appeared in the world preceded by stories of successful intrigues, daring indeed when connected with the name of a mere youth, but as he was beautiful to behold, and had gaiety and grace and a daring wit, such rumours but fixed public attention upon him and made him the topic of the hour. He was not of the build or stateliness of Lord Roxholm, and much younger, but was as much older than his years in sin as the other was in unusual acquirement. He was a slender and exquisitely built youth, with perfect features, melting blue eyes, and rich fair hair which, being so beautiful, he disdained to conceal with any periwig, however elaborate and fashionable. When Roxholm returned to England, this male beauty's star was in the ascendant. All the town talked of him, his dress, his high play, the various intrigues he was engaged in, and was not reluctant that the world of fashion should hear of. The party of young gentlemen who had been led by him at the University took him for their model in town, so that there were a set of beaux whose brocaded coats, lace steenkirks, sword knots, and carriage were as like Sir John Oxon's as their periwigs were like his fair locks, they having been built as similar as possible by their perruquiers. His coach and four were the finest upon the road, his chair and chariot in the town. He had fought a duel about a woman, and there were those who more than suspected that the wildest band of Mohocks who played pranks at night was formed of half a dozen pretty fellows who were known as the Jacks Oxonites. He was not a young man whose acquirements were to be praised or emulated, but there were pretty women who flattered him and men of fashion who found pleasure in his society, for a time at least, and many a strange scandal connected itself with his name. He sang, he told wicked stories, he gambled, and at certain coffee houses shone with resplendent light as a successful beau and conqueror. 'Twas at a club that Roxholm first beheld him. He had heard him spoken of, but had not seen him, and going into the coffee room one evening with a friend, a Captain Warbeck, found there a noisy party of beaux, all richly dressed, all full of wine, and all seeming to be the guests of a handsome fellow, more elegantly attired and wearing a more dashing air than any of them. He was in blue and silver, and had fair golden lovelocks which fell in rich profusion on his shoulders. He stood up among the company, leaning against the table, taking snuff from a jewelled gold snuff box with an insolent laughing grace. "A quaint jade she might be, damme," he said. "I have heard of her these 3 years, and she is not yet 15. Never were told me such stories of a young thing's beauty since I was man born. Eyes like stars, flaming and black as jet, a carriage like a Juno, a shape, good Lord, like all the goddesses a man has heard of, and hair which is like a mantle and sweeps upon the ground. In less than a year's time I will go to Gloucestershire and bring back a lock of it for a trophy," and he looked about him mockingly, as if in triumph. "She will clout thee blind, Jack, as she clouted the chaplain," cried one of the company. "No man that lives can tame her. She is the fiercest shrew in England as she is the greatest beauty." "She will thrash thee, Jack, as she thrashed her own father with his hunting crop when she was but 5 years old," another cried. The beau in blue and silver flicked the grains of snuff lightly from the lace of his steenkirk with a white jewelled hand and smiled, slowly nodding his fair curled head. "I know all that," he said. "Every story have I heard, and, egad, they but fire my blood. She is high mettled, but I have dealt with termagants before, and brought them down, by God, and brought them down. There is a way to tame a woman, and I know it. Begin with a light soft hand and a melting eye. All's fair in love, and the spoils are to the victor. When I come back from Gloucestershire with my lock of raven hair," he lifted a goblet of wine and tossed it off at a draught, "I shall leave her as such beauties should be left on her knees." And his laugh rang forth like a chime of silver. Roxholm sprang up with a smothered oath. "Come," he said to Warbeck, "come away in God's name." Warbeck had been his fellow soldier abroad, and knew well the dangerous spirit which hid itself beneath his calm. He had seen him roused to fury once before. 'Twas when in Flanders after a skirmish he found some drunken soldiers stripping a poor struggling peasant woman of her garments, while her husband shrieked curses at them from the tree where he was tied. And on that occasion he had told himself 'twould be safer to trifle with a mine of powder than with this man's anger. He rose hurriedly and followed him outside. In the street he could scarce keep pace with his great stride, and the curses that broke from him brought back hot days of battle. "I would not enter into a pothouse brawl with a braggart boy," he cried. "The blackguard, dastard knave! Drag me away, Hale, lest I rush back like a fool and run him through. I have lost my wits. 'Tis the fashion for dandies to pour forth their bestial braggings, but never hath a man made my blood so boil and me so mad to strike him." "'Tis not like thee so to lose thy wits, Roxholm," Warbeck said, his hand on his arm, "but thou hast lost them this once surely. 'Tis no work for the sword of a gentleman pinking foul mouthed boasters in a coffee house. Know you who he is?" "Damnation, no!" thundered Roxholm, striding on more fiercely still. "'Tis the new dandy, Sir John Oxon," said Warbeck, "and the beauty he makes his boast on is the Gloucestershire Wildair's handsome madcap, the one they call Mistress Clo." CHAPter X. Of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. CHAPTER X. My Lord Marquess rides to Camylott. When he went home my lord sat late over his books before he went to his chamber, yet he read but little, finding his mood disturbed by thoughts which passed through it in his despite. His blood had grown hot at the coffee house, and though 'twas by no means the first time it had heated when he had heard the heartless and coarse talk of woman which it was the habit of most men of the day to indulge in, he realised that it had never so boiled as when he listened to the brutal and significant swagger of Sir John Oxon. His youth and beauty and cruel confident air had made it seem devilish in its suggestion of what his past almost boyish years might have held of pitiless pleasures and pitiless indifference to the consequences, which, while they were added triumphs to him, were ruin and despair to their victims. "The laugh in his blue eye was damnable," Roxholm murmured. "'Twas as if there was no help for her or any other poor creature whom he chose to pursue. The base unfairness of it! He is equipped with the whole armament of lures, of lies, of knowledge, and devilish skill. There are women, 'tis true, who are his equals, but those who are not, those who are ignorant and those whose hearts he wins, as 'twould be easy for him to win any woman's who believed his wooing face and voice, nay, 'twould be as dastardly as if an impregnable fortress should open all its batteries upon a little child who played before it. And he stands laughing among his mocking crew, triumphing, boasting, in cold blood, of what he plans to do months to come. Fate grant he may not come near me often. Some day I should break his devil's neck." He found himself striding about the room. He was burning with rage against the unfairness of it all, as he had burned when, a mere child, he pondered on the story of Wildairs. To day he was a man, yet his passion of rebellion was curiously similar in its nature to his young fury. Now as then, there was naught to be done to help what seemed like fate. In a world made up of men all more or less hunters of the weak, ready to accept the theory that all things defenceless and lovely are fair game for the stronger, a man whose view was fairer was an abnormality. "I do not belong to my time," he said, flinging himself into his chair again and speaking grimly. "I am too early or too late for it, and must be content to seem a fool." "There is a fate," he said a little later, having sat a space gazing at the floor and deep in thought. "There is a fate which seems to link me to the fortunes of these people. My first knowledge of their wretchedness was a thing which sank deep. There are things a human being perhaps remembers his whole life through, and strangely enough they are often small incidents. I do not think there will ever pass from me my memory of the way the rain swept over the parklands and bare trees the day I stood with my Lord Dunstanwolde at the Long Gallery window, and he told me of the new born child dragged shrieking from beneath its dead mother's body." Some days later he went to Camylott to pass a few weeks in the country with his parents, who were about to set forth upon a journey to Italy, where they were to visit in state a palace of a Roman noble who had been a friend of his Grace's youth, they having met and become companions when the Duke first visited Rome in making the grand tour. 'Twas a visit long promised to the Roman gentleman, who had more than once been a guest of their household in England, and but for affairs of his Grace of Marlborough, which Roxholm had bound himself to keep eye on, he also would have been of the party. As matters stood, honour held him on English soil, for which reason he went to Camylott to spend the last weeks with those he loved, amid the country loveliness. When my lord Marquess journeyed to the country, he took no great cavalcade with him, but only a couple of servants to attend him, while Mr. Fox rode at his side. The English June weather was heavenly fair, and the country a bower of green, the sun shining with soft warmth and the birds singing in the hedgerows and upon the leafy boughs. To ride a fine horse over country roads, by wood and moor and sea, is a pleasant thing when a man is young and hale and full of joy in nature's loveliness, and above all is riding to a home which seems more beautiful to him than any place on earth. One who has lived 28 years, having no desire unfulfilled, and taking his part of every pleasures that wealth, high birth, and a splendid body can give him, may well ride gaily over a good white road and have leisure to throw back his head to hearken to a skylark soaring in the high blue heavens above him, to smile at a sitting bird's bright eyes peeping timidly at him from under the thick leafage of a hazel hedge, or at the sight of a family of rabbits scurrying over the cropped woodland grass at the sound of his horse's feet, their short white tails marking their leaps as they dart from one fern shelter to the other, and to slacken his horse's pace as he rides past village greens, marking how the little children tumble and are merry there. So my lord Marquess rode and Mr. Fox with him, for 2 days at least. In the dewy morning they set forth and travelled between green hedgerows and through pretty tiny villages, talking pleasantly as old friends will talk, for to the day of his old preceptor's peaceful dying years later at Camylott, the Marquess, who was then a Duke, loved and treated him as a companion and friend, not as a poor underling chaplain who must rise from table as if dismissed by the course of sweetmeats when it appeared. For refreshments they drew rein at noon before some roadside inn, whose eager host spread before them his very best, and himself waited upon them in awful joy. When the sun set, one man servant rode on before to prepare for their entertainment for the night, and when they cantered up to the hostelry they found the whole establishment waiting to receive and do them honour, landlord and landlady bowing and curtseying on the threshold, maidservants peeping from behind doors and through upper windows, and loiterers from the village hanging about ready to pull forelocks or bob curtsies as their sex demanded. "'Tis my Lord Marquess of Roxholm, the great Duke of Osmonde's heir," they would hear it whispered. "He has come back from the wars covered with wounds, and now rides to pay his respects to their Graces his parents at Camylott Tower." 'Twas a pleasant journey. Roxholm always remembered and often spoke of it in after years, for his thought was that in setting out upon it he had begun to journey towards that which Fate, it seemed, had ordained that he should reach, though through dark nights and stormy days, at last. 'Twas on the morning of the 4th day there befell them a strange adventure, and one which had near ended in a dark tragedy for one human being at least. The horse his lordship rode was a beautiful fiery creature, and sometimes from sheer pleasure in his spirit his master would spur him to a wild gallop in which he went like the wind's self, showing a joy in the excitement of it which was beauteous to behold. When this 4th morning they had been but about an hour upon the road, Roxholm gave to the creature's glossy neck the touch which was the signal 'twas his delight to answer. "Watch him shoot forward like an arrow from a bow," my lord said to Mr. Fox, and then the next instant was yards away. He flew like the wind, his hoofs scarce seeming to touch the earth as he sped forward, my lord sitting like a centaur, his face aglow with pleasure, even Mr. Fox's sober animal taking fire somewhat and putting himself at a gallop, his rider's elderly blood quickening with his. One side of the road they were upon was higher than the other and covered with a wood, and as Mr. Fox followed at some distance he beheld a perilous sight. At a turn in the way, down the bank, there rushed a woman, a frantic figure, hair flying, garments disordered, and with a shriek flung herself full length upon the earth before my lord Marquess' horse, as if with the intent that the iron hoofs should dash out her brains as they struck ground again. Mr. Fox broke forth into a cry of horror, but even as it left his lips he beheld a wondrous thing, indeed, though 'twas one which brought his heart into his throat. The excited beast's fore parts were jerked upwards so high that he seemed to rear till he stood almost straight upon his hind legs, his 4 feet beating the air, then by some marvel of strength and skill his body was wheeled around and his hoofs struck earth at safe distance from the prostrate woman's head. My lord sprang from his back and stood a moment soothing his trembling, the animal snorting and panting, the foam flying from his nostrils in his terror at a thing which his friend and master had never done to him before. The two loved each other, and in Roxholm's heart there was a sort of rage that he should have been forced to inflict upon him so harsh a shock. The woman dragged herself half up from the white dust on which she had lain. She was shuddering convulsively. Her long hair was hanging about her, her eyes wild and anguished, and her lips shivering more than trembling. "Oh God! Oh God!" she wailed, and then let herself drop again and writhed, clutching at the white dust with her hands. "Are you mad?" said Roxholm sternly, "or only in some hysteric fury? Would you have your brains dashed out?" She flung out her arms, tearing at the earth still and grinding her teeth. "Yes, dashed out!" she cried. "All likeness beat from my face that none might know it again. For that I threw myself before you." The Marquess gave his horse to the servant, who had ridden to him, and made a sign both to him and Mr. Fox that they ride a little forward. He bent over the girl, for she was more girl than woman, being scarce 18, and put his hand on her shoulder. "Get up, mistress," he said. "Rise and strive to calm yourself." Suddenly his voice had taken a tone which had that in its depths no creature in pain would not understand and answer to. His keen eye had seen a thing which wrung his heart, it seeming to tell so plainly all the cruel story. "Come, poor creature," he said, "let me help you to your feet." He put his strong arm about her body and lifted her as if she had been a child, and finding she was so trembling that she had not strength to support herself, he even carried her to the grass and laid her down upon it. She had a lovely gipsy face, which should have been brilliant with beauty, but was wild and wan, and dragged with horrid woe. Her great rose eyes stared at him through big welling tears of agony. "You look like some young lord," she cried. "You have a beautiful face and a sweet voice. Any woman would believe you if you swore a thing. What are women to do? Are you a villain too? Are you a villain too?" "No," answered he, looking at her straight. "No, I am not." "All men are," she broke forth wildly. "They lie to us, they trick us, they swear to us, and kneel and pray, and then," tossing up her arms with a cry that was a shriek, "they make us kneel, and laugh, laugh, and laugh at us." She threw herself upon the grass and rolled about, plucking at her flesh as if she had indeed gone mad. "But for you," she sobbed, "it would be over now, and your horse's hoofs had stamped me out. And now 'tis to do again, for I will do it yet." "Nay, you will not, mistress," he said in a still voice, "for your child's sake." He thought indeed she would go mad then, she so writhed and beat herself that he blamed himself for his words, and knelt by her, restraining her hands. "'Tis for its sake I would kill myself, and have my face beaten into the bloody dust. I would kill it, kill it, kill it, more than I would kill myself." "Nay, you would not, poor soul," he said, "if you were not distraught." "But I am distraught," she wailed, "and there is naught but death for both of us." 'Twas a strange situation for a young man to find himself in, watching by the roadside the hysteric frenzy of a maddened girl. But as he had been unconscious on the day he stood, an unclad man, giving the aid that would save a life, so he thought now of naught but the agony he saw in this poor creature's awful eyes and heard in her strangled cries. It mattered naught to him that any passing would have thought themselves gazing upon a scene and a strange story. There was a little clear stream near, and he went and brought her water, making her drink it and bathe the dust stains from her face and hands, and the gentle authority with which he made her do these simple things seemed somehow to somewhat calm her madness. She looked up at him staring, and with long sobbing breaths. "Who are you?" she asked, helplessly. "I am the Marquess of Roxholm," he answered, "and I ride to my father's house at Camylott, but I cannot leave you until I know you are safe." "Safe!" she said. "I safe!" and she clasped her hands about her knees as she sat, wringing her fingers together. "You do not ask me who I am," she added. "I need not know your name to do you service," he answered, "but I must ask you where you would go to rest." "To death from which you have plucked me," was her reply, and she dropped her head against her held up knees and broke forth sobbing again. "I tell you there is naught else. If your horse had beat my face into the dust, none would have known where I lay at last. 5 days have I walked, and my very clothes I changed with a gipsy woman. None would have known." Suddenly she looked up with shame and terror in her eyes, the blood flaming in her face. She involuntarily clutched at his sleeve, as if in her horror she must confide even to this stranger. "They had begun to look at me and whisper," she said, "and one day a girl who hated me laughed outright as I passed, though I strove to bear myself so straightly, and I heard her mock me. 'Pride cometh first,' she said, 'and then the fall. She hath fallen far.'" She looked so young and piteous that Roxholm felt a mist pass before his eyes. "Poor child," he said, "poor child." "I was proud," she cried. "It was my sin. They taunted me that he was a gentleman and meant me ill, and it angered me, poor fool, and I held my head higher. He told me he had writ for his chaplain to come and wed us in secret. He called me my lady, and told me what his pride in me would be when we went to the town." She put her hands up to her working throat as if somewhat strangled her, and the awful look came back into her widened eyes. "In but a little while he went away," she gasped, "and when he came back, and I went to meet him in the dark, and fell weeping upon his breast, he pushed me back and looked at me, and curled his lip, laughing, and turned away. Oh, John, John Oxon!" she cried out, "God laughs at women. Why shouldst not thou?" And her paroxysm began again. At high noon a waggoner, whose cart was loaded with hay, drove into the rick yard of a decent farmhouse some hours' journey from the turn in the road where my lord Marquess had been so strangely checked in his gallop. An elderly gentleman in chaplain's garb and bands rode by the rough conveyance, and on a bed made in the hay a woman lay and groaned in mortal anguish. The good woman of the house this reverend gentleman saw alone and had discourse with, paying her certain moneys for the trouble she would be put to by the charge he commanded to her, himself accompanying her when she went out to the waggon to care for its wretched burden. Throughout the night she watched by her patient's bedside, but as day dawned she left it for a moment to call the chaplain to come quickly, he having remained in the house that he might be at hand if need should be, in accordance with his patron's wishes. "'Tis over, and she is dying," said the good woman. "I fear she hath not her wits, poor soul. All night she hath cried one name, and lies and moans it still." Mr. Fox followed her into a little cleanly raftered chamber. He knelt by the bedside and spoke gently to the girl, who lay upon the white pillows, her deathly face more white than the clean coarse linen. 'Twas true she did not see him, but lay staring at the wall's bareness, her lips moving as she muttered the name she had shrieked and wailed at intervals throughout the hours. "John, oh, John Oxon!" he could barely hear. "God laughs at us. Why should not such as thou?" And when the sun rose she lay stiff and dead, with a dead child in her rigid arm, and Mr. Fox rode slowly back with a grave countenance, to join his lord and patron at the village inn, and tell him all was over. CHAPTER XI. Of his Grace of Osmonde.
by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. It Might Have Been, It Might Have Been. The heavenly summer weeks he passed with his beloved parents at Camylott, before they set forth on their journey to the Continent, remained a sweet memory in the mind of the young Marquess so long as he lived, and was cherished by him most tenderly. In those lovely June days he spent his hour with his father and mother as he had spent them as a child, and in that greater intimacy and closer communion which comes to a son with riper years, if the situation is not reversed and his maturity has not drifted away from such fondness. Both the Duke and Duchess were filled with such noble pride in him, and he with such noble love of them. All they had hoped for in him he had given them. All his manly heart longed for they bestowed upon him tenderness, companionship, sympathy in all he did or dreamed of doing. After his leave of absence it was his intention to rejoin his Grace of Marlborough on the Continent for a period, since his great friend had so desired, but later he would return and give up his career of arms to devote himself to the interests of his country in other ways, and of this his mother was particularly glad, feeling all a woman's fears for his safety, and all her soft dread of the horrors of war. "I would not have shown you my heart when you went away from England, Gerald," she said. "'Twould not have been brave and just to do so, since 'twas your desire to go. But no woman's heart can lie light in her breast when her son is in peril every hour, and I could not bear to think," her violet eyes growing softly dark, "that my son, in winning glory, might rob other mothers of their joy." In their rides and talks together he would relate to his father the story of his own campaign, describe to him the brilliant exploits of the great Duke, whom he had seen in his most magnificent hours, as only those who fought by his side had seen him. But with her Grace he did not dwell upon such things, knowing she would not be the happier for hearing of them. With her he would walk through the park, sauntering down the avenue beneath the oak trees, or over the green sward to visit the deer, who knew the sound of her sweet voice, it seemed, and hearing it as she approached, would lift their delicate heads and come towards her to be caressed and fed, welcoming her with the dewy lustrousness of their big timorous dark eyes, even the shyest does and little fawns nibbling from her fair and gentle hand, and following her softly a few paces when she turned away. Together she and Roxholm would wander through all the dear places he had loved in his childish years, into those rose gardens which were a riot of beauty and marvellous colours, and the pride and joy of the head gardener, who lived for and among them, as indeed they were the pride of those who worked under his command, not a man or boy of them knowing any such pleasure as to see her Grace walk through their labyrinths of bloom with my lord Marquess, each of them rejoicing in the loveliness on every side, and gathering the fairest blooms as they went, until sometimes they carried away with them rich sheaves of crimson and pink and white and yellow. They loved the high walled kitchen garden too, and often visited it, spreading delight there among its gardeners by praising its fine growths, plucking the fruit and gathering nosegays of the old fashioned flowers which bordered the beds of sober vegetables, sweet peas and Canterbury bells, wallflowers, sweet williams, yellow musk, and pansies, making, her Grace said, the prettiest nosegay in the world. Then they would loiter through the village and make visits to old men and women sitting in the sun, to young mothers with babies in their arms, and little mites playing about their feet. "And you never enter a cottage door, mother," said Roxholm in his young manhood's pride and joy in her, "but it seems that the sun begins to shine through the little window, and if there is a caged bird hanging there it begins to twitter and sing. I cannot find a lady like you," bending his knee and kissing her white fingers in gay caress. "Indeed, if I could, I should bring her home to you to Camylott, and old Rowe might ring his bells until he lost his breath." "Do you know," she answered, "what your father said to me the first morning I lay in my bed with you in my arm? Old Rowe was ringing the bells as if he would go wild. I remember the joyful pealing of them as it floated across the park to come through my open window. We were so proud and full of happiness, and thought you so beautiful, and you are, Gerald, yet. So you are yet," with the prettiest smile. "And your father said of you, 'He will grow to be a noble gentleman and wed a noble lady, and they will be as we have been, beloved.' And we kissed each other with blissful tears in our eyes, and you moved in my arm, and there was a tiny new born smile on your little face." "Dear one," he said, kissing her hand more gravely, "dear one, God grant such sweetness may come to me, for indeed I want to love some woman dearly." And the warm blood mounted to his cheek. Often in their tender confidences they spoke of this fair one who was to crown his happy life, and one day, having returned from a brief visit in another county, as they sat together in the evening, she broke forth with a little sigh in her sweet voice. "Ah, Gerald," she said, "I saw in Gloucestershire the loveliest strange creature, so lovely and so strange that she gave me an ache in the heart." "And why, sweet one?" he asked. "Because I think she must be the most splendid, beauteous thing in all the world, and she has been so ill used by fate." "How could the poor child save herself from ill? Her mother died when she was born. Her father is a wicked, blasphemous rioter. He has so brought her up that she has known no woman all her life, but has been his pastime and toy. From her babyhood she has been taught naught but evil. She is so strong and beautiful and wild that she is the talk of all the country. But ah, Gerald, the look in her great eyes, her red young mouth, her wonderfulness. My heart stood still to see her, she hurt me so." My lord Marquess looked down upon the floor, and his brow knit itself. "'Twould hurt any tender soul to see her," he said. "I am but a man, and I think 'twas rage I felt that such a thing should be cast to ravening wolves." "You!" she cried, as if half alarmed. "You have seen her?" "'Tis the beauty of Wildairs you speak of, surely," he answered, "and I have seen her once, and heard of her often." "Oh, Gerald," said her Grace, "'tis cruel. If she had had a mother, if God had but been good to her." She put her hand up to her mouth to check herself, in innocent dread of that her words implied. "Nay, nay," she said, "if I would be a pious woman I must not dare to say such things. But oh, dearest one, if life had been fair to her, she is the one you might have loved, and who would have worshipped such a man. It might have been it might have been." His colour died away and left him pale. He felt it with a sudden sense of shock. "It was not," he said hurriedly. "It was not, and she is but 14, and our lives lie far apart. I shall be in the field or at the French or Spanish courts, and were I on English soil I would keep away." His mother turned pale also. Being his mother, she felt with him the beating of his blood, and his face had a strange look which she had never seen before. She rose and went to him. "Yes, yes, you are right," she exclaimed. "You could not she could not. And 'twould be best to keep away to keep away. For if you loved her 'twould drive you mad and make you forget what you must be." He tried to smile, succeeding but poorly. "She makes us say strange things. even so far distant," he said. "Perhaps you are right. Yes, I will keep away." And even while he said it, he was aware of a strange tumult in him, and knew that, senseless as it might appear, a new thing had sprung to life in him as if a flame had been lighted. And even in its first small leaping he feared it. 'Twas a week later their Graces set forth upon their journey, and though Roxholm rode with them to Dover and saw them aboard the packet, he always felt in after years that 'twas in the Long Gallery his mother had bidden him farewell. They stood at the deep window at the end which faced the west, and watched a glowing sunset of great splendour. Never had the earth spread before them seemed more beautiful, or heaven's self more near. All the west was piled with heaps of stately golden cloud, great and high clouds which were like the mountains of the delectable land, and filled one with awe whose eyes were lifted to their glories. And all the fair land was flooded with their gold. Her Grace looked out to the edge where moor and sky seemed one, and her violet eyes shone to radiance. "It is the loveliest place in all the world," she said. "It has been the loveliest home, and I the happiest woman. There has not been an hour I would not live again." She turned and lifted her eyes to his face, and put one hand on his broad breast. "And you, Gerald," she said, "you have been happy. Tell me you have been happy too." "For 28 years," he said, and folded his hand over hers. "For 28 years." She bent her face against his breast and kissed the hand closed over her own. "Yes, yes, you have been happy," she said. "You have said it often, but before I went away I wanted to hear you say it once again." And as she gazed up smiling, a last ray from the sinking sun shot through the window and made a halo about her deep gold hair. CHAPTер 12 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. CHAPTer 12 In which is sold a portrait. There are sure more forces in this universe than man has so far discovered, and so, not dreaming of them, can neither protect himself against nor aid them in their workings if he would. Who has not sometimes fancied he saw their mysterious movings and, if of daring mind, been tempted to believe that in some future, even on this earth, the science of their laws might be sought for and explained? Who has not seen the time when his own life, or that of some other, seemed to flow as a current flows, either towards or away from some end, planned or unplanned by his own mind? At one time he may plan and struggle, and, in spite of all his efforts, the current sweeps him away from the object he strives to attain, as though he were a mere feather floating upon its stream. At another, the tide bears him onward as a boat is borne by the rapids towards a thing he had not dreamed of, nor even vaguely wished to reach. At such hours resistance seems useless. We seize an oar, it breaks in the flood. We snatch at an overhanging bough, it snaps or slips our grasp. We utter cries for help, those on the bank pass by not hearing, or cast to us a rope the current bears out of reach. Then we cry "Fate!" and either wring our hands, or curse, or sit and gaze straight before us while we are swept on, either over the cataract's edge and dashed to fragments, or out to the trackless ocean, to be tossed by wind and wave till some bark sees and saves us, or we sink. From the time of his mother's speech with him after her return from Gloucestershire, Thoughts such as these passed often through Roxholm's mind. "It might have been it might have been," she had said, and the curious leap of blood and pulse he had felt had vaguely shocked him. It scarcely seemed becoming that so young a creature as this lovely hoyden should so move a man. 'Twas the fashion that girl beauties should be women early, and at Court he had seen young things, wives and mothers, when they were scarce older. But this one seemed more than half a boy, and yet he knew that he had been in earnest when he had said, "I would keep away." "I know," he had said to himself when he had been alone later, "I know that if the creature were a woman, 'twould be best that I should keep away. 'Twould be best for any man to keep away from her who was not free to bear any suffering his passion for her might bring him. The man who will be chief of a great house, whose actions affect the lives of hundreds, is not free, even to let himself be put to the torture." And he smiled unconsciously, the smile which was a little grim. He had seen and studied many women, and in studying them had learned to know much of himself. He had not been so unconscious of them as he had seemed. Such a man must meet with adventures at any time, and at a period still tainted by the freedom of a dissolute reign, even though 'tis near 20 years past. His life, in his own despite, must contain incidents which would reveal much to the world if related to it. Roxholm had met with such adventures, little as they were to his taste, and had found at both foreign and English courts that all women were not non attacking creatures, and in discovering this had learned that a man must be a stone to resist the luring of some lovely eyes. "I need not think myself invulnerable," he had thought often. "I can resist because I have loved none of them. Had it chanced otherwise, God have mercy on my soul." And now the current of his life for weeks seemed strangely set towards one being. When he returned to London after seeing his parents depart for Italy, he met in his first walk in the city streets his erst fellow collegian and officer, Lieutenant Thomas Tantillion, in England on leave, who almost hallooed with joy at the sight of him, shaking him by the hand as if his arm had been a pump handle, and then thrusting his own arm through it, and insisting affectionately on dragging him along the street that he might pour forth his renewed protestations of affection and the story of his adventures. "Never was I more glad to see a man," he said. "I'm damned if we scapegraces have not missed thy good looking face. Thou art a fine fellow, Roxholm, and good natured, ay, and modest too, for all thy beauty and learning. Many a man, with half thou hast, would wear grand Court airs to a rattle pated rascal like Tom Tantillion. Wilford does it, and he is but a Viscount, and for all his straight nose and fine eyes, but 5 feet 10. Good Lord! He looks down on us who did not pass well at the University, like a cock on a dunghill." The Marquess laughed out heartily, having in his mind a lively picture of my Lord Wilford, whose magnificence of bearing he knew well. "Art coming back, Roxholm?" asked Tom next. "When does thy leave expire?" "I am coming back," Roxholm answered, "but I shall not live long a soldier's life. 'Tis but part of what I wish to do." "His Grace of Marlborough misses thee, I warrant," said Tom. "'Tis often said he never loved a human thing on earth but John Churchill and his Duchess, but I swear he warmed to thee." "He did me honour, if 'tis true," Roxholm said, "but I am not vain enough to believe it, gracious as he has been." At that moment his volatile companion gave his arm a clutch and stopped their walk as if a sudden thought had seized him. "Where wert thou going, Roxholm?" he asked. Lord, I was so glad to see thee that I forgot." "What didst forget, Tom?" Tom slapped his thigh hilariously.
that I had an errand on hand. A good joke, split me, Roxholm. Come with me. I go to see the picture of a beauty, stole by the painter, who is always drunk and with his clothes in pawn, and lives in a garret in Rag Lane." He was in the highest spirits over the adventure, and would drag Roxholm with him, telling him the story as they went. The painter, who was plainly enough a drunken rapscallion fellow, in strolling about the country, getting his lodging and a skinful of ale, now here, now there, by daubing Turks' heads, foxes and hounds, and pigs and whistles, as signs for rustic alehouses, had seen ride by one day a young lady of such beauty that he had made a sketch of her from memory, and finding where she lived, had hung about in the park to get a glimpse of her again, and having succeeded, had made her portrait and brought it back to town, in the hope that some gentleman might be taken by its charms and buy it. "He hath drunk himself down to his last groat, and will let it go for a song now," said Tom. "I would get there before any other fellow does. Jack Wyse and Hal Langdon both want it, but they have gained their pockets empty, and wait till necessity forces him to lower his price to their means. But an hour since I heard that he had pawned his breeches and lay in bed writing begging letters. So now is the time to visit him. It was in Gloucestershire he found her." He stopped and turned round. "Hang me! 'Tis the very one Bet wrote of, and I read you the letter. Dost remember it? The vixen who clouted the Chaplain for kissing her." "Yes," said Roxholm, "I remember." Tom rattled on in monstrous spirits. "I have had further letters from Bet," he said, "and each is a sermon with the beauty's sins for a text. The women are so jealous of her that the men could not forget her if they would, they scold so everlastingly. Lord, what a stir the hoyden is making!" They turned into Rag Lane presently, and 'twas dingy enough, being a dirty, narrow place, with high, black houses on either side, their windows broken and stuffed with bits of rag and paper, their doorways ornamented with slatternly women or sodden faced men, while up and down ran squalid, noisy children under the flapping pieces of poor wearing apparel hung on lines to dry. After some questioning they found the house the man they were in search of lived in, and 'twas a shade dingier than the rest. They mounted a black broken down stairway till they reached the garret, and there knocked at the door. For a few moments there was no answer but that they could hear loud and steady snores within. "He is sleeping it off," said Tom, grinning, and whacked loudly on the door's cracked panels, by which, after 2 or 3 attacks, he evidently disturbed the sleeper, who was heard first to snort and then to begin to grumble forth drowsy profanities. "Let us in," cried Tom. "I bring you a patron, sleepy fool." Then 'twas plain someone tumbled from his bed and shuffled forward to the door, whose handle he had some difficulty in turning. But when he got the door open and caught sight of lace and velvet, plumed hats and shining swords, he was not so drunk but that which the sight suggested enlivened and awakened him. He uttered an exclamation, threw the door wide, and stood making unsteady but humbly propitiatory bows. "Your lordship's pardon," he said. "I was asleep and knew not that such honour awaited me. Enter, your lordships, I pray you enter." 'Twas a little mean place with no furnishings but a broken bedstead, a rickety chair, and an uncleanly old table, on which were huddled together a dry loaf, an empty bottle, and some poor daubs of pictures. The painter himself was an elderly man with a blotched face, a bibulous eye, and half unclothed, he having wrapped a dirty blanket about his body to conceal decently his lack of nether garments. "We come to look at your portrait of the Gloucestershire beauty," said Tom. "All want to look at it, my lord," said the man, with a leer, half servile, half cunning.
There came two young men of fashion yesterday morning, and almost lost their wits at sight of it. Either would have bought it, but both had had ill luck at basset for a week, and so could do no more than look and go forth with their mouths watering." Tom grinned. "You painters are all rogues who would bleed every gentleman you see," he said. "We are poor fellows who find it hard to sell our wares," the artist answered. "'Tis only such as the great Mr. Kneller who do not starve, and lie abed because their shirts and breeches are in pawn. When a man has a picture like to take the fancy of every young nobleman in town, he may well ask its value." "Let us see it," cried Tom. "To a gentleman it may seem a daub." The man looked at him slyly. "'Twould pay me to keep it hid here and exhibit it for a fee," he said. "The gentlemen who were here yesterday will tell others, and they will come and ask to look at it, and then " "Show it to us, sir," said Roxholm, breaking in suddenly in his deeper voice and taking a step forward. He had stood somewhat behind, not being at first in the mood to take part in the conversation, having no liking for the situation. That a young lady's portrait should be stolen from her, so to speak, and put on sale by a drunken painter without her knowledge annoyed him, and the man's leering hint of its future exhibition roused his blood. "Show it to us, sir," he said, and in his voice there was that suggestion of command which is often in the voice of a man who has had soldiers under him. The but half sober limner, being addressed by him for the first time, and for the first time looking at him directly, gave way to a slight hiccoughing start and strove to stand more steady. 'Twas no gay youthful rake who stood before him, but plainly a great gentleman, and most amazing tall and stately. 'Twas not a boy come to look at a peep show, but might be a possible patron. "Yes, your lordship," he stammered, bowing shakily. I will bring it forth. Your lordship will find the young lady a wonder." He went swaying across the room and opened a cupboard in the wall. The canvas stood propped up within, and he took it out and brought it back to them, keeping its face turned away. "Let me set it in as good a light as the poor place can give," he said, and dragged forth the rickety legged chair that he might prop it against its back, for the moment looking less drunk and less a vagabond in his eagerness to do his work justice, there lurking somewhere, perhaps, in his besotted being, that love which the artist soul feels for the labour of its dreams. "In sooth, my lord, 'tis a thing which should have been better done," he said. "I could have done the young lady's loveliness more justice had I but had the time. First I saw her for scarce more than a moment, and her face so haunted me that I sketched it for my own pleasure, and then I hung about her father's park for days, until by great fortune I came upon her one morning standing under a tree, her dogs at her feet, and she lost in thought, and with such eyes gazing before her. I stood behind a tree and did my best, trembling lest she should turn. But no man could paint her eyes, my lord," rubbing his head ruefully. "No man could paint them. Mr. Kneller will not. When she weds a duke and comes to queen it at the Court." He had managed to keep before the picture as he spoke, and now he stepped aside and let them behold it, glancing from one to the other. "Damn!" cried Tom Tantillion, and sprang forward from his chair at sight of it. My lord Marquess made no exclamation, nor spoke one word. The painter marked how tall he stood as he remained stationary, gazing. He had folded his arms across his big chest, and seemed to have unconsciously drawn himself to his full height. Presently he spoke to the artist, though without withdrawing his eyes from the picture. "'Tis no daub," he said. "For a thing done hastily 'tis done well. You have given it spirit." 'Twas fairly said. Indeed, the poor fellow knew something of his trade, 'twas evident, and perhaps for once he had been sober and inspired by the fire of what he saw before him. She stood straight with her back against a tree's trunk, her hands behind her, her eyes gazing before. She was tall and strong as young Diana. Under the shadow of her cavalier hat her rich tinted face was in splendid gloom, its seeming gloom, not only because her hair was like night, and her long and wide eyes black, but because in her far off look there was gloom's self and somewhat like a hopeless rebellious yearning. She seemed a storm embodied in the form of woman, and yet in her black eyes' depths, as if hid behind their darkest shadows, and unknown of by her very self, there lay the possibility of a great and strange melting, a melting which was all woman, and woman who was Queen. "By the Lord!" cried Tom Tantillion again, and then flushed up boyishly and broke forth into an awkward laugh. "She is too magnificent a beauty for an empty pocketed rascal like me to offer to buy her. I have not what would pay for her, and she knows it. She sets her own price upon herself as she stands there curling her vermilion lip and daring a man to presume to buy her cheap. 'Tis only a great Duke's son who may make bold to bid." And he turned and bowed, half laughing, half malicious, to Roxholm. "You, my lord Marquess, a purse as full as yours need not bargain for the thing it would have, but clap down guineas for it." "A great Duke's son? My lord Marquess?" The owner of the picture began to prick up his ears. Yes, the truth was what he had thought it. "The gentleman who owns this picture when the young lady comes up to town that the world may behold her," he said, "will be a proud man." "No gentleman would have the right to keep it if he had not her permission," said Roxholm, and he said it without lightness. "Most gentlemen would keep it whether she would or no," answered the painter. "Catch Langdon or Wise giving it up," says Tom, "and Wise said that blackguard Oxon was coming to see it because he hath made a bet on her in open club, and hearing of the picture said he would come to see if she were worth his trouble, and buy her to hang in his chambers if she were, that he might tell her of it when he went to Gloucestershire to lay siege to her. He brags he will persuade her he has prayed to her image for a year." "What is your price?" said my Lord Roxholm to the painter. The man set one, and 'twas high enough, though 'twould not have seemed so in an age when art was patronised and well paid for in a country where 'twas more generously encouraged than in England in the days of good Queen Anne. In truth, the poor fellow did not expect to get half what he asked, but hoped by beginning well to obtain from a Duke's son twice what another gentleman would give him, and he was prepared to haggle, if need be, for 2 hours. But my lord Marquess did not haggle. There had come into his countenance the look of a man who has made up his mind to take the thing he wants. He drew forth his purse and paid down the sum in golden guineas and bank notes, the painter's eyes gloating as they were counted on the table, and his head growing giddy with his joy. He would have enough to live drunk for a year, after his own economical methods. A garret and drink enough were all he required for bliss. The picture was to be sent forthwith to Osmonde House, and these directions given, the two gentlemen turned to go. But at the door the Marquess paused and spoke again. "If any should come here before it is sent to me," he said, "remember that 'tis already purchased and not on exhibition." The artist bowed low a dozen times. "On my sacred honour, your lordship," he replied, "none shall see it." Roxholm regarded him for a moment as if a new thought had presented itself to his mind. "And remember also," he added, If any should ask you to try to paint a copy from memory, or to lie in wait for the young lady again and make another, 'tis better," and his voice had in it both meaning and command, "'tis far better to please a patron than a purchaser who has a momentary caprice. Live soberly and do honest work, and bring to me what is worthy of inspection. You need not starve unless 'tis your wish." "My lord Marquess," cried the man, "your noble lordship!" and he made as if he would fall upon his knees. Roxholm made a gesture towards the picture still in its place upon the crazy chair. "I told you that was no daub," he said. "A man who can do that much can do more if he has the spirit." And his visitors went out and left the artist in his garret, the stormy, handsome creature gazing into space on one side, the guineas and bank notes on the dusty table; and after having reflected upon both for a little space, he thrust his head out of the door and called for his landlady, who, having beheld two richly clad gentlemen come from the attic, was inclined to feel it safe to be civil, and answering his summons went up to him, and being called in, was paid her long unpaid dues from the little heap on the table, the seeing of which riches almost blinded her, and sent her off willingly to the pawnbroker's to bring back the pledged breeches and coat and linen. "The tall gentleman with so superb an air," poor man said, proudly, trembling with triumphant joy, "is my lord Marquess of Roxholm, and he is the heir of the ducal house of Osmonde, and promises me patronage." When they passed out into the street and were on their way to St. James's Park, Tom Tantillion was in a state of much interested excitement. "What shall you do with it, Roxholm?" he asked. "Have it set in a rich gold frame and hung upon the gallery at Osmonde House, or in the country? Good Lord, I dare not have carried her to my lodgings if I could have bought her. She would be too high company for me and keep me on my best manners too steady. A man dare not play the fool with such a creature staring at him from the wall. 'Tis only a man who is a hero, and a stately mannered one, who could stay in the same room with her without being put out of countenance. Will she rule in the gallery in town or in the country?" "She will not be framed or hung, but laid away," answered Roxholm. "I bought her that no ill mannered rake or braggart should get her and be insolent to her in her own despite, when she could not strike him to his knees and box his ears, as she did the chaplain's, being only a woman painted on canvas." And he showed his white, strong teeth a little in a strange smile. "What!" cried Tom, "you did not buy her for your own pleasure?" The Marquess stopped with a sudden movement. "On my faith," he exclaimed, "there is the Earl of Dunstanwolde. He sees us and comes toward us." CHAPTer XIII.
Of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XIII. Your Grace. "Come with me, Gerald, to Dunstan's Wolde," said my lord, as they sat together that night in his town house. "I would have your company, if you will give it me, until you rejoin Marlborough. I am lonely in these days." His lordship did not look his usual self, seeming, Roxholm thought, worn and sometimes abstracted. He was most kind and affectionate, and there was in his manner a paternal tenderness and sympathy which the young man was deeply touched by. If it had been possible for him to have spoken to any living being of the singular mental disturbance he had felt beginning in him of late, he could have confessed it to Lord Dunstanwolde. But nature had created in him a tendency to silence and reserve where his own feelings were concerned. As to most human beings, there is a consolation in pouring forth the innermost secret thoughts at times. To him There was support in the knowledge that he held all within his own breast and could reflect upon his problems in sacred privacy. At this period, indeed, his feelings were such as he could scarcely have described to anyone. He was merely conscious of a sort of unrest and of being far from comprehending his own emotions. They were, indeed, scarcely definite enough to be called emotions, but only seemed shadows hovering about him and causing him vaguely to wonder at their existence. He was neither elated nor depressed, but found himself confronting fancies he had not confronted before, and at times regarding the course of events with something of the feeling of a fatalist. There was a thing, it seemed, from which he could not escape, yet in his deepest being was aware that he would have preferred to avoid it. No man wishes to encounter unhappiness. He was conscious remotely that this preference for avoidance arose from a vaguely defined knowledge that in one direction there lay possibilities of harsh suffering and pain. "'Tis a strange thing," he said to himself, "how I seem forbid by fate to avoid the path of this strange wild creature. My Lord Marlborough brings her up to me at his quarters, I leave them, and going to my own, meet with Tantillion and his letter. I enter a coffee house and hear wild talk of her. I go to my own house and my mother paints a picture of her which stirs my very depths. I walk in the streets of London and am dragged aside to find myself gazing at her portrait. I leave it and meet my Lord Dunstanwolde, who prays me to go to Warwickshire, where I shall be within a few miles of her and may encounter her any hour. What will come next?" That which came next was not unlike what had gone before. On their journey to Warwickshire, my Lord Dunstanwolde did not speak of the lovely hoyden, whereat Roxholm somewhat wondered, as his lordship had but lately left her neighbourhood, and her doings seemed the county scandal. But 'tis true that on their journey he conversed little and seemed full of thought. "Do not think me dull, Gerald," he said. "'Tis only that of late I have begun to feel that I am an older man than I thought, perhaps too old to be a fit companion for youth. An old fellow should not give way to fancies. I have been giving way." "Nay, nay, my dear lord," said Roxholm with warm feeling. "'Tis to fancy you should give way, and 'tis such as you who are youth's best companions, since you bring to those of fewer years ripeness which is not age, maturity which is not decay. What man is there of 28 with whom I could ride to the country with such pleasure as I feel to day? You have lived too much alone of late. 'Tis well I came to Warwickshire." The same evening after they had reached their journey's end, on descending to the saloon before dinner, his guest found my lord standing before the portrait of his lost wife and gazing at it with a strange tender intentness, his hands behind his back. He turned at Roxholm's entrance, and there were shadows in his eyes. "Such a one as she," he said, "would forgive a man, even if he seemed false, and would understand, but none could be false to her or forget," and so speaking walked away, the portrait seeming to follow him with its young flower blue eyes. 'Twas the same evening Lord Twemlow rode over from his estate to spend the night with them, and they were no sooner left with their wine than he broke forth into confidence and fretting. "I wanted to talk to thee, Edward," he said to Dunstanwolde. They had been boys together. "I am so cross these days that I can scarce bear my own company. 'Tis that young jade again, and I would invent some measures to be taken." "Ay, 'tis she again, I swear," had passed through Roxholm's mind as he looked at his wineglass, and that instant his lordship turned on him almost testily to explain. "I speak of a kinswoman who is the bane and disgrace of my life, as she would be the bane and disgrace of any gentleman who was of her family," he said. "A pretty fool and baby who was my cousin married a reprobate, Jeof Wildairs, and this is his daughter and is a shameless baggage.
Egad, you must have seen her on the hunting field when you were with us, riding in coat and breeches and with her mane of hair looped under her hat." "I saw her," Roxholm answered, and it seemed to him that as he spoke he beheld again the scarlet figure fly over the hedge on its young devil of a horse, and felt his heart leap as the horse did. My Lord Dunstanwolde looked grave and pushed his glass back and forth on the mahogany. Glancing at him, Roxholm thought his cheek had flushed, as if he did not like the subject, but Twemlow went on, growing hotter. "One day in the field," he said, "it broke from its loop, her hair, and fell about her like a black mantle streaming over her horse's back, and a sight it was, and damn it, so was she, and every man in the field shouting with pleasure or laughter, and she snatched her hat off with an oath, and sat there as straight as a dart, but in a fury, and winding her coils up, with her cheeks as scarlet as her coat, and cursing like a young vagabond stable boy between her teeth." Dunstanwolde moved suddenly and almost overset his glass, but Roxholm took his up and drained it with an unmoved countenance. But he could see her sitting in her black hair, and could see, too, the splendid scarlet on her angry cheek, and her eyes flashing wickedly. "'Tis not decent," cried Lord Twemlow, striking the table with his hand. "If the baggage were not what she is, it would be bad enough, but there is not a woman in England built so. 'Tis well Charles Stuart is not on the throne, or she would outdo any Castlemaine that ever ruled him. And 'tis well that Louis is in France, and that Mainton keeps him sober. She might retrieve her house's fortunes and rule at Court a duchess. But what decent man will look at her with her Billingsgate and her breeches? A nice lady she would make for a gentleman. Any modest snub nosed girl would be better. There is scarce a week passes as she does not set the country by the ears with some fury or frolic. One time 'tis clouting a chaplain till his nose bleeds, next 'tis frightening some virtuous woman of fashion into hysteric swooning with her impudent flaming tongue. The women hate her, and she pays them out as she only can. Lady Maddon had fits for an hour, after an encounter with her, in their meeting by chance one day at a mercer's in the county town. She has the wit of a young she devil and the temper of a tigress, and is so tall and towers so that she frightens them out of their senses." My lord Marquess looked at him across the table. "She is young," he said. "She is beautiful. Is there no man who loves her who can win her from her mad ways?" "Man!" cried Twemlow, raging. "Every scoundrel and bumpkin in the shire is mad after her. But she knows none who are not as bad as she, and they tell me she laughs her wild, scornful laugh at each of them, and looks at him, standing with her hands in her breeches pocket and her legs astride, and mocks as if she were some goddess instead of a mere strapping, handsome vixen. 'There is not one of ye,' she says, 'not one among ye who is man and big enough.' Such impudence was never yet in woman born. And the worst on't is, she is right, damn her, she's right." "Yes," said my Lord Dunstanwolde with a clouded face, "'tis a man who would win her, young and beautiful and strong strong." "She needs a master," cried Twemlow. "Nay," said Roxholm, "a mate." "Mate! Good Lord!" cried Twemlow, again turning to stare at him. "A master, say I." "'Tis a barbaric fancy," said Roxholm thoughtfully, as he turned the stem of his glass, keeping his eyes fixed on it as though solving a problem for himself. "A barbaric fancy that a woman needs a master. She who is strong enough is her own conqueror, as a man should be master of himself. No gentleman will take her if she does not mend her ways," Lord Twemlow said, hotly. "And with all these country rakes about her she will slip, as more decently bred girls have. All eyes are set upon her, waiting for it. She has so drawn every gaze upon her that her scandal will set ablaze a light that will flame like a beacon fire from a hill top. She will repent her bitterly enough then. None will spare her.
She will be like a hare let loose with every pack in the county set upon her to hunt her to her death." "Ah!" The exclamation broke forth as if involuntarily from my Lord Dunstanwolde, and Roxholm, turning with a start, saw that he had suddenly grown pale. "You are ill!" he cried. "You have lost colour." "No, no," his lordship answered hurriedly and faintly smiling. "'Tis over. 'Twas but a stab of pain." And he refilled his glass with wine and drank it. "You live too studious a life, Ned," said Twemlow. "You have looked but poorly this month or two." "Do not let us speak of it," Lord Dunstanwolde answered, a little hurried as before. "What is it you think to do, or have you yet no plan?" "If she begins her 15th year as she has lived the one just past," said my lord, ruffling his periwig in annoyance, "I shall send my chaplain to her father to give him warning. We are at such odds that if I went myself we should come to blows, and I have no mind either to be run through or to drive steel through his thick body. He would have her marry, I would swear, and counts on her making as good a match as she can make without going to Court, where he cannot afford to take her. I shall lay command on Twichell to put the case clear before him, that no gentleman will pay her honourable court while he so plays the fool as to let her be the scandal of Gloucestershire, ay, and of Worcestershire and Warwickshire to boot. That may stir his liquor sodden brain and set him thinking." "How will she bear it?" asked his lordship of Dunstanwolde. "Will not her spirit take fire that she should be so reproved?" "'Twill take fire enough, doubtless, and be damned to it," replied my Lord Twemlow, hotly. "She will rage and rap out oaths like a trooper, but if Jeof Wildairs is the man he used to be, he will make her obey him, if he chooses, or he will break her back." "'Twould be an awful battle," said Roxholm, "between a will like hers and such a brute as he, should her choice not be his." "Ay, he is a great blackguard," commented Twemlow, coolly enough. "England scarcely holds a bigger than Jeoffry Wildairs, and he has had the building of her, body and soul." 'Twas not alone my Lord Twemlow who talked of her, but almost every other person, so it seemed. Oftenest she was railed at and condemned, the more especially if there were women in the party discussing her. But 'twas to be marked that at such times as men were congregated and talked of her faults and beauties, more was said of her charms than her sins. They fell into relating their stories of her, even the soberest of them, as if with a sense of humour in them, as indeed the point of such anecdotes was generally humorous because of a certain piquant boldness and lawless wild spirit shown in them. The story of the chaplain Roxholm heard again, and many others as fantastic. The retorts of this young female Ishmael upon her detractors and assailers, on such rare occasions as she encountered them, were full of a wit so biting and so keen that they were more than any dared to face when it could be avoided. But she was so bold and ingenious, and so ready with devices, that few could escape her. Her companionship with her father's cronies had given her a curious knowledge of the adventures which took place in 3 counties, at least, and her brain was so alert and her memory so unusual that she was enabled to confront an enemy with such adroitly arranged circumstantial evidence that more than one poor beauty would far rather have faced a loaded cannon than found herself within the immediate neighbourhood of the mocking and flashing eyes. Her meeting in the mercer's shop with the fair willow wand Lady Maddon had been so full of spirited and pungent truth as to drive her ladyship back to London after her 2 hours' fainting fits were over. "Look you, my lady," she had ended, in her clear, rich girl voice, and to every word she uttered the mercer and his shopmen and boys had stood listening behind their counters or hid round bales of goods, all grinning as they listened. "I know all your secrets, as I know the secrets of other fine ladies. I know and laugh at them, because they show you to be such fools. They are but fine jokes to me. My morals do not teach me to pray for you or blame you. Your tricks are your own business, not another woman's, and I would have told none of them, not one, if you had not lied about me. I am not a woman in two things. I wear breeches, and I know how to keep my mouth shut as well as if 'twere padlocked. But you lied about me when you told the story of young Lockett and me. 'Twas a damned lie, my lady. Had it been true none would have known of it, and he must have been a finer man, with more beauty and more wit. But as for the thing I tell you of Sir James, and your meeting at But here the fragile willow wand shrieked and fell into her first fit, not having strength to support herself under the prospect of hearing the story again with further and more special detail. "I hear too much of her," Roxholm said to himself at last. "She is in the air a man breathes, and seems to get into his veins and fly to his brain." He suddenly laughed a short laugh, which even to himself had a harsh sound. "'Tis time I should go back to Flanders," he said, "and rejoin his Grace of Marlborough." He had been striding over the hillsides all morning with his gun over his shoulder, and had just before he spoke thrown himself down to rest. He had gone out alone, his mood pleasing itself best with solitude, and had lost his way and found himself crossing strange land. Being wearied and somewhat out of sorts, he had flung himself down among the heather and bracken, where he was well out of sight, and could lie and look up at the grey of the sky, his hands clasped beneath his head. "Yes, 'twill be as well that I go back to Flanders," he said again, somewhat gloomily, and as he spoke he heard voices on the fall of the hill below him, and glancing down through the gorse bushes saw approaching his resting place 4 sportsmen who looked as fatigued as himself. He did not choose to move, thinking they would pass him, and as they came nearer he recognised them one by one, having by this time been long enough in the neighbourhood to have learned both names and faces. They were of the Wildairs crew, and one man's face enlightened him as to whose estate he trespassed on, the owner of the countenance being a certain Sir Christopher Crowell, a jolly drunken dog whose land he had heard was somewhere in the neighbourhood. The other 2 men were a Lord Eldershawe and Sir Jeoffry Wildairs himself, while the tall stripling with them 'twas easy to give a name to, though she strode over the heather with her gun on her shoulder and as full a game bag as if she had been a man, it being Mistress Clorinda in corduroy, and with her looped hair threatening to break loose and hanging in disorder about her glowing face. They were plainly in gay humour, though wearied, and talked and laughed noisily as they came. "We have tramped enough," cried Sir Jeoffry, "and bagged birds enough for one morning. 'Tis time we rested our bones and put meat and drink in our bellies." He flung himself down upon the heather, and the other men followed his example. Mistress Clo, however, remaining standing, at first leaning upon her gun. My lord Marquess gazed down at her from his ledge, and shut his teeth in anger at the mounting of the blood to his cheek and its unseemly burning there. "I will stay where I am and look at her at least," he said. "To be looked at does no woman harm, and to look at one can harm no man, if he be going to Flanders." That which disturbed him most was his realising that he always thought of her as a woman, and also that she was a woman, and no child. 'Twas almost impossible to believe that she was no older than was said, when one beheld her height and youthful splendour of body and bearing. He knew no woman of 20 as tall as she and shaped with such strength and fineness. Her head was so set on her long throat and her eyes so looked out from under her thick jet lashes that merely standing erect she seemed to command and somewhat disdain, but when she laughed, her red lips curling,
her little strong teeth gleaming, and her eyes opening and flashing mirth, she was the archest, most boldly joyous creature a man had ever beheld. Her morning's work on the moors had made her look like young Nature's self. Her cheek was burnt rich brown and crimson, her disordered hair twined in big rough rings about her forehead. Her movements were as light, alert, and perfect as if she had been a deer or any wild thing of the woods or fields. There was that about her that made Roxholm feel that she must exhale in breath and hair and garments the scent of gorse and heather and fern and summer rains. As one man gazed at her so did the others, though they were his elders and saw her often, while he was but 28 and had beheld her but once before. Each man of the party took from his pouch a small but well filled packet of food and a flask, and fell to upon their contents voraciously, talking as they worked their jaws and joking with Mistress Clo. She also brought forth her own package, which held bread and meat and a big russet apple, upon she set with a fine appetite. 'Twas good even to see her eat, she did it with such healthy pleasure as a young horse might have taken his oats, or a young setter his supper after a day in the cover. "Thou'rt not tired, Clo?" cries Eldershawe, laughing, as she fell upon her russet apple, biting into it crisply and plainly with the pleasure of a hungry child. "Not I, good Lord!" she answered. "Could shoot over as many miles again." "When thou'rt 50 years old wilt not be so limber and have such muscles," said Sir Jeoffry. "She hath not so long to wait," said the third man, grinning. "Wast not 14 in November, Clo? Wilt soon be a woman." She bit deep into her fruit and stared out over the moors below. "Am not going to be a woman," she said. "I hate them." "They hate thee," said Eldershawe with a chuckle, "and will hate thee worse when thou wearest brocades and a farthingale." "I have watched them," proceeded Mistress Clo. "They cannot keep their mouths shut. If they have a secret they must tell it whether 'tis their own or another's. They clack, they tell lies, they cry and scream out if they are hurt, but they will hurt anything which cannot hurt them back. They run and weep to each other when they are in love and a man slights them. They have no spirit and no decency." She said it with such an earnest solemness that her companions shouted with laughter. "She sits in her breeches, the unruliest baggage in Gloucestershire," cried Eldershawe, "and complains that fine ladies are not decent. What would they say if they heard thee?" "They may hear me when they will," said Mistress Clo, springing to her feet with a light jump and sending the last of her apple whizzing into space with a boyish throw. "'Tis I who am the modest woman, for all my breeches and manners. I do not see indecency where there is none, for the mere pleasure of ogling and bridling and calling attention to my simpering. I should have seen no reason for airs and graces if I had been among those on the bank when the fine young Marquess we have heard of saved the boatload on the river and gave orders for the reviving of the drowned man in his wet skin. When 'tis spoke of, for 'tis a favourite story, that little beast Tantillion hides her face behind her fan and cries, 'Ah, Lud, thank Heaven I was not near. I should have swooned away at the very sight.'" She imitated the affected simper of a girl in such a manner that the three sportsmen yelled with delight, and Roxholm himself gnawed his lip to check an involuntary break into laughter. "What didst say to her the day she bridled over it at Knepton, when the young heir was there?" said Crowell, grinning. "I was told thou disgraced thyself, Clo. What saidst thou?" She was standing her full straight height among them and turned, with her hands in her pockets and a grave face. "My blood was hot," she answered. "I said, 'Damn thee for a lying little fool.' That thou wouldst not." And the men who lay on the ground roared till they rolled there, and Roxholm gnawed his lip again, though not all for mirth.
For there was in his mind another thing. She did not laugh, but stood in the same position, but now looking out across the country spread below. "I shall love no man who will scorn me," she continued in her mellow voice. "But if I did, I would be burned alive at the stake before I would open my lips about it, and I would be burned alive at the stake before I would play tricks with my word, or break my promise when 'twas given. Women think they can swear a thing and unswear it, to save or please themselves. They give themselves to a man and then repent it, and are slippery. If I had given myself, and found I had been a fool, I would keep faith. I would play no tricks, even though I learned to hate him. No, I will not be a woman." And she picked up her gun and strode away, and seeing this they rose all three by one accord, as if she were their chieftain, and followed her. After they were gone, my lord Marquess did not move for some time, but lay still among the gorse and bracken at his full length, his hands clasped behind his head. He gazed up into the grey sky with the look of a man whose thoughts are deep and strange. But at last he rose, and picking up his gun, shouldered it and strode forth on his way back to Dunstan's Wolde, which was miles away. "Yes," he said, speaking aloud to himself, "I will go back and follow his Grace of Marlborough for a while on his campaign, but in 2 years' time I will come back to Gloucestershire and see what time has wrought." But to Flanders he did not go, nor did my Lord Duke of Marlborough see him for many a day, for fate, which had so long steadily driven him, had ordained it otherwise. When he reached Dunstan's Wolde, on crossing the threshold, something in the faces of the lacqueys about the entrance curiously attracted his attention. He thought each man glanced at or spoke to looked agitated and as if there were that on his mind which so scattered his wits that he scarce knew how to choose a speech. The younger one stammered and, trying to avoid his eye, seemed to step out of his view as hastily as possible. Those of maturer years wore grave and sorrowful faces, and when, on passing through the great hall upon which opened the library and drawing rooms, he encountered the head butler, the man started back and actually turned pale. "What has happened?" his lordship demanded, his wonder verging in alarm. "Something has come about, surely. What is it, man? Tell me. My Lord Dunstanwolde?" The man was not one whose brain worked quickly. 'Twas plain he lost his wits, being distressed for some reason beyond measure. He stepped to the door of the library and threw it open. "My lord awaits your lordship, Grace." And then in an uncertain and low voice he announced him in the following strange manner: "His lordship, his Grace, has returned, my lord." And Roxholm, suddenly turning cold and pale himself, and seized upon by a horror of he knew not what, saw as in a dream my Lord Dunstanwolde advancing towards him, his face ashen with woe, tears on his cheeks, his shaking hands outstretched as if in awful pity. "My poor Gerald," he broke forth, one hand grasping his, one laid on his shoulder. "My poor lad, God help me that I am no more fit to break to you this awful news." "For God's sake!" cried Gerald, and sank into the chair my lord drew him to, where he sat himself down beside him, the tears rolling down his lined cheeks. "Both your parents," he cried. "God give me words both. At Pisa, where they had stopped a malignant fever, your mother first, and within 12 hours your father. Praise Heaven they were not parted. Gerald, my boy." My Lord Marquess leaned forward, his elbow sank on his knee, his forehead fell heavily upon his palm and rested there. He felt as if a blow had been struck upon his head, which he moved slowly, seeing nothing before him. "Both," he murmured.
The happiest woman in England. Have you been happy? I would hear you say it again before I leave you. Ay," shaking his head, "that was why the poor fool said, your Grace." CHAPter XIV.
Of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 14. For all her youth there is no other woman like her. They were brought back in state from Italy, and borne to their beloved Camylott, to sleep in peace there, side by side, and the bells in the church tower tolled long and mournfully, and in the 5 villages in different shires there was not a heart which did not ache, nor one which, having faith, did not know that somewhere their happy love lived again and was more full of joy than it had been before. And my lord Marquess was made Lord Duke, but for many months none beheld him but Lord Dunstanwolde, who came to Camylott with many great people to attend the funeral obsequies. But when all the rest went away he stayed, and through the first strange black weeks the two were nearly always together, and often, through hours, walked in company from one end of the long gallery to the other. Over such periods of sorrow and bereavement it is well to pass gently, since they must come to all, and have so come through all the ages past, to every human being who has lived to maturity, and yet at the same time there is none can speak truly for another than himself of what the suffering has been, or how it has been borne. None but the one who bears it can know what hours of anguish the endurance cost, and how 'twas reached. My lord Duke looked pale in his mourning garments, and for many months his countenance seemed sharper cut, his eyes looking deeper set and larger, having faint shadows round them, but even Lord Dunstanwolde knew but few of his inmost thoughts, and to others he never spoke of his bereavement. The taking possession of a great estate and the first assuming of the responsibilities attached to it are no small events, and bring upon the man left sole heir numberless new duties, therefore the new Duke had many occupations to attend to, much counselling with his legal advisers, many interviews with stewards, bailiffs, and holders of his lands, visits to one estate after another, and converse with the reverend gentlemen who were the spiritual directors of his people. Such duties gave him less time for brooding than he would have had upon his hands had he been a man more thoughtless of what his responsibilities implied, and consequently more willing to permit them to devolve upon those in his employ. A man should himself know all things pertaining to his belongings, the new Duke said to Lord Dunstanwolde, and all those who serve him should be aware that he knows, and that he will no more allow his dependents to cheat or slight him than he himself will stoop to carelessness or dishonesty in his dealings with themselves. To govern well, a man must be ruler as well as friend. And this he was to every man in his 5 villages, and those who had worshipped him as their master's heir loved and revered him as their master. The great Marlborough wrote a friendly letter expressing his sympathy for him in the calamity by which he had been overtaken, and also his regret at the loss of his services and companionship, he having at once resigned his commission in the army on the occurrence of his bereavement, not only feeling desirous of remaining in England, but finding it necessary to do so. He spent part of the year upon his various estates in the country, but quarrels of Whigs and Tories, changes in the Cabinet, and the bitter feeling against the march into Germany, and the struggle which promised to result, gave him work to do in London, and opportunities for the development of those abilities his Grace of Marlborough had marked in him. The air on all sides was heavy with storm, at court the enemies of Duchess Sarah, and they were many, whether they confessed themselves or not, were prognosticating her fall from her high post of ruler of the Queen of England, and her lord from his pinnacle of fame. There were high Tories and Jacobites, who did not fear to speak of the scaffold as the last stage likely to be reached by the greatest military commander the country had ever known in case his march into Germany ended in disaster. There were indeed questions so momentous to be pondered over, that for long months my lord Duke had but little time for reflection upon those incidents which had disturbed him by appearing to result from the workings of a persistent fate. But in a locked cabinet in his private closet there lay a picture which sometimes, as it were, despite himself, he took from its hiding place to look upon, and when he found himself gazing at the wondrous face of storm, with its great stag's eyes, he knew that the mere sight waked in him the old tumult, and that it did not lose its first strange unexplained power. And once sitting studying the picture, his thought uttered itself aloud, his voice curiously breaking upon the stillness of the room. "It is," he said, "as if that first hour a deep chord of music had been struck, a stormy minor chord, and each time I hear of her or see her the same chord is struck aloud again, and it never varies by a note. I swear there is a question in her eyes, and I could answer it, yet for my soul's sake I must keep away." He knew honour itself demanded this of him, for the stories which came to his ears were each wilder and more fantastic than the other, and sometimes spoke strange evil of her violent temper, of her wicked tongue, of her outraging of all customs and decencies; but almost incredible as it seemed, none had yet proved that her high spirit and proud heart had been subjugated, and she made a victim by a conqueror. 'Twas this which was talked of at the clubs and coffee houses, where her name was known by those frequenting them. "She would be like a hare let loose to be hounded to her death by every pack in the county," my Lord Twemlow had said the night he talked of her at Dunstan's Wolde, and every man had agreed with him, and waited for the outburst of a scandal, and made bets as to when it would break forth. There were those among the successful heart breakers whose vanity was piqued by the existence of so invincible and fantastical a female creature, and though my lord Duke did not hear of it, their worlds being far apart, the male beauty and rake, Sir John Oxon, was among them, his fretted pride being so well known among his fellow beaux that 'twas their habit to make a joke of it, and taunt him with their witticisms. "She is too big a devil," they said, "to care a fig for a man. She would laugh in the face of the mightiest lady killer in London, and flout him as if he were a mercer's apprentice or a ploughboy. He does not live who could trap her." With most of them the noble sport of chasing women was their most exalted pastime. They were like hunters on the chase of birds. The man who brought down the rarest creature of the wildest spirit and the brightest plumage was the man who was hero for a day at least. The winter my Lord Duke of Marlborough spent in Hanover, Berlin, Vienna, and the Hague, engaged in negotiations and preparations for his campaign, and at Vienna his Grace of Osmonde joined him that they might talk face to face, even the great warrior's composure being shaken by the disappointment of the year. But a fortnight before his leaving England there came to Osmonde's ear rumours of a story from Gloucestershire. 'Twas of a nature more fantastic than any other, and far more unexpected. The story was imperfectly told and without detail, and detail no man or woman seemed able to acquire, and baffled curiosity ran wild, no story having so whetted it as this last. "But we shall hear later," said one. For 'tis said Jack Oxon was there, being on a visit to his kinsman, Lord Eldershawe, who has been the young lady's playmate from her childhood. Jack will come back primed and will strut about for a week and boast of his fortunes whether he can prove them or not." But this Osmonde did not hear, having already left town for a few days at Camylott, where my Lord Dunstanwolde accompanied him, and at the week's end they went together to Warwickshire, and as on the occasion of Osmonde's other visit, the first evening they were at the Wolde came my Lord Twemlow, more excited than ever before, and he knew and told the whole story. "Things have gone from bad to worse," he said, "and at last I sent my chaplain as I had planned, and the man came back frightened out of his wits, having reached the hall door in a panic, and there found himself confronted by what he took to be a fine lad in hunting dress making his dog practise jumping tricks. And 'twas no lad, of course, but my fine mistress in her boy's clothes, and she takes him to her father and makes a saucy jest of the whole matter, tossing off a tankard of ale as she sits on the table, laughing at him and keeping Sir Jeoffry from breaking his head in a rage. And in the end she sends an impudent message to me, but says I am right, the shrewd young jade, and that she will see that no disgrace befalls me. But for all that, the chaplain came home in a cold sweat, poor fool, and knows not what to say when he speaks of her." "And then?" said my Lord Dunstanwolde, somewhat anxiously. "Is it true, that which we heard rumoured in town?" Lord Twemlow shook his head ruefully. "Heaven knows how it will end," he said, "or if it is but a new impudent prank, or what she will do next, but the whole country is agog with the story. She bade her father invite his rapscallion crew to her birthnight supper, and says 'tis that they might see her in breeches for the last time, for she will wear them no more, but begin to live a sober, godly, and virtuous life, and keep a chaplain of her own. And on the 24th night of November, she turning 15, they gather prepared for sport, and find her attired like a young prince, in pink satin coat and lace ruffles and diamond buckles and powder, more impudent and handsome than since she was born. And when the drinking sets in heavily, upon her chair she springs, and stands laughing at the company of them. 'Look you last on my fine shape,' she cries, 'for after to night you'll see no more of it. From this I am a fine lady,' and sings a song and drinks a toast and breaks her glass on the floor and runs away." At a certain period of my Lord Twemlow's first story, the night he told it, both his Lord of Dunstanwolde and the then Marquess of Roxholm had made unconscious movements as they heard. This had happened when had been described the falling of the mantle of black hair and the little oaths with which Mistress Clorinda had sat on her hunter binding it up, and at this point, at this other picture of the audacious beauty and her broken glass, each man almost started again, my Lord Dunstanwolde, indeed, suddenly rising and taking a step across the hearth. "What a story!" he said. "On my soul!" "And 'tis not the end," cried Lord Twemlow. "An hour she leaves them talking of her, wondering what she plans to do, and then the door is flung wide open, and there she stands, splendid in crimson and silver and jewels, with a diadem on her head, and servants holding lights flaming above her." My Lord Dunstanwolde turned about and looked at him as if the movement was involuntary, and Lord Twemlow ended with a blow upon the table, his elderly face aflame with appreciation of the dramatic thing he told. "And makes them a great court curtsy," he cried, his voice growing almost shrill, "and calls on them all to fall upon their knees, by God! For so, she says, from this night all men shall kneel, all men on whom I deign to cast my eyes." His Grace the Duke of Osmonde had listened silently, and throughout with an impenetrable face, but at this moment he put up his hand and slightly swept his brow with his fingers, as if he felt it damp. "And now what does it mean?" my Lord Twemlow asked them, with an anxious face. "And how will it end? A fortnight later she appeared at church, dressed like a lady of the Court, and attended by her sisters and their governess, as if she had never appeared unattended in her life, and prayed, good Lord, with such a majestic seriousness, and listened to the sermon with such a face as made the parson forget his text and fumble about for his notes in dire confusion. 'Twas thought she might be going to play some trick to cause him to break down in the midst of his discourse, but she did not, and sailed out of the church as if she had never missed a sermon since she was born." "Perhaps," said my Lord Dunstanwolde, "perhaps her mind has changed, and 'tis true she intends to live more gravely." "Nay," answered Lord Twemlow, with a troubled countenance, "no such good fortune. She doth not intend to keep it up, and how could she if she would? A girl who hath lived as she hath, seeing no decent company, and with not a woman about her, though for that matter they say she has the eye of a hawk and the wit of a dozen women, and the will to do aught she chooses. But surely she could not keep it up." "Another woman could not," said Osmonde. "A woman who had not a clear, strong brain and a wondrous determination. A woman who was weak or a fool, or even as other women, could not. But surely, for all her youth, there is no other woman like her." CHAPter 15 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 15 And 'twas the town rake and beauty, Sir John Oxon. That night he lay almost till 'twas morning, his eyes open upon the darkness, since he could not sleep, finding it impossible to control the thoughts which filled his mind. 'Twas a night whose still, long hours he never could forget in the years that followed, and 'twas not a memory which was a happy one. He passed through many a curious phase of thought, and more than once felt a pang of sorrow that he was now alone as he had never thought of being, and that if suffering came, his silent endurance of it must be a new thing. To be silent because one does not wish to speak is a different matter from being silent because one knows no creature dear and near enough to hear the story of one's trouble. He realised now that the tender violet eyes which death had closed would have wooed from his reserve many a thing it might have been good to utter in words. "She would always have understood," he thought. "She understood when she cried out. It might have been." He clasped his hands behind his head and lay so, smiling with mingled bitterness and joy. "It has begun," he said. "I have heard them tell of it of how one woman's face came back again and again, of how one pair of eyes would look into a man's and would not leave him, nor let him rest. It has begun for me, too. For good or evil, it has begun." Until this night he had told himself, and believed himself in the telling, that he had been strangely haunted by thoughts of a strange creature, because the circumstances by which she was encompassed were so unusual and romantic as would have lingered in the mind of any man, whether old or young. And this he had been led to feel the more confident of, since he was but one of a dozen men, and indeed each one who knew of her existence appeared to regard her as the heroine of a play, though so far it was to them but a rattling comedy. But from this night he knew a different thing, and realised that he was face to face with that mystery which all men do not encounter, some only meeting with the mere fleeting image of it, and never knowing what the reality is. That mystery which may be man's damnation or his heaven, his torture and heart sickening, or his life and strength and bliss. What his would bring to him, or bring him to, he knew not in the least, and had at times a pang at the thought of it. But sometimes such a surge of joy as made him feel himself twice man instead of once. When he rode forth to ride the next day it was with a purpose clear in his mind. Hitherto all he had seen or heard had been by chance, but if he saw aught this morning 'twould be because he had hoped for and gone to meet it. "Before I cross the sea," was his thought, "I would see her once again, if chance so favours me. I would see if there seems any new thing in her face, and if there is, if this is no wild jest and comedy, but means that she has wakened to knowing herself a woman. I shall know when I see her eyes, and can carry my thought away with me. Then when I come back 'twill be but a few months at the most I will ride into Gloucestershire that first week I am on English soil, and I will go to her and ask that I may be her servant until she learns what manner of man I am and can tell me to go or stay." If Sir Jeoffry and his crew had dreamed that such a thought worked in the mind of one of the richest young noblemen in England, he a duke and handsome enough to set any woman's heart beating, as he rode through the Gloucestershire lanes, if they had dreamed that such a thing was within the bounds of human possibility, what a tumult would have been roused among them, how they would have stared at each other with mouths open, uttering exclamatory oaths of wild amazement and ecstatic triumph, how they would have exulted and drunk each other's healths and their wild playmates and her splendid fortunes. But in truth that such a thing could be would have seemed to them as likely as that Queen Anne herself should cast a gracious eye upon a poor fox hunting country baronet who was one of her rustic subjects. The riot of Wildairs and its company was a far cry indeed from Camylott and St. James. If my Lord Twemlow had guessed at the possibility of this strange thing, and had found himself confronting a solution of his irking problem, which would flood its past with brilliance and illuminate all its future with refulgent light, casting a glow of splendour even over his own plain country gentleman's existence, how he would have started and flushed with bewildered pride, and rubbed his periwig awry in his delighted excitement. If my Lord Dunstanwolde, sitting at that hour in his silent library, a great book open before him, his forehead on his slender veined hand, his thoughts wandering far away, if he had been given by fate an inkling of the truth which none knew or suspected, or had reason for suspecting, perhaps he would have been most startled and struck dumb of all, the most troubled and amazed and shocked. But of such a thing no one dreamed, as indeed why should they? And my Lord Duke of Osmonde rode over the border into Gloucestershire on his fine beast, and, trotting up the roads and down the lanes, wore a look upon his face which showed him deep in thought. 'Twas a grey day, unbrightened by any sun. For almost a week there had been rain, and the roads were heavy and the lanes muddy and full of pools of miry water. It was the intention of my lord Duke to let his horse carry him over such roads and lands as would be in the near neighbourhood of Wildairs, and while he recognised the similarity of his action to that of a schoolboy in love, who paces the street before his sweetheart's dwelling, there was no smile at himself either on his countenance or in his mind. "I may see her," he said quietly to himself. "I am more like to catch sight of her on these roads than on any other, and schoolboy trick or not, 'twill serve, and if she passes will have won me what I long for it is longing, this. I know it now, and own it to myself." And see her he did, but as is ever the case when a man has planned a thing, it befell as he had not thought of it happening, and 'twas over in a flash. Down one of the wet lanes he had turned, and was riding slowly, when he heard suddenly behind him a horse coming at such a sharp gallop that he wheeled his own beast aside, the way being dangerously narrow, that so tempestuous a rider might tear by in safety. And as he turned and was half screened by the bushes, the rider swept past him, splashing through the mire and rain pools so that the muddy water flew up beneath the horse's hoofs, and 'twas the object of his thoughts herself. She rode her tall young horse, and was not clad as he had before beheld her, but in rich riding coat and hat and sweeping feather. No maid of honour of Her Majesty Queen Anne's rode attired more fittingly, none certainly with such a seat and spirit, and none, Heaven knew, looked like her. These things he marked in a flash, not knowing he had marked them until afterwards, so strong and moving was his sudden feeling that in her nature at that moment there worked some strange new thing, some mood new to herself and angering her. Her brows were bent, her eyes were set and black with shadow. She bit her full lip as she rode, and her horse went like the wind. For but a moment she was through the lane and clattering on the road. My lord Duke was breathing fast and bit his own lip, but the next second broke into a laugh, turning his horse, whose bridle he had caught up with a sudden gesture. "Nay," he said, "a man cannot gallop after a lady without ceremony, and command her to stand and deliver as if he were a highwayman. Yet I was within an ace of doing it within an ace. I have beheld her. I had best ride back to Dunstan's Wolde." And so he did, at a hot pace. But if he had chanced to turn on the top of the hill, he might have seen below him in a lane to the right that two rode together, and one was she whom he had but just seen, her companion a horseman who had leapt a gate in a field and joined her, with flushed cheeks and wooing eyes, though she had frowned, and 'twas the town rake and beauty, Sir John Oxon. CHAPTer 16 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTer 16 A Rumour. Through the passing of 2 years Osmonde's foot did not press English soil again, and his existence during that period was more vivid and changeful than it had ever been before. He saw Ramillies follow Blenheim, great Marlborough attain the height of renown, and French Louis's arrogant ambitions end in downfall and defeat. Life in both camp and Court he knew at its highest tension, brilliant scenes he beheld, strange ones, wicked ones, and lived a life so eventful and full of motion and excitement that there were few men who through its picturesque adventures would have been like to hold in mind one image and one thought. Yet this he did, telling himself that 'twas the thought which held him, not he the thought. It having been proven in the past, 'twas one which would not have released him from its dominion even had he been inclined to withdraw himself from it. And this he was not. Nature had so built him that on the day when he had found himself saying, "In 2 years' time I will come back to Gloucestershire and see what time has wrought,"
He had reached a point from which there was no retreating. Through many an hour in time past there had been turmoil in his mind, but in a measure at least this ended the uncertainties, and was no rash outburst but a resolve. It had not been made lightly, but had been like a plant which had grown from a seed, long hidden in dark earth and slowly fructifying, till at last summer rain and warming sun had caused it to burst forth from its prison, a thing promising full fruit and flower. For long he had not even known the seed was in the soil. He had felt its stirrings before he had believed in its existence, and then one day the earth had broke, and he had seen its life and known what its strength might be. 'Twould be of wondrous strength, he knew, and of wondrous beauty if no frost should blight nor storm uproot it. In its freedom from all tendency to playthings, sentimentalists, and trivial romances, his youth had been unlike the youth of other men. Being man and young, he had known temptations, but had disdained it. Being also proud and perhaps haughty in his fastidiousness, and being strong, he had thrust base and light things aside. He had held in his brain a fancy from his boyhood, and singularly enough, it had but grown stronger and become more fully formed with his own strength and increase of years. 'Twas a strange fancy indeed to fit the time he lived in, but 'twas his choice. The woman whose eyes held the answer to the question his own soul asked, and whose being asked the question to which his own replied, would bring great and deep joy to him; others did not count in his existence. And for her he had waited and longed, sometimes so fiercely that he wondered if he was in the wrong, and but following a haunting, mocking dream. "You are an epicure, Osmonde," his Grace of Marlborough had said more than once, for he had watched and studied him closely. "Not an anchorite, but an epicure." "Yes," answered Osmonde, "perhaps 'tis that. Any man can love a score of women most men do but there are few who can love but one as I shall if" and the words came slowly "if I ever find her." "You may not," remarked his Grace. "I may not," said Osmonde, and he smiled his faint, grim smile. He could not have sworn when he returned to the Continent that he had found her absolutely at last. Her body he had found, but herself he had not approached nearly enough to know. But this thing he realised, that even in the mad stories he had heard, when they had been divested of their madness, the chief figure in them had always stood out an honest, strong, fair thing, dwarfed by no petty feminine weakness, nor follies, nor spites. Rules she broke, decorums she defied, but in such manner as hurt none but herself. She played no tricks and laid no plots for vengeance, as she might well have done. She but went her daring, lawless way, with her head up and her great eyes wide open, and 'twas her fearless frankness and just, clear wit which moved him more than aught else, since 'twas they which made him feel that 'twas not alone her splendid body commanded love, but a spirit which might mate with a strong man's and be companion to his own. His theories of womankind, which were indeed curiously in advance of his age, were such as demanded great things, and not alone demanded, but also gave them. A man and a woman should not seem beings of a different race, the one all strength, the other all weakness, was his thought. They should gaze into each other's eyes with honest, tender, human passion, which is surely a great thing, as nature made it. Each should know the other's love, and strength and honour may be trusted through death or life themselves. 'Tis not a woman's love is won by pretty gallantries, nor a man's by flattering weak surrender. Love grows from a greater thing, and should be as compelling, even in the higher, finer thing which thinks, as is the roar of the lion in the jungle to his mate, and her glad cry which answers him. And therefore, at last he had said it to himself that this beauteous, strong, wild thing surely might be she who would answer him one day, and he held his thoughts of her in check no more, nor avoided the speech he heard of her, and indeed with adroitness which never betrayed itself through his reserve of bearing, at times encouraged it, and in a locked drawer in his apartments, wheresoever he travelled, there lay always the picture with the stormy, yearning eyes. From young Tantillion he could, without any apparent approach at questioning, hear such details of Gloucestershire life in the neighbourhood of Wildairs as made him feel that he was not far separated from that which his mind dwelt on. Little Lady Betty, having entered the world of fashion, was more voluminous in her correspondence than ever, the more especially as young Langton appeared to her a very pretty fellow, and he being Tom's confidant was likely to hear her letters read, or at least be given extracts from them. Her caustic condemnation of the fantastical Mistress Clo had gradually lapsed into a doubtful wonder, which later became open amaze, not untinged with pretty spitefulness and resentment. "'Tis indeed a strange thing, and one to make one suspicious of her, Thomas," she wrote, "with all her bold ways, to suddenly put on such decorum. We are all sure 'tis from some cunning motive, and wait to find out what she will be at next. At first none believed she would hold out or would know how to behave herself, but Lud, if you could see her I am sure, Tom, both you and Mr. Langton would be disgusted by her majestic airs. Being dressed in women's clothing, she is taller than ever, and so holds her chin and her eyes that it makes any modest woman mad. If she was a duchess at Court she could not be more stately than she now pretends she is, for of course it is pretence, as anyone knows. She's had the vile cunningness to stop her bad language, as if she had never swore an oath in her life, such deceitfulness! And none can tell where she hath learned her manners, for if you will believe the thing, 'tis said she never makes a blunder, but can sweep a great curtsy and sail about a saloon full of company as if she was bred to it, and can dance a minuet and bear herself at a feast in a way to surprise you. Lady Madden says that women who are very vile and undeserving are sometimes wickedly clever, and can pick up modest women's manners wondrously. But they always break out before long and are more indecent than ever, and you may mark my Lady Madden's words. She says this one will do the same, but first she is playing a part and restraining herself that she may deceive some poor gentleman and trap him into marrying her. It makes Lady Madden fall into a passion to talk of her, and she will flush quite red and talk so fast. But indeed after I see the creature or hear some new story of her impudent victories, I fall into a passion myself, for, Tom, no human being can put her in her place." It must be confessed that the attitude of the recipient of these letters was by no means a respectful one, they being read and re read with broad grins and frequent outbursts of roaring laughter, ending in derisive or admiring comments. Even Bob Langton, who had no objection to pretty Lady Betty's oglings and summing of him as a dangerous beau, breaking forth into gleeful grinning himself. "Hang me if some great nobleman won't marry her," cried Tom. "And a fine lady she'll make, too. Egad, it almost frightens one, for all the joke of it, To think of a woman who can do such things, to be a madder romp than any, and suddenly to will that she will change in such a way, and hold herself firm and be beat by naught. 'Tis scarce human. Bet says that her kinsman, my Lord Twemlow, has took her in hand and is proud of her, and as fidgety as some match making mother. And the county people who would not have spoke to her a year ago have begun to visit Wildairs and invite her to their houses, for all the men are wild after her, and the best way to make an entertainment a fine thing is to let it be known that she will grace it. Even Sir Jeff and his cronies are taken in because they shine in her glory, and are made decent by it." "They say, too," cried Bob Langton, "that she makes them all behave themselves, telling them that unless their manners are decent they cannot follow her to the fine houses she is bid to, and she puts them through a drill and cuts off their drink and their cursings and wicked stories, and Gloucestershire and Warwickshire and Worcestershire are all agog with it." "And they follow her like slaves," added Tantillion in an ecstasy, "and stand about with their mouths open to stare at her swimmingly through her minuets with bowing worshippers, and oh, Roxholm nay, I should say Osmonde, but how can a man remember you are a Duke instead of a Marquess? 'Tis told in the field in her woman's hat and hunting coat she is handsomer than ever. Even my Lord Dunstanwolde has rode to the meet to behold her, and admires her as far as a sober elderly gentleman can." That my Lord Dunstanwolde admired her, Osmonde knew. His rare letters told a grave and dignified gentleman's version of the story, and spoke of it with kindly courtesy and pleasure in it. It had proved that the change which had come over her had been the result of no caprice or mischievous spirit, but of a reasonable intention, to which she had been faithful with such consistency of behaviour as filled the gossips and onlookers with amazement. "'Tis my belief," said the kindly nobleman, "that being in truth a noble creature, though bred so wildly, the time came when she realised herself a woman, and both wit and heart told her that 'twas more honourable to live a woman's life and not a madcap boy's. And her intellect being of such vigour and fineness, she can execute what her thought conceives." Among the gentlemen who were her courtiers there was much talk of the fashionable rake, Sir John Oxon, who, having appeared at her birthnight supper, had become madly enamoured of her, and had stayed in the country at Eldershawe Park, and laid siege to her with all his forces, and with much fervour of feeling besides. 'Twas a thing well known that this successful rake had never lost his heart to a woman in his life before, and that his victims had all been snared by a part played to villainous perfection. But 'twas plain enough that at last he had met a woman who had set that which he had called his soul on fire. He could not tear himself away from the country, though the gayeties of the town were at their highest. When in her presence his burning blue eyes followed her every movement, and when she treated him disdainfully he turned pale. "But she leaves him no room for boasting," related young Tantillion. "He may worship as any man may, but she shows no mercy to any, and him she treats with open scorn when he languishes. He grows thin and pale and is half crazed with his passion for her." There is no man who has given himself up to a growing passion and has not yet revealed it, who does not pass through many an hour of unrest. How could it be otherwise? In his absence from the object of his feeling, every man who lives is his possible rival, every woman his possible enemy, every event a possible obstacle in the way to that he yearns for. And from this situation there is nothing which can save a man. He need not be a boy or a fool to be tormented despite himself. The wisest and gravest are victims to these fits of heat and cold if they have modesty and known somewhat of the game of chance called life. What may not happen to a castle left undefended? What may not be filched from coffers left unlocked? This is the history of a man who, despite the lavishness of fortune and the gifts she had poured forth before him, was of a stately humility, that he was a duke and of great estate, that he had already been caressed by the hand of fame, and had been born more stalwart and beautiful than 9 men of 10 did not, to his mind, make sure for him the love of any woman whom he had not served and won. He was of no meek spirit, but he had too much wit and too great knowledge of the chances of warfare not to know that in love's campaign, as in any other, a man must be on the field if he would wield his sword. So my lord Duke had his days of fret and restlessness as less fortunate men have them, and being held on the Continent by duties he had undertaken in calmer moments, lay sometimes awake at night reproaching himself that he had left England. Such hours do not make a man grow cooler, and by the time the second year had ripened, the months were long indeed. Well as he had thought he knew himself, there were times when the growth of this passion which possessed him awakened in him somewhat of wonder. 'Twas for one with whom he had yet never exchanged word or glance, a creature whose wild youth seemed sometimes a century away from him. There had been so many others who had crossed his path, great beauties and small ones, but only to this one had his being cried aloud. "It has begun," he had said to himself. "I have heard them tell of it, of how one woman's face came back to a man again and again, of how her eyes would look into his and would not leave him or let him rest. It has begun for me, too." He had grave duties to perform, affairs of serious import to arrange, interviews to hold with great personages and small, and though none might read it in his bearing, he found himself ever beholding this face, ever followed by the eyes which would not leave him, and which, had they done so, would have left him to the dark. Yet this was hid within his own breast, and was his own strange secret which he gave himself up to dwell upon but when he was alone. When he awakened in the morning he lay and thought of it, and counted that a day had passed and another begun, and found himself pondering, as all those in his case do, on the events of the future and the incidents which would lead him to them. At night, sometimes in long rides or walks he took alone, he lived these incidents through and imagined he beheld her as she would look when they first met, as she would look when he told her his purpose in coming to her. If he pleased her, his fancy pictured him the warm flash of her large eye, the smile of her mouth, half proud, half tender, a look which even when he but imagined made his pulses beat. "I do not know her face well enough," he said, "to picture all the beauteous changes of it, but there will sure be 1,000 which a man might spend a life of love in studying." Among the many who passed hours in his company at this time, there was but one who guessed, even distantly, at what lay at the root of his being, and this was the man who, being in a measure of like nature with his own, had been in the same way possessed when deep passion came to him. At this period his Grace of Marlborough already felt the tossings of the rising storm in England, and the emotions which his Duchess's letters aroused within him, her anger at the intrigues about her, her tigress love for and belief in him, her determination to defend and uphold him with all the powers of her life and strength and imperial spirit, were, it is probable, moving and stimulating things which put him in the mood to be keen of sight and sympathy. "There dwells some constant thought in your mind, my lord Duke," he said, on a night in which they sat together alone. "Is it a new one?" "No," Osmonde answered. "'Twould perhaps be not so constant if it were. It is an old thought which has taken a new form. In times past," his voice involuntarily falling a tone, "I did not realise its presence." The short silence which fell was broken by the Duke and with some suddenness. "Is it one of which you would rid yourself?" he asked. "No, your Grace." "'Tis well," gravely. "You could not if you would." He asked no further question, but went on as if in deep thought, rather reflecting aloud. "There are times," he said, "when to some it is easy and natural to say that such fevers are folly and unreasonableness, but even to those so slightly built by nature, and of memories so poor, such times do not come, nor can be dreamed of, when they are passing through the furnace fires. They come after or before." Osmonde did not speak. He raised his eyes and met those of his illustrious companion squarely, and for a short space each looked into the soul of the other, it so seemed, though not a word was spoke. "You did not say the thing before," the Duke commented at last. "You will not say it after." "No, I shall not," answered Osmonde, and somewhat later he added, with flushed cheek, "I thank your Grace for your comprehension of an unspoken thing." Distant as he was from Gloucestershire, there seemed a smiling fortune in the chances by which his thought was fed. What time had wrought he heard as time went on. That her graces but developed with opportunity, that her wit matched her beauty, that those who talked gossip asked each other in these days, not what disgrace would be her downfall, but what gentlemen of those who surrounded her paying court would be most likely to be smiled upon at last. From young Tantillion he heard such things, from talkative young officers back after leave of absence, and more than once from ladies who, travelling from England to reach foreign gaieties, brought with them the latest talk of the country as well as of the town. From the old Lady Storms, whom he encountered in Vienna, he heard more than from any other. She had crossed the Channel with her chaplain, her spaniel, her toady, and her parrot, in search of enlivenment for her declining years, and hearing that her Apollo Belvedere was within reach, sent a message saying she would coax him to come and make love to an old woman who adored him as no young one could, and whose time hung heavy on her hands. He went to her because she was a kindly, witty old woman, and had always avowed an affection for him, and when he arrived at her lodgings he found her ready to talk by the hour. All the gossip of the Court she knew, all the marriages being made or broken off, all the public stories of her Grace of Marlborough's bullyings of her Majesty and revilings of Mrs. Masham, and many which were spiced by being private and new. And she chattered over her dish of chocolate, and my lord Duke listened with the respect due her years. He knew full well that her stories would not be brought to a close without reaching Gloucestershire at last, or Warwickshire, or Worcester, or even Berks or Wilts, where she would have heard some romance she would repeat to him. For in truth it ever seemed that it must befall so when he met and talked with man or woman who had come lately from England, Ireland, or Wales. And so it did befall. But this time 'twas neither Gloucestershire, Worcester, Warwick, nor Berks she had visited or entertained guests from, but plain lively town gossip she repeated apropos of Sir John Oxon, whose fortune seemed in evil case. In 5 years' time he had squandered all his inheritance, and now was in such straits through his creditors that it seemed plain his days of fashionable wild living and popularity would soon be over, and his poor mother was using all her wits to find him a young lady with a fortune. "And in truth she found him one 2 years ago," her ladyship added, "a West Indian heiress, but at that time he was dangling after the wild Gloucestershire beauty and was mad for her. What was her name? I forget it, though I should not. But she was disdainful and treated him so scornfully that at last they quarrelled, or 'twas thought so, for he left the country and hath not been near her for months. Good Lord!" of a sudden, "is not my Lord Dunstanwolde your Grace's distant kinsman?" "My father's cousin twice removed, your ladyship," answered Osmonde, wondering somewhat at the irrelevance of the question. "Then you will be related to the fantastic young lady too," she said, "if his lordship is successful in his elderly suit." "His lordship?" queried Osmonde. "His lordship of Dunstanwolde?" "Yes," said the old woman, in great good humour, "for he is more in love than all the rest. Faith, a man must be in love if he will hear 'No' twice said to him when he is 65, and then go back to kneel and plead again." My lord Duke rose from his seat to set upon the table near by his chocolate cup. Months later he remembered how mad the tale had seemed to him, and that there had been in his mind no shadow of belief in it, even that an hour after it had, in sooth, passed from his memory and been forgotten. "'Tis a strange rumour, your ladyship," he said. "For myself, I do not credit it, knowing of my lord's early loss and of years of mourning through it." "'Tis for that reason all the neighbourhood is agog," answered my lady, "but 'tis for that reason I give it credit. These men who have worshipped a woman once can do it again, and this one, Lud, they say she is a witch and no man resists her." A few days later came a letter from my Lord Dunstanwolde himself, who had not writ from England for some time, and in the midst of his epistle, which treated with a lettered man's thoughtful interest of the news of both town and country, of Court and State, playhouse and club, there was reference to Gloucestershire and Mistress Clorinda of Wildairs Hall. "In one of our past talks, Gerald," he wrote, "you said you thought often of the changes time might work in such a creature. You are given to speculative thought, and spoke of the wrong the past had done her, and of your wonder if the strength of her character and the clearness of her mind might not reveal to her what the untoward circumstances of her life had hidden, and also lead her to make changes none had believed possible. Your fancies were bolder than mine. You are a stronger man than I, Gerald, though a so much younger one. You have a greater spirit and a far greater brain, and your reason led you to see possibilities I could not picture. In truth, in those days I regarded the young lady with some fear and distaste, being myself sober and elderly. But 'tis you who were right. The change in her is indeed a wondrous one, but that I most marvel at is that I mark in her a curious gentleness which grows. She hath taken under protection her sister Mistress Anne, a humble creature whose existence none have seemed previously aware of. The poor gentlewoman is timid and uncomely, but Mistress Clorinda shows an affection for her she hath shown to none other. But yesterday she said to me a novel thing in speaking of her, and her deep eyes, which can flash forth such lightnings, were soft as if dew were hid in them. Why was all given to me, saith she, and naught to her? Since nature was not fair, then let me try to be so. She is good, she is innocent, she is helpless. I would learn of her. Innocence one cannot learn, and helpless I shall never be, yet would I learn of her. She hath a great, strange spirit, Gerald, and strange fearlessness of thought. What other woman dare arraign Nature's self, and command mankind to retrieve her cruelties?" Having finished his reading, my lord Duke turned to his window and looked out upon the night, which was lit to silver by the moon, which flooded the broad square before him and the park beyond it till 'twas lost in the darkness of the trees. "No other woman none," he said, and such a tumult shook his soul that of a sudden he stretched forth his arms unknowing of the movement, and spoke as though to one close at hand. "Great God!" he said, low and passionate, "you call me you call me. Let me but look into your eyes, but answer me with yours, and all of life is ours." CHAPTER XVII. Of His Grace of Osmonde, by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XVII. As Hugh de Mertoun rode. When he rode back upon the road which led towards Gloucestershire, 'twas early June again, as it had been when he journeyed to Camylott with Mr. Fox attending. The sky was blue once more, there was the scent of sweet wild things in the air, birds twittered in the hedgerows, and skylarks sang on high. All was in full fair leafage and full fair life. This time Mr. Fox was not with him, he riding alone save for his servants following at some distance, for in truth 'twas his wish to be solitary, and he rode somewhat like a man in a dream. "There is no land like England," he said. "There are no such meadows elsewhere, no such hedgerows, no such birds, and no such soft fleeced white clouds in the blue sky." In truth it seemed so to him, as it seemed always to an Englishman returning from foreign lands. The thatched cottages spoke of homely comfort, the sound of the village church bells was like a prayer, the rustics as they looked up from work in the fields to pull their forelocks as he rode by them, seemed to wear kindlier looks upon their sunburnt faces than he had seen in other countries. "But," he said to himself, and smiled in saying it, "it is because I am a happy man, and am living like one who dreams. Men have ridden before on such errands. Hugh de Mertoun rode so 400 years gone, to a grey castle in the far north of Scotland, to make his suit to a fair maiden, whose beauties he had but heard rumour of, and whose face he had never seen. He rode through a savage country, and fought his way to her against axe and spear, but when he reached her, she served him in her father's banquet hall, and in years after used to kiss the scars left by his wounds, and sing at her harp the song of his journey to woo her. But he had not known her since the time of her birth, and been haunted by her until her womanhood. To Dunstan's Wolde in Warwickshire he rode, where he was to be a guest, and sometimes he reproached himself that he was by natural habit of such reserve that in all their converse together he had never felt that he could speak his thoughts to his kinsman on the one subject they had dwelt most upon. During the last 2 years he had realised how few words he had uttered on this subject even in the days before he had known the reason for his tendency to silence. At times when Dunstanwolde had spoken with freedom and at length of circumstances which attracted the comments of all, he himself had been more frequently listener than talker, and had been wont to sit in attentive silence, making his reflections later to himself when he was alone. After the day on which he had lost himself upon Sir Christopher Crowell's land, and lying among the bracken, had heard the talk of the sportsmen below, he had known why he had been so reticent, and during his last 2 years he had realised that his reticence had but increased. Despite his warm love for my Lord Dunstanwolde, there had never come an hour when he felt that he could have revealed even by the most distant allusion the tenor of his mind. In his replies to his lordship's occasional epistles, he had touched more lightly upon his references to the household of Wildairs than upon other things of less moment to him. Of court stories he could speak openly, of country, town, and letters with easy freedom, but when he must acknowledge news from Gloucestershire, he sat grave before his paper, his pen idle in his hand, and found but few sentences to indite. But later he would reflect, "I shall surely feel myself more open, and his kind heart is so full of sympathy that he will understand my silence and not feel it has been grudging or ungenerous to his noble friendship." And even now, as he rode to the home of this gentleman, whose affection he had enjoyed with so much of appreciation and gratitude, he consoled himself again with this thought, knowing that the time had not yet come when he could unbosom himself, nor would it come until all the world must be taken into his confidence, and he stand revealed an exultant man, whose joy broke all bonds for him, since that he had dreamed of he had won. When he had made his last visit to Warwickshire, he had thought my lord looking worn and fatigued, and had fancied he saw some hint of a new trouble in his eyes. He had even spoke with him of his fancy, trusting that he had no cause for anxiousness and was not in ill health, and had been answered with a kindly smile, my lord averring that he had no new thing to worry him, but only one which was old, with which he had borne more than 60 years, and which was somewhat the worse for wear in these days, being himself. He thought of this reply as he passed through the lovely village where every man, woman, and child knew him and greeted him with warm welcoming joy, and he was pondering on it as he rode through the park gates and under the big beech trees which formed the avenue. Somewhat had saddened him, he thought. Pray God it has passed, and was aroused from his thinking by a sound of horses' feet, and looking up saw my lord cantering towards him on his brown hackney with brightly smiling face. They greeted each other with joyful affection, as they always did in meeting, and my lord's welcome had a touch of even more loving warmth than usual. He had come out to meet his guest and kinsman on the road, and had thought to be in time to join him earlier and ride with him through the village. "On my soul, Gerald," he said gaily, "'tis useless that you should grow handsomer and taller each time you leave us. Surely there is a time for a man to be content. Or is it that when you are absent one sees gentlemen of proportions so much more modest that when you return we must get used to your looks again? Your sunburn is as becoming as your laurels." His own worn look had passed. Osmonde had never seen him so well and vigorous, being indeed amazed by his air of freshness and renewed youth. His finely cut, high bred countenance had gained a slight colour, his sweet grey eyes were clear and full of light, and he bore himself more strongly and erect. For the first time within his remembrance of him, my lord Duke observed that he wore another colour than black, though it was of rich dark shade, being warm deep brown, and singularly becoming him, his still thick grey hair framing in silver his fine gentle face. "And you?" Osmonde answered him, marking all these things with affectionate pleasure. "Your weariness has left you. I have never seen you look so young and well." "Young," said my lord smiling, "at 68? Well, in truth, I feel so. Let us pray it may not pass. 'Tis hope which makes new summer." They dined alone, and sitting over their wine had cheerful talk. A man is not absent from his native land for 2 good years, even when they are spent in ordinary travel, without on his return having much to recount in answer to the questionings of his friends; but 2 years spent in camp and Court during a great campaign may furnish hours of talk indeed. Yet though their conversation did not flag, and each found pleasure in the other's company, Osmonde was conscious of a secret restlessness. Throughout the whole passing of the repast it chanced not once that the name was mentioned which had so often been spoken before when they had been together. There had been a time when in no talk of the neighbourhood could it well have been avoided, but now, strangely enough, no new incident was related, no reference to its bearer made. This might, perhaps, be because the heroine of that scandal having begun to live the ordinary life of womankind, there was no fantastic stories to tell, the county having had time to become accustomed to the change in her and comment on it no more. And still there was a singularity in the silence. Yet for my lord Duke himself it was impossible to broach the subject, he being aware that he was not calm enough in mind to open it with a composure which would not betray his interest. He had come from town under promise to attend that night a birthday ball in the neighbourhood, a young relative coming of age and celebrating his majority. The kinship was not close, but greatly valued by the family of the heir, and his Grace's presence had been so ardently desired that he, who honoured all claims of his house and name, had given his word. And 'twas at last through speech of this, and only as they parted to apparel themselves for this festivity, my Lord Dunstanwolde touched upon the thing one man of them at least had not had power to banish from his mind throughout their mutual talk. "Young Colin is a nice, well meaning lad," said my lord as they passed through the hall to mount the staircase. "He is plain featured and awkward, but modest and of good humour. He will be greatly honoured that the hero of his house should be present on the great night. You are the hero, you know, having been with Marlborough and bearing still the scar of a wound got at Blenheim, though 'twas not as deep as a grave or as wide as a church door. And with orders on your broad chest and the scent of gunpowder in your splendid periwig, you will make a fine figure. They will all prostrate themselves before you, and when you make your state bow to the beauty Mistress Clorinda, for you will see her, she will surely give you a dazzling smile." "That I will hope for," answered my lord Duke, smiling himself, but his heart leapt like a live thing in his breast, and did not cease its leaping as he mounted the stairway, though he bore himself with outward calm. When within his room he strode to and fro, his arms folded across his breast. For some time he could not have composed himself to sit down or go to rest. This very night, then, he was to behold her face to face. In but a few hours he would stand before her bowing, and rise from his obeisance to look into the great eyes which had followed him so long, ay, so much longer than he had truly understood. What should he read there? What thought which might answer to his own? It had been his plan to go to my Lord Twemlow and ask that he might be formally presented to his fair kinswoman and her parent. Knowing his mind, he was no schoolboy who would trust to chance, but would move directly and with dignity towards the object he desired. The representatives of her family would receive him, and 'twas for himself to do the rest. But now he need go to no man to ask to be led to her presence. The mere chance of fortune would lead him there. 'Twas strange how it had ever been so, that Fate's self had seemed to work to this end. The chamber was a huge one, and he had passed its length many times before he stopped and stood in deep thought. "'Tis sure because of this," he said, "that I have so little doubt. There lies scarce a shadow yet in my mind. 'Tis as if Nature had so ordained it before I woke to life, and I but go to obey her law." His eye had fallen upon a long mirror standing near, but he did not see what was reflected there, and gazed through and beyond it as if at another thing. And yet the image before him was one which might have removed doubt of himself from any man's heart, it being of such gracious height and manly strength, and with its beauteous leonine eye and brow, its high bearing, and the richness of its apparel, so noble a picture. He turned away unseeing, with a smile and half a sigh of deep and tender passion. "May I ride home," he said, "as Hugh de Mertoun did 400 years ago." When they arrived at their entertainer's house the festivities were at full. Brilliant light shone from every window and streamed from the wide entrance in a flood. Coaches rolled up the avenue and waited for place before the door, from within strains of music floated out to the darkness of the night, and as the steps were mounted each arrival caught glimpse of the gay scene within. Gentlemen in velvet and brocade, and ladies attired in all the rich hues of a bed of flowers, crimson, yellow, white and blue, purple and gold and rose. Their young host met them on the threshold and welcomed them with boyish pride and ardour. He could scarce contain himself for pleasure at being so honoured in his first hospitalities by the great kinsman of his house, who, though but arrived at early maturity, was already spoken of as warrior, statesman, and honoured favourite at Court. "We are but country gentry, your Grace," he said, reddening boyishly, when he had at length led him up the great stairway to the ballroom, "and most of us have seen little of the world. As for me, I have but just come from Cambridge, where I fear I did myself small credit. In my father's day we went but seldom to town, as he liked horses and dogs better than fine company, so I know nothing of Court beauties, but to night," and he reddened a little more and ended somewhat awkwardly, "to night you will see here a beauty who surely cannot be outshone at Court, and men tell me cannot be matched there." "'Tis Mistress Clorinda Wildairs he speaks of," said Sir Christopher Crowell, who stood near, rubicund in crimson, and he said it with an uncourtly wink, "and, ecod! he's right, though I am not a town man. He is enamoured of her," he added in proud confidence later, when he found himself alone for a moment by his Grace. "The youngsters are all so, and men who are riper too. Good Lord, look at me, and who have dandled her on my knee when she was but 5 years old, and am her slave," chuckling. "She's late to night. Mark the fellows loitering about the doors and on the stairway. 'Tis that each hopes to be the first to catch her eye." 'Twas but a short time afterward my lord Duke had made his way to the grand staircase himself, it being his intention to go to a lower room, and reaching the head of it he paused for a moment to gaze at the brilliant scene. The house was great and old, and both halls and stairway of fine proportions, and now, brilliant with glow of light and the moving colour of rich costumes, presented indeed a comely sight. And he had no sooner paused to look down than he heard near by a murmur of low exclamation, and close to his side a man broke forth in rough ecstasy to his companion. "Clorinda, by Gad!" he said, "and crowned with roses. The vixen makes them look as if they were built of rubies in every leaf." And from below she came, up the broad stairway, upon her father's arm. Well might their eyes follow her indeed, and well might his own look down upon her, burning. The strange compellingness of her power, which was a thing itself apart from beauty, and would have ruled for her had she not possessed a single charm, had so increased that he felt himself change colour at the mere sight of her. Oh, 'twas not the colour and height and regal shape of her which were her splendour, but this one heaven born, unconquerable thing. Her lip seemed of a deeper scarlet, the full roundness of her throat rose from among her laces, bound with a slender circlet of glittering stars. Her eyes had grown deeper and more melting, and yet held a great flame. Nay, she seemed a flame herself, of life, of love, of spirit which naught could daunt or quell, and on her high held imperial head she wore a wreath of roses red as blood. "She will look up," he thought. "She will look up at me." But she did not, though he could have sworn that which he felt should have arrested her. Somewhat seemed to hold her oblivious of those who were near her. She gazed straight before her as if expecting to see something, and as she passed my lord Duke on the landing, a heavy velvet rose broke from her crown and fell at his very foot. He bent low to pick it up, the blood surging in his veins, and when he raised himself, holding it in his hand, she was moving onward through the crowd which closed behind to gaze and comment on her, and his kinsman Dunstanwolde came forward from an antechamber, his gentle, high bred face and sweet grey eyes glowing with greeting. Those of reflective habit may indeed find cause for thought in realising the power of small things over great, of rule over important events, of ordinary social observance over the most powerful emotion a man or woman may be torn or uplifted by. He whose greatest longing on earth is to speak face to face to the friend whom ill fortune has caused to think him false, seeing this same friend in a crowded street 100 yards distant, cannot dash the passers by aside and race through or leap over them to reach, before it is too late, the beloved object he beholds about to disappear. He cannot arrest that object with loud outcries, such conduct being likely to cause him to be taken for a madman, and restrained by the lookers on. The tender woman whose heart is breaking under the weight of misunderstanding between herself and him she loves, is powerless to attract and detain him, if he passes her, either unconscious of her nearness or of intention coldly averting his gaze from her pleading eyes. She may know that, once having crossed the room where she sits in anguish, all hope is lost that they may meet again, on this side of the grave. She may know that a dozen words would fill his heart with joy, and that all life would smile to both henceforth, but she cannot force her way to his side in public. She cannot desert without ceremony the stranger who is conversing courteously. She cannot cry out. She may not even speak. It may be that it is not possible that she should leave her place. And he who is her heart's blood approaches slowly, is near, has passed, is gone, and all has come to bitter, cruel end. In my Lord Duke of Osmonde's mind there was no thought of anguish, or the need for it, but he realised that he had felt an unreasonable pang when she whom he had so desired to behold had passed him by unnoticed. 'Twas after all a mere trick of chance, and recalled to him the morning 2 years before when he had heard her horse's feet splashing through the mire of the narrow lane, and had drawn his own beast aside while she galloped past unaware of his nearness, and with a strange, absorbed, and almost fierce look in her eyes. He had involuntarily gathered his bridle to follow her, and then had checked his impulse, realising its impetuousness, and had turned to ride homeward with a half smile on his lips, but with his heart throbbing hard. But what perchance struck him most to night was that her eyes wore a look unlike, yet somehow akin, to that which he had marked and been moved by then, as if storm were hid within their shadows, and she herself was like some fine wild thing at bay. There would have been little becomingness in his hastening after her and his lordship of Dunstanwolde. His court to her must be paid with grace and considerateness. If there were men who in their eagerness forgot their wit and tact, he was not one of them. He turned to re enter the ball room and approach her there, and on the threshold encountered young Colin, who looked for the moment pale. "Did you see her?" he asked. "She has but just passed through the room with my Lord Dunstanwolde, Mistress Clorinda," he added, with a little rueful laugh. "In Gloucestershire there is but one 'she.' When we speak of the others we use their names, and call them Mistress Margaret or my Lady Betty or Jane." "I stood at the head of the stairway as she passed," answered Osmonde. "It cannot be true," the lad broke forth. "It makes me mad even to hear it spoke, though he is a courtly gentleman, and rich, and of high standing, but he is old enough to be her grandfather. Though she is such a woman, she is but 17, and my lord is near 70." Osmonde turned an inquiring gaze upon him, and the boy broke into his confused half laugh again. "I speak of my Lord Dunstanwolde," he said. "Twice he has asked her to be his Countess, and all say that to night she is to give him her answer. Jack Oxon heard it and is mad enough. Look at him as he stands by the archway there. His eyes are like blue steel, and he can scarce hide his rage. But better she should take Dunstanwolde than Jack," hotly. The musicians were playing a minuet in the gallery. There was dancing, slow, stately movements, and deep obeisance going on in the room. Couples were passing to and fro, and here and there groups stood and watched. My lord Duke stood and watched also. A little court had gathered about him, and he must converse with those who formed it, or listen with gracious attention to their remarks. But his grace and composure cost him an effort. There came back to him the story old Lady Storms had told in Vienna, and which he had not believed, and had even forgot. The memory of it returned to him with singular force and clearness. He told himself that still it could not be true, that his young host's repetition of it rose from the natural, uneasy jealousy of a boy, and yet the pageant of the brilliant figures moving before him seemed to withdraw themselves as things do in a dream. He remembered my Lord Dunstanwolde's years and his faithfulness to the love of his youth, and there arose before him the young look he had worn when they met in the avenue, his words, "'Tis hope which makes new summer," and the music of the minuet sounded distant in his ears, while as it rang there he knew he should not forget it to his life's end. Yet no, it could not be so. A gentleman near 70 and a girl of 17. And still, to follow the thought honestly, even at 67 years my lord had greater grace and charm than many a man not half his age, and with that new youth and tenderness in his eyes no woman could shrink from him at least. And still it could not be true, for Fate herself had driven him to this place, Nature and Fate. Sir John Oxon stood near the doorway, striving to smile, but biting his lip. Here and there his Grace vaguely observed that there seemed new talk among the moving couples and small gathered groups. About the entrance there was a stirring, and looking out into the corridor, and in a moment or so more the company parted and gave way, and his Lordship of Dunstanwolde entered, with Mistress Clorinda upon his arm, he gracefully erect in bearing, as a conqueror returning from his victory. An exclamation broke from the young Colin, which was like a low cry. "'Tis true," he said. "Yes, yes, 'tis in his eyes. 'Tis done, 'tis done." His Grace of Osmonde turned towards his kinsman, who he saw was approaching him, and greeted him with a welcoming smile. The red rose was still held in his hand. He stood drawn to his full height, a stately, brilliant figure, with his orders glittering on his breast, his fine eyes deeply shining, waiting. The company parted before the two advancing figures, his lordship's rich violet velvet, the splendid rose and silver making a wondrous wave of colour, the wreath of crimson flowers on the black hair seeming like a crown of triumph. Before my lord Duke they paused, and never had the old Earl's gentle, high bred face worn so tenderly affectionate a smile, or his grey eyes so sweet a light. "My honoured kinsman, his Grace the Duke of Osmonde," he said to her who glowed upon his arm. "Your Grace, it is this lady who is to do me the great honour of becoming my Lady Dunstanwolde." And they were face to face, her great orbs looking into his own, and he saw a thing which lay hid in their very depths, and his own flashed despite himself, and hers fell, and he bowed low, and she swept a splendid curtsey to the ground. So for the first time in their lives he looked into her eyes. CHAPter
18 of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A Night in which my Lord Duke did not sleep. As they rolled over the roads on their way homeward, in the darkness of their coach, my Lord Dunstanwolde spoke of his happiness and told its story. There was no approach to an old lover's exultant folly in his talk. His voice was full of noble feeling, and in his manner there was somewhat like to awe of the great joy which had befallen him. To him who listened to the telling, 'twas a strange relation indeed, since each incident seemed to reveal to him a blindness in himself. Why had he not read the significance of a score of things which he could now recall? A score of things? 100. Because he had been in his early prime and full of the visions and passions of youth, he had not for one moment dreamed that a man who was so far his senior could be a man still, his heart living enough to yearn and ache, his eyes clear to see the radiance others saw, and to praise it as adoringly. 'Twas the common fault of youth to think to lead the world and to sweep aside from its path all less warm-blooded, strong-limbed creatures, feeling their day was done for them, and that for them there was naught left but to wait quietly for the end. There was an ignobleness in it, a self-absorption which was almost dishonour. And in this way he had erred as far as any stripling with blooming cheeks and girlish love-locks who thought that 29 struck the knell of love and life. 'Twas thoughts like these that were passing through his mind as they were driven through the darkness. At least they were the thoughts upon the surface of his mind, while below them surged a torrent into whose darkness he dared not look. He was a man, and he had lost her. Lost her! She had become a part of his being, and she had been torn from his side. "Let me but look into your eyes," he had said, and he had looked and read her answering soul too late. "I have passed through dark days, Gerald," my lord was saying. "How should I have dared to hope that she would give herself to me? I had been mad to hope it, and yet a man in my case must plead, whether he despairs or not. I think 'twas her gentleness to Mistress Anne which has sustained me. That poor gentlewoman and I have the happiness to know her heart as others do not. Thank God, 'tis so. When to night I said to her sadly, 'Madam, my youth is long past,' she stopped me with a strange and tender little cry. She put her hand upon my shoulder. Ah, its soft touch, its white, kind caress! 'Youth is not all,' she said. 'I have known younger men who could not bring a woman truth and honourable love. 'Tis not I who give, 'tis not I,' and the full, sweet red of her mouth quivered. 'I have not yet dared to touch it, Gerald," and his voice was sad as well as reverent. "Youth would have been more bold." In the dark corner of the coach his Grace checked breath to control a start. In the past he had had visions such as all men have, and all was lost. And to morrow his kinsman would have gained courage to look his new bliss in the face. The autumn of his days would be warmed by a late glow of the sun, but that long summer which yet lay before himself would know no flame of gold. The years he had spent in training his whole being to outward self control at least did service to him now, and aided him to calm affectionate speech. "You will make her life a happy one, my lord," he said, "and you will be a joyous man indeed." Together they conversed on this one subject until their journey was over. When they had passed through the hall and stood at length in the light of the apartment in which it was their custom to sit, Osmonde beheld in my lord's face the freshness and glow he had marked on his arrival, increased tenfold, and now he well understood. In truth, the renewal of his life was a moving thing to see. He stood by the mantel, his arm resting upon it, his forehead in his hand, for a little space in silence and as if lost in thought. "She is a goddess," he said, "and because she is so, can be humble. Had you but seen her, Gerald, when she spoke, "'Tis not I who give," she saith. "You are a great earl, I am a poor beauty, a shrew, a hoyden. I give naught but this," and flung her fair arms apart with a great lovely gesture, and stood before me stately, her beauty glowing like the sun. He drew a deep sigh of tenderness and looked up with a faint start. "'Tis not fair I should fatigue you with my ecstasy," he said. "You look pale, Gerald. You are generous to listen with such patience." "I need no patience," answered my lord Duke with noble warmth, "to aid me to listen to the kinsman I have loved from childhood when he speaks of his happiness with the fairest woman in the world. Having seen her to night, I do not wonder she is called so by her worshippers." "The fairest and the noblest," said my lord. "Great Heaven, how often have I sate alone in this very room, calling myself a madman in my despair. And now 'tis past. Sure it cannot be true?" "'Tis true, my dear lord," said Osmonde, "for I beheld it." "Had you been in my place," his lordship said with his grave, kindly look, "you need not have wondered at your fortune. If you had lived in Warwickshire instead of winning laurels in campaign, you might have been my rival if you would, and I a hopeless man, and she a duchess. But you two never met." My lord Duke held out his hand and grasped his kinsman's with friendly sympathy. "Until to night we never met," he said. "'Twas fate ordained it so, and I would not be your rival, for we have loved each other too long. I must wait to find another lady, and she will be Countess of Dunstanwolde." He bore himself composedly until they had exchanged the final courtesies and parted for the night, and having mounted the stairs had passed through the long gallery which led him to his apartments. When he opened the door it seemed to his fancy that the wax tapers burned but dimly amid the shadows of the great room, and that the pictured faces hanging on the walls looked white and gazed as if aghast. The veins were swollen in his temples and throbbed hard, his blood coursed hot and cold alternately. There were drops starting out upon his brow. He had not known his passions were so tempestuous, and that he could be prey to such pangs of anguish and of rage. Hitherto he had held himself in check, but now 'twas as if he had lost his hold on the reins which controlled galloping steeds. The blood of men who had been splendid savage creatures centuries ago ran wild within him. His life for 30 years had been noble and just and calm. Being endowed with all gifts by nature, and his path made broad by fortune, he had dealt in high honour with all bestowed upon him. But now for this night he knew he was a different man, and that this hour had come. He stood in the centre of the chamber and tossed up his hands, laughing a mad, low, harsh laugh. "Not as Hugh de Mertoun came back," he said. "Good God, no, no!" The rage of him, body and soul, made him sick and suffocated him. "Could a man go mad in such case?" he cried. "I am not sane. I cannot reason. I would not have believed it." His arteries so throbbed that he tore open the lace at his throat and flung back his head. "I cannot reason," he said. "I know now how men kill. And yet he is as sweet a soul as Heaven ever made." He paced the great length of the chamber to and fro. "'Tis not nature," he said. "It cannot be borne. He to hold her to his breast and I to stand aside. Her eyes, her lovely, melting woman's eyes." Men have been mad before for less of the same torment, and he whose nature was fire, and whose imagination had the power to torture him by picturing all he had lost and all another man had won, was only saved because he knew his frenzy. "To this place itself she will be brought," he thought. "In these rooms she will move, wife and queen and mistress. He will so worship her that she cannot but melt to him. At the mere thought of it my brain reels." He knew that his thoughts were half delirium, his words half raving. Yet he could not control them, and thanked chance that his apartment was near none other which was occupied, and that he could stride about and stamp his foot upon the floor, and yet no sound be heard beyond the massive walls and doors. Outside such walls, in the face of the world, he must utter no word, show no sign by any quiver of a muscle. And 'twas the realisation of the silence he must keep, the poignard stabs he must endure without movement, which at this hour drove him to madness. "This is but the beginning," he groaned. "Since I am his kinsman and we have been friends, I am bound as a man upon the rack is bound while he is torn limb from limb. I must see it all. There will be no escape. At their marriage I must attend them. God save me, taking my fit place as the chief of my house at the nuptials of a well beloved kinsman. I must share in the rejoicings, and be taunted by his rapture and her eyes. Nay, nay, she cannot gaze at him as she would have gazed at me. She cannot. Yet how shall I endure?" For hours he walked to and fro, the mere sense of restless movement being an aid to his mood. Sometimes again he flung himself into a seat and sat with hidden eyes. But he could not shut out the picture his fevered fancy painted for him. A man of strong imagination, and who is possessed by a growing passion, cannot fail to depict to himself and live in vivid dreams of that future of his hopes which is his chiefest joy. So he had dreamed, sometimes almost with the wild fervour of a boy, smiling while he did it, at his own pleasure in the mere detail his fancy presented to him. In these day dreams his wealth, the beauty and dignity of his estates, the brilliant social atmosphere his rank assured him,
had gained a value he had never recognised before. He remembered now, with torturing distinctness, the happy day when it had first entered his mind that those things which had been his daily surroundings from his childhood would be all new pleasure to her, all in strong contrast to the atmosphere of her past years. His heart actually leapt at the thought of the smilingness of fortune which had lavished upon him so much that 'twould be rapture to him to lay at her feet. He had remembered tenderly the stately beauty of his beloved Camylott, the bosky dells at Marlowell Dane, the quaint dignity of the Elizabethan manor at Paulin Dorlock, the soft hills near Mertonhurst, where myriads of harebells grew and swayed in the summer breeze as it swept them, and the clear lake in the park at Roxholm, where the deer came to drink, and as a boy he had lain in his boat and rocked among the lily pads in the early morning, when the great white water flowers spread their wax cups broad and seemed to hold the gold of the sun. His life had been so full of beauty and fair things. Wheresoever his lot had fallen at any time he had had fair days, fair nights, and earth's loveliness to behold. And all he had loved and joyed in, he had known she would love and joy in too. What a chatelaine she would make, he had thought. How the simple rustic folk would worship her. What a fit setting for her beauty would seem the grand saloons of Osmonde House. What a fit and queenlike wearer she would be for the marvellous jewels which had crowned fair heads and clasped fair throats and arms for centuries. There were diamonds all England had heard rumour of, and he had even lost himself in a lover's fancy of an hour when he himself would clasp a certain dazzling collar round the column of her throat. And never yet had he given himself to the fancy, but in his vision he had laid his lips on the warm whiteness when 'twas done, and lost himself in a passionate kiss, and she had turned and smiled a heavenly answering bridal smile. This he remembered now, clinching his hands until he drove the nails into his palms. "I have been madder than I thought," he said. "Yes, 'twas madness, but 'twas nature too. Good God!" his forehead drooping in his hand and he panting. "I feel as if she had been a year my wife and another man had torn her from my breast. And yet she has not been mine an hour, nor ever will be, and she is Dunstanwolde's who, while I wake in torment, dreams in bliss, as is his honest, heavenly right. Even to the torment he had no claim, but in being torn by it seemed but robbing another man. What a night of impotent rage it was, of unreasoning, hopeless hatred of himself, of his fate, and even of the man who was his rival, though at his worst he reviled his frenzy, which could be so base as to rend unjustly a being without blame. 'Twas not himself who hated, but the madness in his blood, which for this space ran riot. At dawn, when the first glimmer of light began to pale the skies, he found himself sitting by the wide thrown casement, still in the attire he had worn the night before. For the first time since he had been born his splendid normal strength had failed him, and he was heavy with unnatural fatigue. He sat looking out until the pale tint had deepened to primrose, and the primrose into sunrise gold. Birds wakened in the trees' broad branches and twittered and flew forth. The sward and flowers were drenched with summer dews, and as the sun changed the drops to diamonds, he gazed upon the lovely piece and breathed in the fresh fragrance of the early morn with a deep sigh, knowing his frenzy past, but feeling that it had left him a changed man. "Yes," he said, "I have been given too beauteous and smooth a life. Till now Fate has denied me nothing, and I have gone on my way unknowing it has been so, and fancying that if misfortune came I should bear it better than another man. 'Twas but human vanity to believe in powers which never had been tried. Self command I have preached to myself, calmness and courage. For years I have believed I possessed them all and was Gerald Mertoun's master, and yet at the first blow I spent hours of the night in madness and railing against Fate. But one thing I can comfort myself with, that I wore a calm face and could speak like a man until I was alone. Thank God for that." As he sat he laid his plans for the future, knowing that he must lay out for himself such plans and be well aware of what he meant to do, that he might at no time betray himself to his kinsman, and by doing so cast a shadow on his joy. "Should he guess that it has been paid for by my despair," he said, "'twould be so marred for his kind heart that I know not how he would bear the thought. 'Twould be to him as if he had found himself the rival of the son he loved. He has loved me, Heaven knows, and I have loved him. 'Tis an affection which must last." My Lord Dunstanwolde had slept peacefully and risen early. He was full of the reflections natural to a man to whom happiness has come, and the whole tenor of whose future life must be changed in its domestic aspect, whose very household must wear a brighter face, and whose entire method of existence will wear new and more youthful form. He walked forth upon his domain, glad of its beauty, and the heavenly brightness of the day which showed it fair. He had spent an hour out of doors, and returning to the terrace fronting the house, where already the peacocks had begun to walk daintily, spreading or trailing their gorgeous iridescent plumes, he looked up at his kinsman's casement and gave a start. My lord Duke sat there still in his gala apparel of white and gold brocade, his breast striped by the broad blue ribbon of the Garter, jewelled stars shining on his coat. "Gerald!" he called to him in alarm. "You are still dressed. Are you ill, my dear boy?" Osmonde rose to his feet with a quickness of movement which allayed his momentary fear. He waved his hand with a greeting smile. "'Tis nothing," he answered. "I was a little ailing, but after 'twas past I fell asleep in my chair. The morning air has but just awaked me." CHAPTer XIX. Of His Grace of Osmonde, by Francis Hodgson Burnett. CHAPTER XIX. Then you might have been one of those. When the Earl and Countess of Dunstanwolde arrived in town and took up their abode at Dunstanwolde House, which being already one of the finest mansions, was made still more stately by its happy owner's command, the world of fashion was filled with delighted furore. Those who had heard of the Gloucestershire beauty by report were stirred to open excitement, and such as had not already heard rumours of her were speedily informed of all her past by those previously enlightened. The young lady who had so high a spirit as to have at times awakened somewhat of terror in those who were her adversaries, the young lady who had made such a fine show in male attire, and of whom it had been said that she could outleap, outfence, and outswear any man her size, had made a fine match indeed, marrying an elderly nobleman and widower, who for years had lived the life of a recluse. at last becoming hopelessly enamoured of one who might well be his youngest child. "What will she do with him?" said a flippant modish lady to his Grace of Osmonde one morning. "How will she know how to bear herself like a woman of quality?" "Should you once behold her, madam," said his Grace, "you will know how she would bear herself were she made Queen." "Faith!" exclaimed the lady, "with what a grave, respectful air you say it. I thought the young creature but a joke." "She is no joke," Osmonde answered, with a faint, cold smile. "'Tis plain enough 'tis true what is said. The men all lose their hearts to her. We thought your Grace was adamant," with simpering roguishness. "The last 2 years I have spent with the army in Flanders," said my lord Duke, "and her ladyship of Dunstanwolde is the wife of my favourite kinsman." 'Twas this last fact which was the bitterest thing of all, and which made his fate most hard to bear with patience. What he had dreaded had proven itself true, and more. Had my Lord Dunstanwolde been a stranger to him, or a mere acquaintance, he could have escaped all, or at least the greater part, of what he now must endure. As the chief of his house, his share in the festivities attendant upon the nuptials had been greater than that of any other man. As one who seemed through their long affection to occupy almost the place of a son to the bridegroom, it had been but natural that he should do all affectionate service, show the tenderest courtesy to his bride, and behold all it most tortured him to see. His gifts had been the most magnificent, his words of friendly congratulation the warmest. When they were for a few moments, on the wedding day, alone, his lordship had spoken to him of the joy which made him pale. "Gerald," he said, "I could speak to none other of it. Your great heart will understand. 'Tis almost too sacred for words. Shall I waken from a dream? Surely 'tis too heavenly sweet to last." Would it last? His kinsman asked himself in secret. Could it? Could one like her, and who had lived her life, feel an affection for a consort so separated from her youth and bloom by years? She was so young, and all the dazzling of the world was new. What beauteous, high spirited, country bred creature of 18 would not find its dazzle blind her eyes so that she could scarce see aright? He asked himself the questions with a pang. To expect that she should not even swerve with the intoxication of it, was to expect that she would be nigh superhuman. And yet if she should fail, and step down from the high shrine in which his passion had placed her, this would be the fiercest anguish of all. "Were she mine," he cried inwardly, "I could hold and guide her with love's hand. We should be lost in love, and follies and courts would have no power. Love would be her shield and mine. Poor gentleman," remembering the tender worship in my lord's kind face, "how can she love him as he loves her? But oh, she should she should!" If in the arrogance of her youth and power she could deal with him lightly or unkindly, he knew that even his own passion could find no pardon for her. Yet if he had but once beheld her eyes answer her lord's as a woman's eyes must answer those of him she loves, it would have driven him mad. And so it came about that to see that she was tender and noble he watched her, and to be sure that she was no more than this, he knew he watched her too, calling himself ignoble that nature so prompted him. There was a thing she had said to him but a week after the marriage which had sunk deep into his soul and given him comfort.
"From my lord I shall learn new virtues," she said, with a singular smile, which somehow, to his mind, hid somewhat of pathos. "New virtues, say I, are all new to me. At Wildairs we concerned ourselves little with such matters." She lifted her eyes and let them rest upon him with proud gravity. "He is the first good man," she said, "whom I have ever known." 'Twas not as this man observed her life that the world looked on at it, but in a different manner and with different motive, and yet both the world and his Grace of Osmonde beheld the same thing, which was that my Lord Dunstanwolde's happiness was a thing which grew greater and deeper as time passed, instead of failing him. When she went to Court and set the town on fire with her beauty and her bearing, had her lord been a man of youth and charm matching her own, the grace and sweetness of her manner to him could not have made him a more envied man. The wit and spirit with which she had ruled her father and his cronies stood her in as good a stead as ever in the great world of fashion, as young beaux and old ones who paid court to her might have told; but of her pungency of speech and pride of bearing, when she would punish or reprove, my lord knew nothing, but he knew tones of her voice which were tender, looks which were her loveliest, and most womanly, warm and sweet. They were so sweet at times that Osmonde turned his gaze away that he might not see them, and when his lordship, as was natural, would have talked of her dearness and beauties, he used all his powers to gently draw him from the subject without seeming to lack sympathy. But when a man is the idolatrous slave of a happy love, and being of mature years, has few, nay, but one friend young enough to tell his joy to with the feeling that he is within reach of the comprehension of it, 'tis inevitable that to this man he will speak often of that which fills his being. His lordship's revealings of himself and his tenderness were involuntary things. There was no incident of his life of which one being was not the central figure, no emotion which had not its birth in her. He was not diffuse or fond to weakness, but full of faithful love and noble carefulness. "I would not weary her with my worship, Gerald," he said one day, having come to Osmonde House to spend an hour in talk with him. "Let me open my heart to you, which is sometimes too full." On this morning he gave unconscious explanation of many an incident of the past few years. He spoke of the time when he had found himself wakening to this dream of a new life, yet had not dared to let his thoughts dwell upon it. He had known suffering, remorse that he should be faithless to the memory of his youth, in some hours almost horror of himself, and yet he had struggled and approached himself in vain. The night of my Lord Twemlow's first visit, when my lord Duke, then my lord Marquess, had been at Dunstanwolde, the occasion upon which Twemlow had so fretted at his fair kinswoman, and told the story of the falling of her hair in the hunting field, he had been disturbed indeed, fearing that his countenance would betray him. "I was afraid, Gerald, afraid," he said, "thinking it unseemly that a man of my years should be so shaken with love, while your strong youth had gone unscathed. Did I not seem ill at ease?" "I thought that your lordship disliked the subject," Osmonde answered, remembering well. "Once I thought you pale." "Yes, yes," said my lord. "I felt my colour change at the cruel picture my Lord Twemlow painted, of her hunted helplessness if harm befell her." "She would not be helpless," said Osmonde. "Nothing would make her so." Her lord looked up at him with brightened eye.
"True, true," he said. "At times, Gerald, I think perhaps you know her better than I. More than once your chance speech of her has shown so clear a knowledge. 'Tis because your spirit is like to her own." Osmonde arose and went to a cabinet which he unlocked. "I have hid here," he said, "somewhat which I must show you. It should be yours or hers and has a story." As his eyes fell upon that his kinsman brought forth, his lordship uttered an exclamation. 'Twas the picture of his lady, stolen before her marriage by the drunken painter. "It is herself," he exclaimed, "herself, though so roughly done." My lord Duke stood a little apart out of the range of his vision, and related the history of the canvas. He had long planned that he would do the thing, and therefore did it. All the plans he had made for his future conduct he had carried out without flinching. There had been hours when he had been like a man who held his hand in a brazier, but he had shown no sign. The canvas had been his companion so long that to send it from him would be almost as though he thrust forth herself while she held her deep eyes fixed upon him. But he told the story of the garret and the drunken painter in well chosen words. "'Twas but like you, Gerald," my lord said with gratitude. "Few other men would have shown such noble carefulness for a wild beauty they scarce knew. I will leave it with you." "You will leave it?" answered my lord Duke, his pulse quickening. "I did not hope for such generosity." His lordship smiled affectionately. "Yes, 'tis generous," he returned. "I would be so generous with no other man. Kneller paints her for me now, full length, in her Court bravery, and with all her diamonds blazing on her. 'Twill be a splendid canvas, and lest you should think me too ready to give this away, I will tell you that I feel the story of the rascal painter would displease her. She hath too high a spirit not to be fretted at the thought of being the unconscious tool of a drunken vagabond." "Yes, it will anger her," Osmonde said, and ended with a sudden smiling. "Yet I could not keep hidden the beauties of my kinsman's lady, and must tell him." So the matter ended with friendly smiles and kindliness, and the picture was laid back within the cabinet until such time as it should be framed and hung. "Surely you have learned to love it somewhat in your wanderings?" said the older man, with trusting nobleness, standing looking at it, his hand on the other's arm. "You could not help it." "No, I could not help it," answered Osmonde, and to himself he said, "He will drive me mad, generous soul, he will drive me mad." His one hope and effort was to bear himself that the unhappy truth should not be suspected, and so well he played his part that he made it harder for himself to endure. It was not only that he had not betrayed himself either in the past or the present by word or deed, but that he had been able to so control himself at worst that he had met his kinsman's eyes with a clear glance, and chosen such words of response and sympathy, when circumstances so demanded of him, as were generous and gracious and unconcerned. "There has risen no faintest shadow in his mind," was his thought. "He loves me, he trusts me, he believes I share his happiness. Heaven give me strength." But there was a time when it was scarce to be avoided that they should be bidden as guests to Camylott, inasmuch as at this splendid and renowned house my Lord of Dunstanwolde had spent some of his happiest hours, and loved it dearly, never ceasing to speak of its stateliness and beauty to his lady. "It is the loveliest house in England, my lady," he would say, "and Gerald loves it with his whole soul. I think he loves it as well, and almost in such a manner as he will some day love her who is his Duchess. Know you that he and I walked together in the noted long library on the day I told him the story of your birth?" My lady turned with sudden involuntary movement and met my lord Duke's eyes. Curiously seldom their eyes met, as curiously seldom as if each pair avoided the other. Some strange emotion was in her countenance and rich colour mounted her cheek. "How was that, my lord?" she asked. "'Twas a strange story, as I have heard it, and a sad one." "He was but 14," said Dunstanwolde, "yet its cruelty set his youthful blood on fire. Never shall I forget how his eyes flashed and he bit his boyish lip, crying out against the hardness of it. 'Is there justice,' he said, 'that a human thing can be cast into the world and so left alone?'" "Your Grace spoke so," said her ladyship to Osmonde, "while you were yet so young?" And the velvet of her eyes seemed to grow darker. "It was a bitter thing," said Osmonde. "There was no justice in it." "Nay, that there was not," my lady said, very low. "'Twas ordained that you two should be kinsman and kinswoman," said Dunstanwolde. "He was moved by stories of your house when he was yet a child, and he was ever anxious to hear of your ladyship's first years, and later, when I longed for a confidant, though he knew it not, I talked to him often, feeling that he alone of all I knew could understand you." Her ladyship stood erect and still, her eyes downcast, as she slowly stripped a flower of its petals, one by one. My lord Duke watched her until the last flame coloured fragment fell, when she looked up and gazed into his face with a strange, tragic searching. "Then you have known me long, your Grace?" she said. He bowed his head, not wishing that his voice should at that moment be heard. "Since your ladyship was born," said her lord, happy that these two he loved so well should feel that they were not strangers. "Together we both saw you in the hunting field, when you were but 10 years old." Her eyes were still upon his. He felt that his own gazed into strange depths of her. The crimson had fallen away from her beauteous cheeks, and she faintly, faintly smiled, almost, he thought, as if she mocked it somewhat woefully. "Then you might have been one of those," she said, slow and soft, "who came to the birthnight feast and saw my life begin." And she bent down as if she scarce knew what she did, and slowly gathered up one by one the torn petals she had broken from her flower. "Then will you ask us to come to visit you at Camylott, Gerald?" said my lord later, after they had talked further, he speaking of the beauties of the place and the loveliness of the country about it. "It will be my joy and honour to be your host," Osmonde answered. "Since my parents' death I have not entertained guests, but had already thought of doing so this year, and could have no better reason for hospitality than my wish to place my house at your ladyship's service," with a bow, "and make you free of it, as of every other roof of mine." CHAPTER XX. Of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. CHAPTER XX. At Camylott. A month later the flag floated from Camylott Tower,
and the village was all alive with rustic excitement, much ale being drunk at the Plough Horse, and much eager gossip going on between the women, who had been running in and out of each other's cottages for 3 days to talk over each item of news as it reached them. Since the new Duke had taken possession of his inheritance there had been no rejoicing or company at the Tower, all the entertaining rooms having been kept closed, and the great house seeming grievously quiet even when his Grace came down to spend a few weeks in it. To himself the silence had been a sorrowful thing, but he had no desire to break it by filling the room with guests, and had indeed resolved in private thought not to throw open its doors until he brought it to a mistress. The lovely presence of the last mistress it had known had been so brightly illuminating a thing, filling its rooms and galleries, and the very park and terraces and gardens themselves with sunshine and joyousness. In those happy days no apartment had seemed huge and empty, no space too great to warm and light with homely pleasure. But this fair torch extinguished, apartments large enough for royal banquets, labyrinths of corridors and galleries leading to chambers enough to serve a garrison, seemed all the more desolate for their size and splendour, and in them their owner had suffered a sort of homesickness. 'Twas a strange thing to pass through the beautiful familiar places now that they were all thrown open and adorned for the coming guests, reflecting that the gala air was worn for her who should, fate willing, have made their first visit as mistress, and realising that fate had not been willing, and that she came but as a guest and Countess of Dunstanwolde. Oh, it was a bitter, relentless thing, and why should it have been? For what was wise purpose or what cruel one? And with a maddening clutch about his heart, he saw again the tragic searching in her eyes when she had said, "Then you have known me long, your Grace?" And afterwards, so soft and strangely slow, "Then you might have been one of those who came to my birthnight feast and saw my life begin." He might have been, Heaven knew. Good God, why had he not? Why had he gone back to Flanders? Now it seemed to his mind the folly of a madman, and yet at the time he had felt his duty to his house commanded that he should not give way to the rising tempest of his passion, but should at least wait a space that time might prove that he could justly trust the honour of his name and the fortune of his peoples into this wild, lovely being's hands. Had he been free from all responsibilities, free enough to feel that he risked no happiness but his own, and by his act could wrong none other than himself, he would not have waited to see what time wrought, but have staked his future life upon this die. He had denied himself and waited, and here he stood in the Long Gallery, and 'twas thrown open and adorned for the coming of my Lady Dunstanwolde. "I meant an honest thing," he said, gazing out over his fair domain through a dark mist, it seemed to him. "All my life I have meant honestly. Why should a man's life go wrong because he himself would act right?" The flag fluttered and floated from the battlements of the Tower. The house was beautiful in its air of decorated order and stateliness. Glowing masses of flowers lighted every corner, and tall exotic plants stood guard about. The faces of lord and lady, dame and knight, in the pictures seemed to look downward with a waiting gaze. Outside, terraces and parterres were wonders of late summer brilliancy of bloom, and the sunshine glowed over all. On the high road from the town at this hour the cavalcades of approaching guests must ride in coach or chariot or on horseback. When the equipage of the Earl and his Countess passed through Camylott village, old Rowe would ring a welcoming peal. But my lord Duke stood still at the window of the Long Gallery, where he had said his tender farewell to his beloved mother before she had left her home. He was thinking of a grave thing, and feeling that the violet eyes rested upon him again
in a soft passion of pity. The thing he thought of was that which, when his eyes met my Lady Dunstanwolde's, made the blood pulse through his veins. 'Twas that he had known he should some day see in some woman's eyes, and had told himself would be answer to the question his being asked. 'Twas that he had prayed God he might see, ay, and had believed and sworn to himself he should see, in this woman's when he came back to stand face to face with her as lover, if she would. Well, he had come and seen it, and 'twas in the eyes and soul of her who was born to be his kinsman's wife. And never since he had been man born had he beheld the faintest glimmering of its glow in any woman's eyes, though they had been like pools of love or stars of heaven, never yet. Moreover, he knew well that he never should again behold it in any hour to come. Before its fire his soul shook and his body trembled. 'Twas a thing which drew him with a power no human being could explain the strength of or describe. Had he been weak or evil, and she evil too, it would have dragged him to her side through crime and hell. He could not have withstood it. He saw again the sudden pallor of his mother's sweet face, the sudden foreboding in her eyes. "If you loved her, 'twould drive you mad, and make you forget what you must be." "Yes," he cried, putting his hand suddenly to his brow, feeling it damp. "It has driven me mad, I think mad. I am not the same man. The torture is too great. I could nay, nay," with half a shudder, "let me not forget, mother, let me not forget." Through this visit he must be a gracious host. A score of other guests would aid him by sharing his attentions. Her ladyship as new wedded bride would be the central figure of the company. Her lord's love for him and unconsciousness of any suspicion of the truth would put him to the test many a time, but he would keep his word to himself, the vow he made to avoid nearness to her when 'twas to be done with any graciousness, and her eyes he would not meet in more than a passing gaze if he could be master of his own. "If I look straightly at her, my own gaze will speak, and she, who is so shrewd of wit and has seen such worship in men's faces, will read and understand, and disdain me, or disdain me not. God knows which would be worse." The visit over, he would visit other of his estates, engage himself with friends to be their guests in Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, at their châteaux in France or Spain, everywhere. When he was not thus absorbed he would give himself to a statesman's work at the settling of great questions, the more involved and difficult the better. Party enmity would be good for him, the unravelling of webs of intrigue, the baffling of cabals would keep his thoughts in action and leave him no time for dreams. Yes, to mark out his days thus clearly would help him to stand steady upon his feet. In time might aid at deadening the burning of the wound which would not close. Above all, to Warwickshire he would not go. Dunstan's Wolde must see him no more, and Dunstanwolde House in town he would gradually visit less and less often, until his kinsman ceased to expect the old familiarity, believing his many duties kept him away. In his happiness he would have but little time to miss him seriously, perhaps even to remember that his presence had been once so much less a rare thing. "Son, he once loved to call me," he thought with a sharp pang. "He is an old man, 'tis true, but Heaven may give him a son of his own." Even as the thought crossed his mind, as a flame of lightning crosses a black sky, he heard old Rowe begin to ring his peal, and soon, or it seemed soon to him, the first party of arrivals wound through the park,
now and then its colours gleaming through an opening in the trees. There were mounted and safely armed servitors riding in attendance to guard the big travelling coach with its 6 strong, finely bred horses. In this the Earl and his Countess sat, the lady a little pale, from the fatigue of her journey perhaps. Following them came another vehicle, substantial but less splendid than their own equipage, in it my lady's 2 Abigails, and the gentleman of his lordship, carrying the iron jewel box secreted in a special hiding place beneath the seat, for the baffling of highwaymen, if any such were bold enough to attack a party so well attended by sturdy strength and shining arms. When she had stepped forth across the threshold of her town house, attended by subservient lacqueys bowing in line on either side, the Countess had faintly smiled, and when they had entered their coach, and the door had been closed upon them, she had turned the smile with a sweet archness upon her lord. "I smile, my lord," she said, "to think what a great lady your goodness has made of me, and how in these days I ride forth, and how in the past, when I was but Clo Wildairs, our old chariot lumbered like a house on wheels, and its leather hung in flaps, and the farm horses pulled it lurching from side to side, and old Bartlemy had grown too portly for his livery, and cursed when it split as he rolled in his seat." And her laugh rang out, as if it were a chime of bells, and her lord, laughing with her, but for joy in her arch gaiety, adored her. "If any had told the county then that I would one day ride forth like this," says she, "from Dunstanwolde House to pay a visit to a duke at Camylott, who could have believed it? I would not myself. And 'tis you who have given me all, my dear lord," laying her soft hand in his, "you, Edward, and I am full of gratefulness." What wonder that he was a happy man, he who had hoped for so little and had found so much, since she did not think, as a slighter woman might, that her youth and beauty paid for and outweighed his richest gifts, but was heavenly kind and dutiful and tender, giving him of her brightest humours and prettiest playfulness and gentlest womanly thought, and receiving his offerings, not as her mere right, but as signals of his generousness and tender love for her. "Look, my lady," he cried as they drove up the avenue. "See what a noble house it is. There is no other in all England of its size and beauty, and Gerald waits to receive us with no duchess at his side." Her ladyship leaned forward to look and gazed a moment in silence. "There should be one," she cried, "to reign over such a place and to be happy in it." The village saw gaiety enough to turn its head in the 2 weeks that followed. The flag floated from the Tower every day, coaches rolled past the village green laden with the county gentry who came to pay their respects, gay cavalcades rode down the avenue and through the big gates, to gallop over the country with joyous laughter and talk. At the plough horse, Mr. Mount, who had grown too old for service, but had been pensioned and was more fond of fine stories than ever, added to his importance as a gentleman of quality by describing the banquets at the Towers, the richness of the food, the endless courses, the massiveness of the gold plate, the rareness of the wines, and the magnificence of the costumes of the guests. "There are fine women there," he would say, removing his long churchwarden's pipe from his mouth and waving it to give emphasis. "In my day I have seen King Charles at Hampton Court, my Lady Castlemaine, and Mistress Frances Stuart, who married a duke and had her eyes put out by smallpox and her face spoiled forever, poor soul, and De Querouaille, the one you will call Carwell, which is not her name, but a French one, and Mazarin, and all could see Nell Gwynne, who could pay for a seat in the playhouse, so I may well be a judge of women, and have lived gaily myself about the court,
but there is one, this moment at Camylott Towers, there is one," describing a great circle with his pipe as if he writ her name, "and may the devil seize and smite me if there was ever a lady with such a body and face on earth before." "'Tis the tall one with the flashing black eyes," cried out Will Bush the first night that he said it. "Me and my dame saw her through the glass of the coach the day they drove over the green with all their servants come to follow them from Lunnon town with pistols and hangers. 'And what think you?' says I to Joan. 'Ecod,' says I, 'there's the woman for our own Duke and matches him for size and beauty.' And says Joan, starting, 'Lord o' mercy, so she is and does.'" "Village folk," said Mr. Mount with decorum, "are not the ones to take upon themselves the liberty to say who will suit a Duke, or who will not suit him. But this I will say to you, that for once you were not so far wrong, I having said the same thing myself. And his Grace is a single man, whom they say loves no woman, and my lady has a husband near 70 years of age. So things go." To her husband and lord this lady seemed for all her powers the sweetest, frank creature in the world, and indeed in all matters which concerned their united life she was candour itself. But there was a thing in her mind, and 'twas in her thought every day, of which, though she was within his sight almost every waking hour, and her head lay upon the pillow by his own when she slept, he knew nothing. In gaining grace of manner and bearing she had not lost her old quickness of sight and alertness of mind. If any felt that her eyes were less keen, her perception less acute, their error was a grave one. Beneath the majesty of her ladyship of Dunstanwolde lay all the fire and flaming spirit, the swiftness to deduce and act, which had set Clo Wildairs apart from lesser women. So it was that she had not been 3 hours at Camylott before she knew that, with regard to herself, my Lord Duke of Osmonde had made some strong resolve. No other than herself could have detected, she knew, but on her first glance at his face she beheld it written there. There are human beings, it is sure, whose natures are so attuned that the thoughts, the griefs, the passions of each are reflected upon the brain of the other, and 'twas thus with these two, whom life thrust so far apart from one another and yet forced so near. At their first meeting on the threshold, and in the midst of his warm and gracious welcome, she read what none other could read, and felt a pang which yet was gladness. 'Twas better so. Her strength should aid his own, his greatness should support her. There was no question in her mind, no argument, only a sudden recognition of the truth that up to this time she had scarcely allowed herself mere thought in connection with him, that, after the first hour, when thought had risen, she had thrust it back, forbidden its being, denied its presence. "Thought will not help," she had said once, when, as she had sate alone, she had felt hot, passionate tears start to her eyes, and she had flung down her book, risen from her chair, and left the room 10 minutes later, riding forth from the court followed by her groom and making for the country roads. From the earliest days of her marriage she had herself avoided often meeting his gaze. Glances would not help either, but would do harm and betray. Between those who are drawn together as by some force of nature, glances are mad things. They may begin calmly, they may swear that they will so continue, but looks entangle one day and catch fire, and, once alight, the flame cannot extinguish itself, even when it would. At Camylott each was gracious to the other, he gracious host, she gracious guest and kinswoman, and those who looked on praised each one and honoured, speaking often of their charm and courtly friendliness, which indeed made them seem almost like brother and sister.
"They are a strange pair, those two fine creatures," said the old Dowager Storms one day to her favourite crony, an elderly matron to whom she could safely talk gossip. "But look at them!" They were with the whole party at racquets in the court, and my lord Duke, having made a splendid stroke, glowing and laughing, bowed in response to a round of applause. "Is there a husband at Court, though he were not 35, who has reason to feel as safe as the old Earl Dunstanwolde may, when his wife is guest to such a pretty fellow as he?" nodding her head towards his Grace. "Never in my days saw I a thing so out of nature. 'Tis as though they were not flesh and blood, but of some stuff we are not made of. 'Tis but human he should make sly love to her, and her eyes wander after him despite herself, wheresoever he goes. All know how a woman's eyes will follow a man, and his hers, but when these look at each other, 'tis steadfast honesty that looks out of them, and 'tis scarce to be understood." CHAPTER 21